Hello everyone, welcome back. It's the storyteller here to guide you into a peaceful sleep. Before we get started, please like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm curious, where are you tuning in from and what time is it there? Drop your answers in the comments below. Now, make yourself comfortable and let's unwind together. Story 1. Clara never cared much for Valentine's Day. Even before James died, she found the holiday forced and shallow, overpriced flowers, meaningless gestures, and the pressure to pretend that love was some kind of grand spectacle. But this year was different. This year, Valentine's Day wasn't just another empty holiday. It was the anniversary. 1 year since the storm took him. The snowstorm outside rattled against her windows, thick and relentless. The world outside was nothing but white, even though she'd known it was coming. Something about it felt wrong, almost as if it had returned for her. She tightened the blanket around her shoulders and sank deeper into the couch. The glow of the TV painting flickering shapes across the dimly lit apartment. Some romance movie played on low volume, but she wasn't paying attention. Then came the knock. Clara stiffened. It was late, and no one ever visited her unannounced. For a moment, she thought she imagined it, but there it was, again, a slow, deliberate knock, knock, knock against her door. She hesitated before standing, her pulse quickening. Maybe it was her neighbor, locked out again, or a delivery left at the wrong apartment. But when she peeked through the peephole, there was no one there. Frowning, she unlocked the door and cracked it open. The freezing air rushed in, biting at her skin. Nothing, just the hallway. Empty and silent, except for one thing. A small red envelope lay on the ground. She bent down slowly, her fingers brushing against the chilled paper. There was no return, address, no postage stamp, just her name, handwritten in black ink, and the handwriting, ... She knew it. Her breath hitched as she flipped the envelope over, hands trembling. Slowly, she peeled it open, her fingers careful, almost afraid. Inside was a simple Valentine's card. The front had a heart drawn in black ink, imperfect and a little smudged, just like the ones James used to doodle absent-mindedly in his notebook. Clara felt something tighten in her chest. She opened it, and there, in his handwriting, was a message. Meet me where the world stood still for us. Midnight. A wave of cold passed through her that had nothing to do with the storm. She almost dropped the card. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She knew this handwriting. The loops, the slant, the way the letters curled at the end. It wasn't just similar, it was his dot. But James was dead, and the worst part, the date on the bottom of the card, February 14th, 2024. Clara stared at the card in her trembling hands, her mind scrambling for a logical explanation. It had to be a mistake, a cruel joke. But who would do something like this? She ran her fingers over the ink, smudging it slightly. It wasn't printed, it was written by hand. The slant of the letters, the uneven pressure of the pen, the slight hesitation before the curves. It was all too familiar, searching for anything that might explain this. But the back was blank. She checked the envelope again, her breath shaky. No address, no stamp, no sign of who had left it. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window behind her, making her jump. She turned sharply, half expecting to see someone standing there in the snow. But there was nothing, only the night, heavy and white. This glow barely visible through the thick, swirling storm. Meet me where the world stood still for us. She knew exactly where that was. The old cabin in the woods, the place where James had proposed, the place where 1 year ago he had vanished. Clara pressed the card against her chest, willing herself to breathe. This isn't real, it's a prank. Someone must have known about the cabin, maybe. A sick joke from someone who remembered the news. But no one knew about the phrase, where the world stood still for us. That was private. A memory stirred in the back of her mind. she could still see James standing in the snow, his cheeks flushed from the cold, smiling at her like she was the only person in the world. The ring in his hand. Time doesn't move when I'm with you, Clara. The whole world just stops. His exact words. She felt a lump rise in her throat. James had planned the perfect weekend, just the two of them, tucked away in the secluded cabin miles from town. They had spent the evening laughing, drinking wine, listening to the fire crackle in the stone hearth. Then the blizzard hit. By morning, James was gone. Clara had woken up to an empty bed, the cabin door wide open, the wind howling through the trees. His footprints led into the woods, and then stopped, as if he had simply vanished into thin air. They never found his body. The search team combed the area for weeks, but the snow had buried everything. The official cause of death was hypothermia, but no one could explain why. There were no signs of a struggle, no torn clothing, no blood, nothing. Just empty white silence. Clara sat down hard on the couch, gripping the card like it might disappear. She checked the time, 10:42 p.m. Her eyes flicked back to the message. Meet me where the world stood still for us. Midnight, she told herself. She should throw it away, ignore it, call the police maybe. But deep down, something primal stirred in her chest. A cold whispering, thought she couldn't push away. What if it really was James? What if he had never been truly gone? What if he had been waiting for her all this time? Outside, the snow thickened, swallowing the city in white. Clara took a slow, shuddering breath. Then she grabbed her coat. Clara stared at the card in her trembling hands, her mind scrambling for a logical explanation. It had to be a mistake, a cruel joke. But who would do something like this? She ran her fingers over the ink, smudging it slightly. It wasn't printed, it was written by hand. The slant of the letters, the uneven pressure of the pen, the slight hesitation before the curves. It was all too familiar, searching for anything that might explain this. But the back was blank. She checked the envelope again, her breath shaky. No address, no stamp, no sign of who had left it. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window behind her, making her jump. She turned sharply, half expecting to see someone standing there in the snow. But there was nothing, only the night, heavy and white, this glow barely visible through the thick, swirling storm. Meet me where the world stood still for us. She knew exactly where that was. The old cabin in the woods, the place where James had proposed, the place where 1 year ago he had vanished. Clara pressed the card against her chest, willing herself to breathe. This isn't real, it's a prank. Someone must have known about the cabin maybe. A sick joke from someone who remembered the news. But no one knew about the phrase, where the world stood still for us. That was private. A memory stirred in the back of her mind. She could still see James standing in the snow, his cheeks flushed from the cold, smiling at her like she was the only person in the world. The ring in his hand. Time doesn't move when I'm with you, Clara. The whole world just stops. His exact words. She felt a lump rise in her throat. James had planned the perfect weekend, just the two of them, tucked away in the secluded cabin miles from town. They had spent the evening laughing, drinking wine, listening to the fire crackle in the stone hearth. Then the blizzard hit. By morning, James was gone. Clara had woken up to an empty bed, the cabin door wide open, the wind howling through the trees. His footprints led into the woods, and then stopped, as if he had simply vanished into thin air. They never found his body. The search team combed the area for weeks, but the snow had buried everything. The official cause of death was hypothermia, but no one could explain why. There were no signs of a struggle, no torn clothing, no blood, nothing. Just empty white silence. Clara sat down hard on the couch, gripping the card like it might disappear. She checked the time, 10:42 p.m. Her eyes flicked back to the message. Meet me where the world stood still for us. Midnight, she told herself. She should throw it away. Ignore it. Call the police, maybe. But deep down, something primal stirred in her chest. A cold whispering. Thought she couldn't push away. What if it really was James? What if he had never been truly gone? What if he had been waiting for her all this time? Outside, the snow thickened, swallowing the city in white. Clara took a slow, shuddering breath. Then she grabbed her coat. Clara's hands were steady as she pulled on her coat, but her heart pounded hard against her ribs, as if trying to escape. She shouldn't be doing this. She should throw the card away, lock the door, and bury herself under the blankets until morning, but she couldn't. The thought of James somehow still out there clawed at her insides, overriding logic with something stronger, something primal. Hope. Her fingers hovered over her phone. Call someone. Tell someone where you're going. But what would she say? Hey, I got a Valentine's card from my dad, and now I'm driving into a blizzard to find him. If I don't come back, send a search party. No, she couldn't. She stuffed the phone in her pocket, grabbed her scarf, and stepped out into the storm. The cold hit her instantly. The wind cut through her coat like a knife, stealing the breath from her lungs. Snowflakes stung her cheeks, swirling violently beneath the dim streetlights. Her car was already half buried in the driveway, a smooth layer of white covering the windshield. She had to scrape it off with her sleeve before fumbling into the driver's seat. She started the engine. The clock on the dashboard glowed 11:04 p.m. Clara gripped the wheel, her breath clouding in front of her. There was still time to turn back, to tell herself this was grief playing tricks on her, nothing more. But before she could convince herself, her hands moved on their own, shifting the car into gear, and she drove. The roads were near deserted, blanketed in thick snow. The further she got from the city, the fewer streetlights there were, just the long, dark stretch of road ahead, flanked by the skeletal outlines of leafless trees. The cabin was far outside town, tucked deep into the woods where no one ventured this time of year, even in good weather, lined with steep drop-offs, hidden beneath drifts of snow. But Clara knew the way by heart. Her headlights barely cut through the storm, the swirling snow making it impossible to tell where the road ended and the forest began. Every few minutes, her tires skidded slightly on the ice, forcing her to grip the wheel tighter. She checked the clock, 11:38 p.m. Almost there. The farther she drove, the worse the storm became. It no longer felt natural, more like something alive, moving against her, trying to push her back. And beneath the howling wind, she swore she could hear something else, a voice, not words, not quite, just the faintest, whispering breath threading through the trees. Her grip tightened. She turned up the heat, but it didn't help. The cold was seeping into her bones finally. She reached the turn off a barely visible dirt path leading into the woods. She slowed the car to a crawl, following the familiar, twisting road, the trees pressed close on either side, their branches heavy with ice. Something about them seemed ... wrong. They weren't just covered in frost, they looked dead, their bark peeling back as if something had crawled beneath the surface and hollowed them out from the inside. Clara swallowed hard. She told herself it was just her imagination, but she knew deep down it wasn't. The cabin appeared at the end of the path, barely visible through the storm. She hit the brakes, and her breath caught in her throat because it was intact. The door shut behind Clara with a soft click, muffling the storm outside. Instantly, the temperature shifted. She expected the cabin to be freezing. It had been abandoned for a year. After all, but instead, the air was strangely warm. Not just warm, lived like someone had been here. Recently, her breath came in shallow gasps as she scanned the room. Nothing had changed. The couch by the fireplace, the wooden table with mismatched chairs, the old bookshelf lined with yellowing, Paperback Sit was exactly how they had left it that weekend. Even the fireplace was burning. A fresh, crackling fire cast flickering shadows across the wooden walls. Clara's stomach twisted. There was no possible way the fire had been burning. For a year, someone had been here. Her gaze landed on the coffee table. A half-empty glass of wine sat next to a book with a folded corner, left open, as if someone had been reading just moments ago. Her own book, the one she had been reading the night before. James vanished. Clara's throat went dry. Slowly, she turned toward the kitchen. The faint scent of coffee and cinnamon hung in the air. James's favorite. The last thing he ever drank. Something about it made her chest feel tight, like a string had been pulled deep inside her ribs. Her heart pounded. She knew she should leave. Turn around, walk back out the door, and never look back. But instead, she took another step forward, and that's when she noticed it. Something small, almost insignificant. The picture frame on the wall. The last time she had seen it, it had held a photo of her and James at the cabin. She remembered laughing as he tried to take a selfie, the camera lens fogging up from the cold dot. But now, the frame was empty. The photo was gone. Her pulse thrummed in her ears. She stepped closer. Reaching out, a floorboard creaked behind. Her dot. Clara froze. The sound had come from the hallway leading to the bedroom. She wasn't alone. Her mouth went dry. Slowly, she turned toward the dark hallway. It stretched before her like an open throat, lined with shadowed doorways. She should have run. She should have gotten the hell out of there. But she COULDN, single quotes T, because deep in that hallway, she heard something. A sound she hadn't heard in a year. A sound she never should have heard. Again, breathing, slow. Rhythmic, and familiar. Clara's entire body went cold. She stepped forward, her boots silent on the wooden floor. The breathing was coming from the bedroom. The door was slightly open. A sliver of darkness beyond it. She reached for the handle. The moment her fingers brushed the wood, the fire in the living room snapped, violently, sending a burst of sparks into the air. She jumped, spinning around. The shadows in the room shifted, stretching unnaturally along the walls. And then a voice, soft, ragged, so close. Clara. Her stomach clenched so hard she thought she might collapse. Because she knew that voice, she knew it better than her own. Slowly, trembling, she turned toward the sound. And there, standing just beyond the glow of the fire, was James. Clara's breath caught in her throat. James stood just beyond the fireplace's glow, his figure barely visible in the dim light. Her vision blurred, her pulse hammering against her ribs. Her brain scrambled to make sense of what she was seeing. He was here, alive, or at least standing. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. His face was pale, far too pale. His skin had an unnatural blue tint, like someone who had been out in the cold for too long. Frost clung to his eyelashes, his lips, gray and cracked. His clothes, the same ones he had worn the night he vanished, were stiff with ice. Snowflakes were still melting on his jacket, as if he had just stepped inside from the storm. But that wasn't the worst part. It was his eyes. They weren't dead eyes. They weren't lifeless. Empty sockets or glowing orbs like something out of a horror movie. They were his. Warm, familiar, and full of something Clara couldn't quite place. Not sadness, not fear. Something worse. Clara. His voice was barely above a whisper, raw and broken, like it had cracked from the cold. Her body locked up. Every survival instinct screamed at her to run, but she didn't. She took a shaky step forward, her knees threatening to buckle beneath her. James. The word barely escaped her lips. She wanted to believe it was him, desperately. But something was wrong. His posture was too stiff, his arms too still. He was standing, but he wasn't breathing. The air between them should have been warm from the fire, but the closer she got, the colder it became. The entire room was freezing now. The fire, still burning, wasn't putting out any heat. She could see her breath curling in the air, but James had none. No mist, no sign of life, only that unblinking stare. Her mind felt split in two, half of her screaming that this was impossible, the other half whispering that it didn't matter. He's here. He came back to you. She swallowed hard. James, she tried again, softer this time, like she might startle him if she spoke too loudly. His lips parted slightly, like he was trying to speak, but no words came out. He took a slow step forward. The floor didn't creak beneath his weight. Clara's pulse spiked another step. Still silent, she took an instinctive step back, her heel bumping against the edge of the coffee table. His eyes flickered downward, just for a second. Then they snapped back to her. Too fast, too unnatural. Clara's fingers dug into the sleeve of her coat. I thought you were James. Moved, not a normal movement. A lurch dot, like something pulling him forward. Her breath hitched, his lips barely moved. But she heard the words clear as day. I waited for you. Her stomach dropped. Something shifted in the air. The fire guttered violently, casting erratic shadows against the walls. Clara's mouth went dry. She wanted to say something, to ask where he had been, what had happened to him, why he looked like he had just crawled out of a grave of ice. But the words wouldn't come, because deep down she knew this wasn't James, not really. A gust of wind rattled the windows, the temperature plummeted, and then somewhere behind her, in the dark hallway, a door creaked open. Not the front door, not the kitchen, the bedroom, the room where she had woken up. Alone 1 year ago, her stomach twisted. James's head tilted slightly toward the sound, but he didn't turn. His gaze remained. Locked on her dot, her fingers curled into her palms. Something about the way he stood so rigid, so still, so unnatural, her brain whispered things she did not want to believe. She forced herself to speak. James, she whispered. What? What happened to you? His lips twitched, like he was about to smile, like something else was smiling for him. Another gust of wind slammed against the cabin, and every candle flickered at once. The shadows moved. Something shifted not. James dot something behind him. A figure, a shape in the corner of the room, just beyond the fire's glow tall. Wrong, it wasn't fully formed. Just a suggestion of something standing in the darkness, watching, waiting. Dot. The moment Clara's gaze landed on it, the bedroom door behind her slammed shut. James flinched, his expression twisted. Just for a moment, like something inside him was fighting. Dot. Then his jaw clenched. His voice came out strained, low, almost pained. You shouldn't have come back. Clara's breath caught. The only sound her own rapid breathing. James's eyes darted to the empty picture frame on the wall. Something flickered there, a flash of something dark, moving in the reflection. Clara turned, just in time to see something crawl out from the shadows, and then the fire went out. Darkness swallowed the cabin whole, and the cold closed in around her. Darkness swallowed the cabin. The fire was gone, snuffed out like a candle in an unseen hand. Clara's breath hitched, her pulse roaring in her ears. Her fingers clawed at the edges of the coffee table, needing something, anything solid, to ground her. But the cold was sinking in, not the kind of cold that came from winter, winds or drafty windows. This cold was alive. It curled around her ankles, slithered beneath her clothes. It felt like it was pulling her somewhere. She bit down hard on the inside of her cheek, trying to steady herself. The coppery taste of blood filled her mouth, sharp and hot against the creeping numbness. Stood inches away, his outline barely visible in the stuttering glow of dying embers. And behind him, something else, something tall, something waiting. She couldn't see it, not fully, but she felt its presence, a weight in the dark, pressing against her ribs. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but her body wouldn't move. James shifted, a slow, mechanical motion. His limbs stiff, as if he was learning how to move again. His lips parted. Clara, his voice sounded wrong, like a breath dragged through ice, hollow and strained. She tried to step back, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. The cold had her in its grip, sinking into her bones, into her mind. James took another step closer, and this time, his feet didn't touch the ground. Clara's breath hitched. She had been trying so hard to convince herself, trying so hard to ignore the way his skin was too pale, the way his breath didn't mist in the cold air, the way the floor never creaked beneath his weight. Now, standing this close, she couldn't deny it anymore. James wasn't standing. James wasn't walking. He was drifting, moving toward her without touching the floor, and his eyes, those warm, familiar eyes, they weren't his anymore. They were black, not just dark, not just shadowed, endless dot, like someone had scooped out everything inside him and left behind a hollow shell, filled with nothing but deep, empty cold. Clara's throat closed. James smiled. Barely Dot, the tiniest, most fragile thing. I waited. For you? His words came slow, dragged out like they cost him something to say. A shudder crawled down her spine. She wanted to believe this was James, her James, the man she had loved and lost. But something about the way he spoke, the way he stood so unnaturally still, the way the dark thing behind him seemed to pulse and swell like a living shadow, it told her the truth. James wasn't alone. Something had brought him back. Something was speaking through him, and it wanted her to stay. Her mind screamed at her to get out. But when she tried to step backward, ice cracked beneath her boots. Not wood, not the cabin floor. Ice. The room flickered. For a split second, she saw something else. Somewhere else, an endless, frozen wasteland. White snow. Black sky. No stars, no sound. Just emptiness. A world of cold and nothing. And standing in the distance, James, the real James. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. His eyes were desperate, wide, begging, and then the vision snapped away. Clara staggered backward, her stomach twisting. No, that wasn't real. The cold was playing tricks on her. This was real. The cabin. James standing in front of her. But then why did it feel like the walls were breathing? Why did the floor feel thinner, like ice ready to break? Why did she suddenly have the overwhelming feeling that if she stayed here too long, she'd never leave? James's hand lifted Dot for a split second. She almost reached out, but then his fingers twitched at an unnatural angle, like something inside them had forgotten how to work. The skin at his knuckles cracked open, revealing something darker beneath. His hand trembled, just slightly. His expression flickered like something was fighting to keep him still. Then, so softly, she almost missed it. Run! The word barely escaped his lips. She knew something was holding him here. Something was using him to keep her from leaving. And it almost had her. Almost. Clara took a sharp breath, shoving away the part of her heart that still wanted to believe this was him. Then she turned and ran. The cold screamed. Not the wind, not the storm outside. Something inside the cabin. James's voice twisted into something else, something hollow. Inhuman. Clara barely made it to the door before the room lurched. The floor buckled beneath her like cracking ice. She stumbled, her hand catching the door frame as she turned and froze. The thing standing behind James, the thing that had been watching from the shadows. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It had form. A dark, towering figure. Its limbs too long. Its mouth stretched wide in an impossible grin. And inside its grin faces, hundreds of them, buried beneath black ice. Their frozen mouths open and silent. Screams. And at the very center, James. The real James. His face was there, half submerged in the thing's chest. His expression frozen in fear. Not the thing standing in front of her. not the thing wearing his face. Her James was trapped inside it. Clara's stomach twisted. The floor split beneath her feet. She lunged for the door. A hand closed around her wrist. James's grip too cold, too strong. Clara's vision blurred. The cold pulled at her. For a split second, she almost let go. Then she ripped free. Her boots hit the snow as she stumbled onto the porch. The cabin's door slammed shut behind her, and suddenly the firelight vanished. The windows went black. The cabin stood silent, dark, as if no one had ever been inside at all, as if nothing had ever been there. Clara staggered to her car, her pulse thrumming so hard she thought she might pass out. She threw herself into the driver's seat, hands shaking so violently she almost dropped the keys. She twisted the ignition, the engine sputtered. The storm howled around her, snow blinding. Her windshield dot, she looked uphand in the rearview mirror. James stood behind the car, his lips curled into a slow, frozen smile, and then he vanished. The engine sputtered again, refusing to turn over. Clara's fingers gripped the key so hard her knuckles ached, twisting it desperately, over and over. Come on, come on, come on. The car made a sickly, choking noise, then fell silent. Her breath came fast and uneven, fogging up the windshield. The snow outside had thickened, swirling in dense white walls that erased the world beyond the car. She was trapped, not just in the storm, in something else, something watching. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. James was gone, but that didn't mean he wasn't there. Clara forced herself to breathe, her hands tightening around the steering wheel. She tried to think, what do you do when something follows you? What do you do when something wants to pull you back? Because that's what this was. She felt it, deep in her ribs, like an invisible thread was still hooked. Inside her something had wanted her to come here. Something had let her see James, and now it didn't want her to leave. The cold crept into the car, seeping through the vents. Even though the heater was on full blast, she swore the windshield was frosting over from the inside. A whisper of wind coiled through the car's interior, carrying something softer beneath it. Words she almost understood. She swallowed hard. She couldn't stay here. She had to get the car started. Had to get away. A thud. Clara flinched. The sound had come from the roof. A muffled, heavy thud, like something had landed there. Her fingers clenched the wheel so tight, it hurt. Another thud. Then another dot. Then another dot, like footsteps, slow, measured. Something was walking across the roof of the car. She forced herself to look up. The ceiling of the car, dented slightly with every step. The weight of it, whatever it was, wasn't human. A slow breath escaped her lips, and the instant it did, the footsteps stopped. The air tightened. A long silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then the car shifted. Not much, just an inch to the side. The weight of something pressing down on it. Clara's heartbeat slammed against her ribs. Then something moved down the windshield. Not a hand, not a face, something else. It was white, blending in almost perfectly with the snow except for its shape. Too many, pressed against the glass, sliding down, slow and deliberate, leaving streaks of frost where they touched. Clara's throat closed. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Her instincts screamed at her to stay still, because whatever it was hadn't fully seen her yet. It was searching, sliding down the glass, leaving long, spindly marks. A pause, then the fingers curled, a scraping sound slow, deliberate nails dragging against the windshield, testing it then. They tapped. Once, twice. A slow, patient knock. It knew she was there. Clara bit down on her lip so hard she tasted blood. The fingers twitched, then a sharp, jarring motion. Something slammed against the windshield so hard the glass cracked. Strangled gasp escaped her lips before she could stop it. The moment she made a sound, everything changed. The thing on the windshield snapped to attention. It had found her, and it wasn't going to wait anymore. The windshield exploded inward. A blast of frozen wind ripped through the car, carrying jagged shards of glass with it. Clara barely had time to throw up her arms. Before the air around her shifted, something crawled inside. The car lurched violently, the weight of something impossibly heavy pressing down on the hood. For the briefest second, she caught a glimpse of it. Not James, not even human. It was white, not from the snow, but from within pale, stretched skin. Too smooth, too cold, too hollow. Its head tilted unnaturally, its mouth stretching into something too wide to be a grin, its breath. If it breathed at all didn't mist in the cold air, its lips parted and inside inside. Its mouth were rows of frozen teeth. Buried in the ice between them were faces. Dozens, maybe hundreds, dot frozen, trapped in silent screams. Clara's chest seized. She knew what it was now. It had James. It had them all, and now it wanted her. The thing lunged. Clara moved. Pure instinct. She didn't think, she just threw herself to the side, yanking the car door open and tumbling into the snow. A piercing shriek filled the air, not human, not anything natural. The storm roared, blinding her. She ran, or tried to. The snow grabbed at her boots. The wind howled in her ears, but she forced her way forward. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care. She just had to get away. The whispers followed her. Clara, stay. James is waiting. The voices bled into each other, shifting, twisting, curling into something almost familiar, but not quite, not real, not human. She ran harder, and then a single sound cut through the storm. A sharp, shattering crack, not the wind, not the trees, dot ice. Splitting beneath her, she skidded to a stop, her breath tearing from her throat in ragged gasps. The ground beneath her was wrong. Not snow, not solid. Beneath the thin, frost-covered surface was water, dot black and endless, and in it something was staring back, dozens, dot hundreds, dot eyes, trapped beneath the ice, dot frozen, dot waiting. A horrific realization clawed its way into her mind. She was standing on a lake that shouldn't be here, not near the cabin, not anywhere close. It hadn't been here before, and yet she had run straight onto it. The ice groaned beneath her, and she knew if she fell in, if the ice broke, if she sank beneath that black water, she wouldn't be coming back, not ever. Something moved beneath her feet, and then the ice cracked again. The ice groaned beneath Clara's boots. A long, shuddering crack spider-webbed across the frozen surface, spreading outward in every direction. It was too late to move, too late to run. She was standing on a lake that hadn't been there before, a lake that shouldn't exist. She stared down in horror at the black water beneath the ice. It wasn't still, dot. It was moving, shifting. Something was underneath it. Not fish, not debris. Faces, dozens of them. Some familiar, some horribly, sickeningly unfamiliar. All frozen in that same expression, mouths open in silent screams. Their eyes weren't just staring up at her, they were following her, shifting, tracking her every move. Clara's breath hitched, her pulse hammering so loud it drowned out the wind. Her boots skidded slightly as she tried to shift her weight, and the ice creaked beneath her. No. The lake wasn't frozen solid. The ice was thin, and she was standing at its breaking point. She had to get off now. Slowly, so slowly, she lifted one foot, shifting her weight toward the shore. Another crack. She froze. The whispering started again. But it wasn't coming from the trees or the wind. It was coming from below. The faces in the ice, they were moving, mouths opening and closing, lips forming, words that never made a sound, but Clara heard them anyway. You're already ours. Her stomach twisted. A shadow moved beneath the ice, bigger than the faces, bigger than anything. It stretched beneath her like a massive, shifting shape, furling, pulling itself closer. And then the shadow stopped, directly beneath her feet. Clara's entire body went stiff. Something was looking up at her, something that had been waiting, something that wanted her to fall. She tried to move again, another sharp crack beneath her. The ice buckled, her pulse surged, fear tightening in her throat. She wasn't going to make it. Hand shot up through the ice. Clara screamed, fingers curled around her ankle, too strong, too cold. Not human, it pulled. She fought, kicking hard, her boot slipping on the ice as she struggled to stay. Upright. The hand tightened. Then another hand burst through the ice. Then another pale. Frozen fingers clawing their way out of the depths. Clara barely had time to react before James's face broke through the surface. Not the thing from the cabin, not the imposter, the real James. His hair was slicked back with frozen water, his lips tinged blue, his eyes wild and desperate. "Clara," he choked out, water spilling from his mouth. His grip was tighter now, frantic. "Don't let them take you." Her throat closed. He was real. This was him. Not the smiling figure she had seen in the cabin, not the thing that had stood behind her car. This was James, trapped, drowning, fighting. She lunged for him, her hands met his, her fingers locking around his wrists. The ice shattered. A gaping black hole opened beneath her, water rushing up in a violent spray. She tried to pull him up, tried to drag him out of the abyss, but something else grabbed her arms. So many arms, they surged up from the water, clawing at her, dragging her down. She screamed, her nails digging into the ice, her body yanked backward. Front of her, his mouth forming words she couldn't hear. "Let go, Clara." No. She wouldn't let go. She wouldn't leave him. She screamed his name, fighting the pull, her entire body trembling with effort. Then James's face twisted, not with pain, not with fear, with resignation, and then he let go. No, the moment. His fingers slipped from hers. His body was ripped downward, vanishing into the abyss. The arms released her all at once. She scrambled backward, gasping, her nails tearing against the frozen edge. And then silence. The water stilled. The hands were gone. James was gone, and she was alone. The ice beneath her shuddered, like a great exhale. Then slowly, the hole sealed itself. Not with more ice, not with cracks or fractures. It just closed like it had never been there at all. Like it had taken what it came for. Clara collapsed. She didn't know how long. She lay there. Her hands ached. Her body trembled. Her breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. The storm had calmed. The world was quiet again, but it wasn't the right kind of quiet. Not peaceful, not safe. It was the silence of something satisfied, something that had taken what it wanted and let her go. Clara's hands curled into fists. She sat up, her vision swimming, and turned toward the shore. She had to get out of here. She had to leave before it changed its mind. She staggered forward, half running, half stumbling. Her body screamed in protest, but she didn't stop. She ran, tearing through the snow, through the trees, through the place where the cabin should have been but wasn't anymore. She ran until she reached her car. The windshield was whole. No cracks, no handprints, no sign that anything had ever touched it. Her fingers fumbled with the door handle. She threw herself inside, jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. The headlights flicked on for a single, frozen second. She expected to see James standing there again, waiting, smiling, but there was nothing, just the trees, the wind. The snow. Clara didn't wait. She hit the gas dot, and this time the car moved. She sped down the road, heart pounding, breath ragged. The storm swallowed the cabin behind her, and whatever waited inside it. But even as she left it behind, she felt it. The cold still lingering in her bones, like it had marked her, like it was still waiting. And as she drove, she knew she hadn't escaped. Not really. Clara didn't stop driving. The snowstorm had thinned. but her hands clutched the wheel in a death grip, her knuckles white, her breath ragged. The heater was blasting, but she still felt frozen from the inside out. She kept checking the rear view. Mirror. Nothing. No sign of James. No figures standing on the side of the road. No long, pale fingers reaching from the darkness. But that didn't mean she was safe. She could still feel it. The weight of the thing she had left behind. The thing that had been waiting in the cabin. The thing that had James. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to focus on the road ahead. She just had to get back to town. Back to reality. She could pretend this had never happened. Pretend the last hour had been some kind of grief-fueled delusion. But the scratches on her hands told a different story. The bruises forming around her wrist from James's frozen grip said otherwise. Her eyes burned, but she didn't dare close them. She knew what she'd see. Not just the cabin, not just James. The thing behind him, the mouth full of frozen faces, the black ice where his heart should have been. She blinked hard. No, don't think about it. Don't look back. If she looked back, it might still be there. She drove past the old gas station, the last landmark before town. The neon sign flickered weakly, barely visible through the snowfall. A strange sense of relief washed over her. She was almost home. Another 10 minutes, and she'd be safe. And then the radio crackled. Clara jumped. She hadn't even realized the radio was on. The station had gone to static. But beneath the white noise, something shifted. A voice, soft, faint. Clara. Her stomach plummeted. She reached for the dial with numb fingers. Twisting it, the voice cut out. The car was silent again. Clara let out a shaky breath. She turned the radio off, her hands trembling. It's nothing. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. But she knew that wasn't true, because the static wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from the back seat. Her fingers clenched around the wheel. She didn't turn around. She couldn't. The static grew louder, a slow, whispering hiss, like the sound of something breathing. The air turned colder. Her breath misted in front of her. Curling in the dim glow of the dashboard, something shifted behind her. Wait, a presence, and then a voice, soft, bright. Behind her ear. You left me, Clara screamed. The car skidded, her tires hit black ice, and for one terrifying moment, she lost control, spinning sideways, the road a blur of white and shadow. She fought the wheel, her heart slamming against her ribs. The car jerked violently, nearly sliding into the ditch before she wrenched it back under control. The static was gone, the voice was gone, but the back seat was still cold. So cold, her pulse pounded in her ears. She forced herself to take deep, shuddering breaths, blinking rapidly to clear her vision. She was okay. She was alive. But when she looked up, there was someone standing in the middle of the road. A man standing perfectly still in the snow, directly. In her headlights, Clara's foot slammed. Against the brake, the car skidded to a stop. Her heart lunged into her throat. The man didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react at all. His body was stiff, his arms hanging limp at his sides, his face partially obscured by frost. Volunteers who had gone missing last year during the search. For James, they had never found his body, but now he was standing right in front of her, and his lips were moving, not speaking, whispering, but the words weren't for her. He was whispering to something behind her. Clara's body went rigid. She felt it, the weight, the cold, the thing in the back seat. She didn't turn, she didn't move. She just stared at Michael Landry, his lips still forming silent words. And then he tilted his head, just slightly, as if he were listening to something. Then his lips twitched into a smile, not his own, something else's. And then his body collapsed inward, like a marionette with its strings cut. His arms snapped backward, his legs bent wrong, his body crumpled into the snow. Clara choked back a sob. And then the weight in the back seat shifted, moving, leaning forward, close to close. Clara slammed her foot against the gas pedal. The car lurched forward. She barely managed to swerve around the crumpled body on the road. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She knew. She knew. Something was still with her, waiting, watching, and she wasn't going to make it home. Not alone. The car tore down the road, its tires skidding slightly on the icy pavement. Clara's breath came in rapid, uneven gasps, her fingers white-knuckling the wheel. Her body screamed for her to look in the rear view. Mirror Dot to see if something was still. In the back seat, if it was still with her. But she didn't dare. Don't look. She forced her gaze. To the road ahead, the storm had thickened again, the snowfall turning into a suffocating white wall. Her high beams barely cut through it, too unnatural. Like something was shifting the storm around her. Like it wasn't just weather. Anymore, something was wrong. The roads should have been familiar. She had driven this way 100 times. She should have been close to town. But the farther she drove, the more she realized she didn't recognize anything. The gas station was gone. The old roadside diner gone. The familiar signs and turns dash missing. It was just road and trees, nothing else. A suffocating wave of panic crashed through her. No, this wasn't possible. She had been driving straight. She hadn't made any wrong turns. She should be seeing houses by now. Streetlights dot. Instead, just an endless stretch of white. A road that should have led home, and yet it felt like it was leading her somewhere else. Somewhere she wasn't supposed to go. Clara swallowed, her throat dry and tight. She had to get out of this storm. She had to wake up. Her fingers flexed around the wheel. She needed a landmark, something to prove she was still on the right road. Then, up ahead a figure, standing in the snow. Stomach lurched. She slammed on the brakes. The car skidded, her tires catching against the ice. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't react at all. Clara's pulse thundered. She knew what she was about to see. Knew it deep in her chest. In the marrow of her bones, the moment her headlights hit him, she already knew. James, standing in the middle of the road, his head tilted slightly, his arms limp at his sides, his expression hollow. But there was something wrong. His face was too smooth, his features too pale, too perfect, too still, like a wax figure of him had been left out in the snow. Clara's stomach twisted, violently. This wasn't him. It was the thing wearing his face. Her fingers tightened around the wheel. She wasn't stopping, not this time. She pressed her foot down on the gas. The car lunged. Forward dot. James didn't move, didn't react, didn't even blink. Her headlights swallowed him up, and then nothing. He was gone. The road was empty. Her breath hitched. She slammed the brakes again, her pulse hammering. She hadn't hit him. There was nothing there, nothing at all. But when she looked to the side, the passenger door was open. Her stomach dropped. That door had been locked. She hadn't opened it, but now it was open, just slightly, just enough for something to get inside. Clara's fingers went numb. Her breath came fast and shallow. The storm outside roared, rattling the car, the whiteout erasing the road ahead. She reached for the door handle to slam it shut, the neigh voice, soft, close. Clara, her entire body locked up. It hadn't come from outside. It hadn't come from the storm. It had come from right next to her, from the passenger seat, the one she knew was empty. Slowly, so slowly, she turned her head and her heart stopped. James was sitting there right beside her, his face too pale, his lips too blue, his clothes still soaked with ice, and his smile that wasn't his smile. "I waited for you," Clara screamed. She wrenched the wheel too hard. The car spun out. The tires slipped on the ice. The world became a blur of white and black and panic. And then the impact, a sickening crunch of metal, a blinding flash of pain. The car slammed into something, and Clara's world snapped into darkness. Silence, stillness, then the cold, so much colder than before. Her breath curled in front of her in slow, misty plumes. Her eyes fluttered open for a long moment. All she saw was white dot snow. She was still inside the car. It had skidded off the road, nose deep in a drift, steam hissing from the crushed hood. The windshield had cracked, thin fractures spidering across the glass. Her hands trembled. Everything hurt, but she was alive. She swallowed hard, blinking against the dizziness. She had to move, had to get out. She reached for the door handle and froze, because she wasn't alone. The passenger door was still open, and James was still there, sitting beside her, watching. His mouth still curled into that too wide smile. You should have stayed. Her heart lurched, whisper beneath a whisper, like something else was speaking through him. She jerked away, her back slamming against the driver's side door, his head tilted, and then he started to move, not like a person, not like something human, like something pushing against the skin of him, like something inside him was trying to crawl its way out. Clara's entire body went rigid, and then his mouth opened, too wide, too wrong, and inside were faces, frozen, screaming, and then the cabin door slammed shut, but not the cabin, her car. She wasn't in the car anymore. She was somewhere else, somewhere cold, and James wasn't smiling anymore. He was reaching for her and whispering, "Come back with me." The storm screamed around them, and Clara finally understood. She had never been driving home. She had been driving back to where the world stood still. Back to him, and this time she wasn't going to leave. Clara couldn't move. James's frozen hand was inches from her face, his pale fingers slightly curled, as if he were waiting for her to take them. The sight of him, the real him, and yet not him at all, was so overwhelming that for a moment she couldn't think, couldn't breathe. All she could do was watch as the man she once loved, the man who had asked her to marry him on a snowy night just like this one, sat beside her, smiling that impossible, dead smile. "Come back with me," he whispered again, his voice soft but suffocating, like a weight pressing down on her chest. The words burrowed into her ears, bypassing her thoughts and going straight to her heart. Wanted to say yes? What if this was her chance to fix it? What if the things she'd seen were just illusions, tricks of grief and guilt? What if this really was James, and he had been waiting for her all along? Her lips parted, but no sound came out. The fog on the cracked windshield was thickening, the windows freezing from the inside. The air smelled of wet pine, burnt wood, and something sour, like old snow thawing over something rotting. Clara felt her fingers twitch, her body swaying toward him as if the cold itself was pulling her closer. "Come back." His voice was warm now, like how he used to whisper in her ear after they'd fall asleep on the couch. His breath should have been comforting, familiar, but instead it seared her skin like frostbite. He reached for her again, fingers brushing her wrist, and this time the cold sank in. It wasn't just on her skin, it slithered beneath it, sinking into her muscles and veins like it was replacing her blood with ice. Her breath hitched, and she saw her reflection in the cracked rearview mirror. Her lips were blue, her skin was turning pale. The cabin is pulling you back. The thought burst through the fog, clouding her mind, breaking her free for just a moment. She jerked away from his hand, slamming herself against the driver's side door so hard that her shoulder burned with pain. "No!" she gasped, her voice cracking. "You're not him. You're not James." His smile twitched, faltered. For the first time, something dark and predatory flickered behind his glassy eyes. He leaned in closer. "I am, Clara." His voice dropped to a whisper, so soft it almost felt like a secret. "I'm the only part of him you have left." Her chest heaved as panic flooded her veins. No, that wasn't true. James was gone. She saw him drown. She saw the ice close over him. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't him. It couldn't be. Her fingers scrambled for the door handle, shaking. Violently, she yanked it with all her strength, but the door wouldn't budge. It felt fused shut, the cold turning it into an immovable block of ice. No, 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 she whimpered, pulling harder. James didn't stop her. He didn't need to, because she wasn't just trapped in the car. She was trapped in his world now. And the longer she stayed, the more she felt it, the way her breath came slower, heavier, the way her heartbeat seemed to drag, as if her body was succumbing to the cold. Tears stinging her eyes, her breath coming in painful gasps. "Please," she whispered. Migo, his head tilted slightly, and for a moment she thought he might listen. His smile softened, the dead, hollow expression fading into something closer to the man she had loved, closer to James. But then his hand reached for hers again, and she felt it, the weight of the thing inside him. It wasn't just James sitting there. It was everything that had taken him. The shadow from the cabin, the cold black water beneath, the ice. It was all inside him now, waiting for her to give in. Clara's breath hitched as the air around her grew dense and suffocating. The whispering in her ears grew louder, no longer a single voice, but a chorus of them. "Stay. It's warm here. You don't have to be alone." The back of her head hit the seat, her vision blurring. She was slipping, her strength draining. She could feel it, the warmth of the car fading, as the cold closed in around her. She thought of the lake, of the way the ice had split beneath her, of the hands pulling James down. This is what it feels like to drown, she thought distantly. Not in water, but in cold, in grief. Then something brushed against her leg, her phone. It had fallen from her coat pocket and was wedged between the seat and the door. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it, the weight of the cold making every movement feel like dragging herself through wet cement. James didn't notice. His gaze was still locked on her, his dead eyes watching, waiting. The screen flickered to life beneath her thumb. The brightness was weak, barely enough to cut through the darkness surrounding her, but it was enough, just enough. She opened the contact. Her fingers hesitated. There was no one to call who would believe her, who could save her. Her throat tightened. Tears blurred her vision. Call someone, anyone. She scrolled blindly, her fingers brushing against the screen until she landed on a name. Her mom. The thought of her mother's voice, of hearing something familiar, something warm, was enough to push her forward. She hit the call button. The phone rang once, twice, then Clara. Her mother's voice was distant, crackling through the phone like it was traveling through a storm. Clara sobbed, clutching the phone to her chest. "Mom," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Mom, the call cut off." A low buzz replaced her mother's voice, not static, not interference, a whisper, the same whisper she had heard in the cabin, the same voice that had followed her. Into the car, into the storm, you can't leave him. Her body convulsed, her breath hitching as she dropped the phone. The cold inside her had spread to her chest, her lungs burning with every breath. Her vision blurred, and then something snapped. Inside her, no, she wouldn't die here. Not like this. Not with James or whatever wore his face, watching her with a final burst of strength. Clara lunged forward, her hand slamming down on the gear shift. The car jerked as she shifted into reverse, her foot slamming against the gas pedal. The tires spun, struggling for traction against the snow and ice. James's eyes widened, his body jolting slightly as the car lurched backward. The cold around her trembled as if something was fighting to hold on. "Clara," he hissed, the warmth draining from his voice. His hand shot out to grab her wrist, but this time she was faster. The tires caught. The car launched backward out of the drift. Snow sprang up in every direction. James's smile faltered. And then, just like that, he was gone. The passenger seat was empty. The cold in the car lifted, like someone had opened a door and let it all out. Clara gasped, her body sagging against the wheel as tears streamed down her face. Her breath came in sharp, shallow sobs, but she didn't stop driving. She didn't care where she was going. She just knew she had to get away from here. The car sped down the empty road, its tires slipping occasionally on patches of ice, but Clara didn't slow down. She couldn't. Her hands gripped the wheel so hard her knuckles ached, her breathing ragged as she fought to steady herself. The tears wouldn't stop. Her chest felt like it was about to explode, her heartbeat slamming against her ribs. But she kept driving. The snowstorm was thinning, the once impenetrable wall of white fading into flurries that danced gently across the windshield. The quiet should have been comforting. It wasn't, because even now she could still feel it. The cold, the faint chill pressing against her chest, lingering like a bruise beneath her skin. It wasn't as strong as before, but it was still there. She glanced at the passenger seat, half expecting to see James sitting there again, smiling that dead, hollow smile. But the seat was empty. Empty. She repeated the word in her head like a mantra, like a lifeline. "He's gone," she whispered aloud, her voice shaking. "It's over." But the words didn't feel real. Her foot pressed harder against the gas pedal. As long as she was moving, as long as she was putting distance between herself and the cabin, she could convince herself she was safe. Her phone buzzed in the passenger seat, startling her. The screen glowed faintly, cutting through the dimness of the car's interior. She hesitated before picking it up. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely swipe to unlock the screen. One missed call. Mom. Her thumb hovered over the notification, but she didn't press it. What would she even say? That she had almost died tonight. That she had seen her dead sitting beside her, trying to pull her back into a nightmare that didn't feel like it had fully ended. She couldn't explain it. Not to her mother, not to anyone. Instead, she swiped the notification away and tossed the phone onto the seat. She didn't want to hear her mother's voice. Not yet. Her mother's voice had been the only thing grounding her in that moment of panic. But now that she was out of the storm, it just reminded her of how close she had come to never hearing it again. A sob escaped her lips before she could stop it. She wiped at her face with her sleeve, trying to hold herself together. "You're okay," she whispered. "You're alive. You made it out." But did she? Her mind wouldn't stop circling back to the same terrifying thought. What if she hadn't escaped at all? The trees lining the road looked different now. Familiar. She blinked through the tears, trying to focus. Had she passed this way before? She was sure she had. There, that dead tree with the split trunk. She had driven past it earlier. On her way to the cabin, her pulse spiked. She was backtracking. Panic flooded her veins as she scanned the road ahead. Where were the gas station and the diner? She should have reached them by now. Had she made a wrong turn? Her mind raced. The storm had been so thick when she'd left the cabin. Had she accidentally turned onto the wrong road? But how could that be possible when she had been driving straight the whole time? Her fingers tightened on the wheel. Don't panic. She just had to find a sign, a marker, something to show her she wasn't trapped. Her headlights illuminated a curve in the road up ahead. She pressed her foot harder on the gas, desperate to see what lay around the bend. And then the cabin. She slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the icy pavement as the car skidded to a stop. Her chest heaved as she stared out the windshield, her breath fogging up the glass. The cabin stood there, exactly as she had left it. The porch light glowed faintly, casting a soft, golden hue across the snow. The windows were dark, but she could see the faint outline of the front door, the same door she had slammed shut. When she ran, Clara's mind fractured. This isn't real. Her breath hitched. Her heart felt like it had stopped beating altogether. It's the storm. You're imagining it. She forced herself to blink, to refocus her eyes. But the cabin didn't disappear. It waited, just like it had before. Her fingers trembled as she gripped the gear shift, putting the car into reverse. Her eyes darted to the rearview mirror, nothing but snow-covered road behind her. She pressed the gas pedal, but the tires spun uselessly. Against the ice? No, she whimpered, slamming her foot down harder. The car lurched slightly, but the wheels couldn't find traction. She was stuck. Her pulse raced as she reached for the door handle. You can't go back inside, she knew it. But every part of her body was screaming to get out of the car, to run, to find help. She couldn't just sit here, waiting for whatever was inside that cabin to come for her again. The moment she stepped outside, though, what if the snow pulled her under? Her breath came faster, shallower. The frost on the windows was creeping inward again, forming delicate, intricate patterns across the glass, like fingers tracing their way toward her. A soft knock echoed from the passenger side window. Clara jumped. She turned her head slowly, her breath hitching as she stared at the fogged-up glass. There was something pressed against it. A hand, James's hand. The fingers splayed against the frost-covered surface, leaving trails of condensation that slowly dripped downward like tears. Her vision blurred as the panic swelled in her chest. It's not him, she knew that, but her body wouldn't stop shaking, and her mind wouldn't stop telling her to open the door. The knock came again, softer this time, more insistent. Clara squeezed her eyes shut. "No," she whispered. "You're not real. You're not real." But when she opened her eyes, the hand was gone. Her gaze darted across the snow-covered landscape outside, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. The trees stood still, their branches heavy with snow. The wind had died down completely, leaving the world eerily silent. She should have felt relief, but the silence only made her feel more trapped. Slowly, she lowered her gaze to the dashboard clock. 12:13 a.m. The time felt wrong. She had been driving. For what felt like hours, she reached for her phone again, desperate to check the time, to call someone, anyone. But the screen was black dot. No power, no signal. Her breath hitched as she stared at her reflection in the cracked rearview mirror. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lips chapped and pale. She barely recognized herself. Then something moved in the reflection. Behind her, she whipped around, heart pounding, but the back seat was empty. Empty. Her breath came out in short, frantic bursts. She had to move. She had to get out of here before the cold consumed her again. Her fingers gripped the door handle. She hesitated, her mind racing with every horrible possibility. What if the moment she stepped outside, the cabin pulled her back? What if the snow dragged her under like it had James? But staying in the car wasn't an option. She knew that now. The longer she stayed here, the stronger the cold would get. It would take her, just like it had taken him. And she couldn't let that happen. With a deep breath, Clara threw open the door and stepped into the snow. The cold bit into her skin immediately, but she didn't stop. She ran away from the car, away from the cabin, and she didn't look back. Clara's boots pounded against the snow, sending up small bursts of powder with every step. The cold didn't just bite, it tore into her. Her breath came in harsh gasps, each exhale crystallizing in the air before vanishing into the darkness. The storm was fading, but that didn't matter anymore. The cold was inside her. It was in her lungs, her veins, her mind, twisting her thoughts and dragging her back to memories she didn't want to see. Memories of James. The way he smiled at her in the candlelight at the cabin that night. The ring, hidden inside the pocket of his jacket. The way he kissed her after she said yes, his lips warm and soft. The sound of his laugh as he joked about how they'd never survived the blizzard without running out of wine. And then the silence. The empty bed. The wide open cabin door. The trail of footprints that led her into the woods until they'd stopped. Until he was gone. The snow beneath her feet felt like it had swallowed him that day. And now it was trying to swallow her too. Her muscles burned, her legs threatening to give out as she kept running. She didn't know where she was going. Just away away from the car, away from the cabin, away from whatever had taken James. The trees blurred past her, their bare branches reaching overhead like twisted fingers. Shadows flickered in the corners of her vision, but she didn't dare slow down to look. The snow beneath her was growing deeper. She could feel it dragging at her boots, pulling her down, as if the ground itself wanted her to stop moving. You're running in circles. The thought hit her like a punch to the gut, but she ignored it. She couldn't afford to stop. Not yet. Not when she could still feel the weight of the cabin pressing against her, like it was watching her even now. Her foot hit a patch of ice hidden beneath the snow, and her ankle twisted. She cried out as she fell hard, her body hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Pain shot through her leg, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself onto her hands and knees. The wind had died down, but the trees around her were eerily silent. No animals, just the soft whisper of snow falling, her heart pounding so hard it hurt. She didn't want to turn around. She didn't want to see who or what was following her. But she knew. She knew it was him, James, or whatever was left of him. Her fingers dug into the snow, her mind racing. If she ran again, would she make it? Her ankle throbbed, but she could still move barely. She had to try. She pushed herself up, ignoring the pain, and stumbled forward. The footsteps behind her grew louder, faster, as if they knew she was trying to escape Clara. She almost fell again. The voice wasn't distant anymore. It was close to close. It didn't sound like a shout or a plea. It wasn't begging her to stop. It was soft, gentle, like a lover calling her name in the middle of the night, like James had used to do. Tears blurred her vision as she kept moving, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "You're not real. You're not him." The snow thickened around her, piling higher with each step. Her boots sank deeper, the cold wrapping around her calves, her knees, her thighs until she could barely move. The world narrowed. The trees blurred into dark smudges, and the only thing she could hear was the pounding of her heartbeat and the crunch of footsteps behind her. Thina, hand on her shoulder. Clara screamed, twisting away as she fell backward into the snow. Scrambled to push herself up, her hands slipping against the icy ground. When she finally looked up, he was there. James, standing over her, his pale skin glowing faintly in the dim light. His clothes were soaked, clinging to his body like he had just crawled out of the lake. His hair dripped with melting frost, the ends frozen in jagged points, but it was his eyes. That made her breath catch. They weren't black pits of nothingness like before. They were his eyes. The same soft, warm brown she had fallen in love with. The same eyes that had looked at her when he asked her to spend the rest of her life with him. Her sobs came harder, choking her as she tried to breathe. "James," she whispered. He knelt down slowly, his hands resting on either side of her. In the snow, his breath curled in the air between them, mixing with hers. "I waited," he said softly, his voice breaking. "I waited for you, Clara." She shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're not real," she whispered. "You can't be real." But even as she said it, her hand trembled as it reached toward him. She wanted to believe. "I'm here," he whispered, leaning closer. "I've always been here. It doesn't have to hurt anymore. You don't have to be alone." Her fingers brushed against his face, cold and wet, but real. He caught her hand, pressing it against his cheek. "Come with me," he said softly. His breath was warm against her skin, his eyes filled with something that looked like love. Behind that love, buried deep within those familiar eyes, something else waited. She saw it, a flicker, a shadow, a hunger. Her breath hitched, and she tried to pull her hand away, but his grip tightened. The warmth drained from his gaze, replaced by something darker. The snow beneath her shifted. It wasn't solid anymore. It was melting. The ground gave way beneath her, her body sinking into the cold, wet slush. She kicked frantically, but the more she struggled, the deeper she sank like quicksand. James's grip never wavered. His hand slid down to her wrist, pulling her toward him. "Don't fight it," he whispered, his voice gentle but firm. "Just let go." She shook her head violently, her sobs turning into screams. "No, let me go." Her free hand clawed at the snow, searching for something, anything to hold onto. Her fingers brushed against a tree root, and she latched onto it with all her strength. The snow surged around her, pulling her down to her waist. She could feel the cold water beneath it, the same black water she had seen under the ice at the lake. She wasn't running anymore. She was drowning. "Clara," James said softly. His lips brushed against her ear. "Don't you love me?" Her grip on the root tightened, her knuckles turning white. "I did," she sobbed. "I do, but you're not him." The thing wearing James's face went still. For a moment, she thought, it might let her go, then dash its face, leaving behind something cold and predatory. Its grip on her wrist tightened, the fingers digging into her skin like claws. "Don't make me do this," it said. Its voice no longer James's. The whisper beneath the whisper had taken over, its words dark and ancient. "You belong to us now," Clara screamed, pulling with everything she had. Her fingers slipped against the root, her body sinking further into the snow. She felt the cold water lapping at her thighs, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She was going to die here, just like James. Unless her mind raced, searching for something, anything that could save her. Then she remembered the phone. She reached into her coat pocket with her free hand, her fingers numb and trembling. It was still there. She gripped it tightly, lifting it above her head. "I'm not coming with you," she whispered through gritted teeth. The thing wearing James's face snarled. "You don't have a choice." Clara's thumb brushed the power button. The screen lit up, casting a soft glow across her face. For a moment, the thing hesitated. Its eyes flicked to the light, confusion flickering across its face. And then she brought the phone down hard against its head. The impact wasn't much, but it was enough to make the thing flinch. Its grip on her wrist loosened just enough for her to pull free. She scrambled backward, her hands and knees digging into the snow as she clawed her way out of the melting ground. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling violently as she crawled toward solid ground. Behind her, the thing let out a piercing scream, its voice twisting into something inhuman. Clara didn't look back. She pulled herself to her feet and ran. Her legs burned, her vision blurred. But she didn't stop. She could still hear it screaming behind her. But the farther she ran, the quieter it became until the only sound was her own ragged breathing and the crunch of snow beneath. Her boots. Clara's legs burned with every step, her muscles screaming for relief as she staggered through the endless expanse of snow. Her boots were soaked through. Her feet had gone numb long ago, but the pain in her chest was still sharp. The cold had buried itself inside her like a knife. Every breath was a struggle, each inhale stabbing her lungs with icy needles. But she didn't stop. She COULD single quotes too. Behind her, the thing that had worn James's face was still out there. The memory of its scream echoed in her head, a sound too big, too ancient to belong in this world. She didn't know if it was chasing her or if it was waiting for her to collapse, for her body to give in to the cold so it could drag her under, but she wasn't going to give it the chance, not yet. The wind howled softly through the trees, a ghostly whisper that seemed to follow her, wrapping around her like an embrace. It was faint at first, like distant murmurs just beyond her hearing, but it grew louder as she stumbled forward. Clara. The voice was soft, familiar. James's voice. Her breath hitched, and her footsteps faltered. The snow beneath her boots crunched louder than before, each step feeling heavier, as if the ground itself was trying to hold her in place. "Keep going," she whispered to herself, forcing her legs to move. "Don't listen." But the voice wouldn't stop. "Clara, please." Her eyes burned with tears. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she tried to block it out. "It's not him. It's not him. Help me, Clara." Her sobs escaped her before she could stop them, hot tears streaming down her frozen cheeks. The sound of his voice tore through her resolve, cutting deep into the part of her heart that had never let him go. What if he was still there? What if part of him was still trapped, waiting for her to save him? Her legs slowed, her knees buckling, slightly as she tried to push the thought away. No, that's what it wants you to think. But the voice was closer now, wrapped around her like a cold breeze, slipping into her ears like it belonged there. "Clara, you said you wouldn't leave me." She collapsed to her knees. The snow cushioned her fall, but the cold seeped through her clothes, numbing her skin even more. Her body trembled violently, her sobs muffled by the howling wind. "I didn't want to," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I didn't want to leave you." The truth of it hit her like a punch to the gut. She hadn't just been running from the thing wearing James's face. She had been running from her own guilt, from the part of her that still blamed herself for not finding him, for not saving him. "I waited for you," the voice whispered, so close now it felt like it was coming from inside her head. "I was cold, Clara. I was so cold. But you didn't come back for me." She clutched at her chest, gasping for air as the pain tightened like a vice around her heart. The cold was winning. Her body was giving up, her strength draining as the whispers grew louder, pulling her back toward the thing she had been trying to escape. "Come back with me," the voice said, gentle and warm. "We can be together again." Clara shook her head weakly, her fingers digging into the snow. She could barely feel them anymore. "You're not him," she sobbed. "You're not James." But the voice didn't stop. "I love you." Her body convulsed, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. She wanted to believe it. She wanted to close her eyes, let the cold take her, and wake up in a place where James was still alive, where they were still together. But deep down, she knew this wasn't love. It was something else, something that had taken James and twisted him into a puppet, wearing his voice, his smile, his memories like a mask. Clara squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the tears to stop. Don't let it win. She couldn't save James. She had tried, and she had failed. But she could still save herself. Slowly, painfully, she pushed herself to her feet. Her legs wobbled, threatening to give out beneath her, but she dug her boots into the snow and forced them to hold her weight. The voice hissed through the trees, growing louder, more insistent. The warmth was gone. The soft, pleading tone had turned sharp, angry. The thing that had been hiding behind James's face was revealing its true nature now, its voice distorting into something deeper, something ancient and filled with malice. The trees groaned. The wind picked up, swirling around her like a vortex of ice and shadow. The ground beneath her trembled, the snow shifting as if something was rising up from underneath it. Clara stumbled forward, her vision blurring as she fought to keep moving, one step, another. Each one felt like she was dragging herself through cement, but she didn't stop. She could see something ahead, a faint glow through the trees. A light dot, her heart leaped, hope surging through her veins. Maybe it was the road. Maybe someone was out there, waiting for her. She broke into a clumsy sprint, her boots slipping on the uneven ground. The whispers were still behind her, chasing her, but she didn't look back. She could feel them, though the cold tendrils of something unseen reaching for her, trying to pull her down. The light grew brighter. Her breath came in short, desperate gasps. Almost there, the ground beneath her shifted again, and she stumbled, falling hard onto her hands and knees. The cold surged up around her, biting into her skin. Like teeth. "No," she gasped, clawing at the snow as she tried to pull herself forward. The light was so close now, but it felt like she was sinking, like the earth itself was dragging her back. "Stay," the voice hissed, louder than ever. "You belong to us." Her Her fingers scraped against something hard, a patch of ice beneath. The snow, she dug her nails into it, using it as leverage to pull herself forward. Her body trembled violently, but she forced herself to crawl, inch by inch, until she was out of the sinking snow. The light grew brighter, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. Her body screamed in protest, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Finally, she broke through the tree line, the snow giving way to a small clearing. The light was blinding now, and she shielded her eyes as she stumbled toward it, and she collapsed onto her side, gasping for breath. The whispers faded, replaced by the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. For a long moment, she just lay there, staring up at the sky. The snow was still falling, but it was gentler now, the flakes drifting down like ashes. The cold was still there, but it wasn't suffocating anymore. She was alive. She had made it out, but as she lay there, her breath slowing, she couldn't shake. The feeling that the cabin hadn't let her go completely. Clara lay in the snow for what felt like an eternity. Her breath slowed, turning into small, misty clouds that drifted into the cold night air. The wind had calmed, the howling storm reduced to nothing more than a whisper that rustled gently through the trees. Snowflakes fell softly against her face, melting instantly on her skin. She should have felt relief she had survived. She had outrun the thing that had worn James's face. She had escaped the cabin, the shadows, the icy lake that had tried to drag her under. But as she lay there, staring up at the stars that peeked through gaps in the canopy above, she couldn't shake the feeling of something watching her. Her chest heaved, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. It was over, wasn't it? The cabin was behind her. The whispers had stopped. The cold had loosened its grip, leaving her body trembling but alive. Then why did she still feel like she hadn't escaped? With a grunt of effort, Clara pushed herself into a sitting position, her limbs weak and heavy. Her legs felt like lead, her fingers stiff from the cold. She looked around, taking in her surroundings. The clearing was quiet. The trees stood like sentinels around her, their branches drooping under the weight of fresh snow. Ahead of her, the faint glow of headlights illuminated a narrow dirt road, barely visible beneath the powdery white. The road. Her heart skipped a beat. She had found the road. Maybe if she followed it, she could find help, a car, a house, someone who could take her back to town. For the first time in what felt like hours, she allowed herself a sliver of hope. She pulled herself to her feet, wincing as pain shot through her ankle. It was swollen, but she could walk. Slowly, she limped toward the road, her boots crunching softly against the snow. As she reached the edge of the clearing, she paused. Something wasn't right. The shadows between them seemed to move, shifting as if something was hiding just out of sight. Her breath hitched, her pulse quickening. Don't do this to yourself. It was her mind playing tricks on her. Had to be. She had spent hours running from shadows, from things that weren't real. This was just another hallucination, a side effect of her exhaustion. She took another step forward. Crunch. She froze. The sound hadn't come from her. Slowly, she turned her head, her breath catching in her throat. The trees behind her were silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. But she swore she could hear something moving between them. Something slow, deliberate. Her eyes scanned the tree line, searching for movement, for the flicker of a shadow. But there was nothing there. Nothing she could see. It's gone, she told herself. It's over. She forced her legs to keep moving, limping down the road as fast as her aching body would allow. Her fingers were numb, her breath hitching with each step, but she didn't stop. The road stretched on, winding through the forest in a series of gentle curves. Her headlights had faded into the distance behind her, leaving only the faint moonlight to guide her. Her mind replayed the events of the night over and over again, like a broken record. James's face, the cabin, the ice cracking beneath her feet. Her sobs came softly now, barely audible over the sound of her boots crunching against the snow. She didn't know how long she had been walking, minutes, hours, it all blurred together. But then a light appeared in the distance. Her heart leaped, hope surging through her veins as she quickened her pace. A house. The glow of a porch light spilled across the snow, casting long shadows that stretched toward her like welcoming arms. She stumbled forward, tears blurring her vision as she approached the small cabin. It was old, with a sloped roof and wooden beams covered in frost. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, disappearing into the night sky. She reached the porch, her hands trembling as she gripped the wooden railing for support. She could feel the warmth radiating from inside. Whoever lived here could help her. They could call for help, take her to safety. She raised her hand to knock on the door, but something stopped her. Her breath hitched as she stared at the door's surface. It was painted red, but beneath the chipped layers of paint, she could see the faint outline of something carved into the wood. A heart. Her pulse thundered. She knew that heart. It was the same heart James had carved into the door of their cabin last year, the night he had proposed. The same uneven lines, the same smudged edges. No. Her hand dropped to her side, her legs trembling. As she stumbled backward off the porch, her gaze darted around the clearing, her mind racing. It can't be she had left the cabin behind. She had run, but now, as she stared at the familiar door, the truth sank in like a stone dropping into icy water. She hadn't escaped. The cabin had followed. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she turned and sprinted toward the road, her boots slipping on the ice. The snow blurred around her, the trees twisting into dark shapes that loomed overhead. The wind picked up again, howling like a distant scream. And then she heard footsteps behind her, heavy, deliberate footsteps, crunching through the snow, matching her pace. Her sobs turned into panicked gasps as she ran faster, her ankles screaming in pain. She didn't dare look back. She knew what she would see. James, or what was left of him. The footsteps grew louder, closing the distance between them. The cold pressed against her back, sliding down her spine like icy fingers. No, she choked out, tears streaming down her face. Please, no. The road ahead stretched endlessly into the darkness. No lights, no houses, just more trees. Her legs buckled, and she fell hard into the snow. Pain shot through her body, but she didn't stop. She crawled forward, her fingers clawing at the ground. She couldn't let it take her. But the footsteps stopped, and then a shadow fell over her. She froze, her breath coming in shallow, frantic gasps. Slowly, she lifted her head, tears blurring her vision as she turned to look behind her. James stood there, his body bathed in moonlight. His face was pale, his eyes dark, but his expression was soft, the same way he used to look at her before bed when he whispered that he loved her. But this wasn't love. This was something else. Come home, Clara, he whispered. His voice was warm, inviting, but she could hear the undercurrent of something darker beneath it. The same whisper she had heard beneath the ice. Her fingers dug into the snow, her body trembling violently. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream, but her body refused to obey. James knelt beside her, his fingers brushing gently against her cheek. His touch was cold, but it no longer shocked her. It seeped into her skin like a poison, spreading through her veins. I waited for you, he whispered, his lips curling into a soft smile. Don't leave me again. Her vision blurred, the world spinning as the cold tightened its grip on her. Somewhere, in the distance, she thought she heard the faint sound of a car engine, but it was too far away, too late. Around her, pulling her against his chest, the warmth she had fought for was gone. The last thing Clara saw was his face smiling soft and empty, just like the night he had proposed, and then everything went dark. You're listening this because you like our story. Please like or subscribe this video to support us so we can continue to create more such videos for you. Story 2. The story opens on Valentine's night with a brutal snowstorm raging outside Daniel's remote cabin. The wind howls like a living thing, shaking the window panes and piling snow against the walls. The sound of ice tapping against the glass creates a rhythmic, ominous background that sets the tone for the rest of the story. The air feels thick, like the kind of storm that doesn't just trap you physically, but also weighs on your mind, making the world outside seem distant and unreachable. Daniel is a man in his early 30s, alone on a night meant for couples. The breakup with his longtime girlfriend, Emily, is still fresh in his mind, making him especially bitter toward Valentine's Day. Instead of celebrating or mourning like most people might, Daniel has isolated himself in the cabin to get away from everything his past, his feelings, and the people who keep checking in on him. The cabin is situated deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town. It's the kind of place that feels safe during summer vacations, but oppressive and suffocating during a blizzard. The snowstorm has been building for hours, and the roads are impassable. The nearest neighbors are far enough away that shouting for help would be useless. Daniel initially thinks he's fine being snowed in. He has supplies and firewood to last him through the night, but his car is completely buried under snow, and the storm shows no signs of stopping. He brushes this off, assuming that if he digs the car out tonight, he'll have an easier time leaving in the morning when the snowplows clear the roads. The radio crackles faintly in the background, announcing warnings about the storm and advising people to stay indoors. Daniel turns it off, feeling annoyed. There's a subtle emphasis on Daniel's emotional state. He's not panicked, but there's a tension in the way he moves around the cabin, a sense that he's running from something internal. His thoughts keep drifting back to Emily, the last Valentine's Day they spent together, the fight that ended it all. The isolation isn't just physically, it's emotional. When he grabs his coat and shovel, preparing to head outside, the narration lingers on the storm for a moment too long. The sound of the wind seems almost alive, like it's whispering secrets only he can hear. The first hint of supernatural unease seeps in as Daniel steps out into the cold. He doesn't notice it yet. But the storm isn't just a storm. It's part of something bigger, something that's been waiting for him to step outside as Daniel starts digging, his breath fogging in front of him. He's too focused on his task to notice the subtle changes around him. But the snow seems heavier in certain places. His shovel hits something hard, buried beneath the layers of frost and ice. He thinks it's a rock until he clears away more snow and sees something red beneath the surface. The wind howled through the dense woods surrounding the cabin, shaking the bare trees as if they were struggling to stay rooted in the frozen ground. The snow fell in relentless waves, piling higher by the minute, burying everything beneath its suffocating weight. Daniel's breath puffed out in short bursts as he jammed his shovel into the thick blanket of white. His fingers ached despite the insulated gloves, and the cold gnawed at his face, biting into the exposed skin beneath his scarf. "Just keep going," he muttered to himself, the sound of his voice muffled by the storm. "The sooner you finish this, the sooner you can go back inside." The beam of his flashlight cut through the swirling snow, casting long shadows that danced across the driveway. The car was almost entirely buried, the roof barely visible under the thick mound of snow. He knew it would take him at least an hour to dig it out, and the thought made him clench his teeth in frustration. He tried to ignore the weight pressing down on him, the storm, the isolation, the lingering bitterness from the breakup. It was just a storm. That's what he kept telling himself. Nothing strange about it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this night was off. The snow seemed heavier than it should be, denser, as if it were packed down from beneath instead of falling naturally from above.
The
Wind had a strange rhythm, too sometimes soft, like distant whispers, and other times violent, like it was trying to push him back inside. His shovel hit something solid. Daniel froze, blinking against the flakes that clung to his eyelashes. A rock, a chunk of ice. He hadn't been digging deep enough to reach the ground yet, so whatever it was, it shouldn't be there. He jammed the shovel into the snow again, hitting the solid object with a dull thud. It wasn't the sharp metallic clang of hitting a rock, or the brittle sound of cracking ice. It was ... different. Softer, but dense. Frowning, he set the shovel aside and crouched down, brushing away the snow with his gloved hands. His fingers trembled not from the cold, but from a growing sense of unease. Something red glimmered beneath the surface. At first, he thought it was a piece of trash, maybe a lost mitten or a discarded cloth forgotten beneath the snowfall. But as he cleared more of the snow, the object revealed itself inch by inch, and Daniel's breath hitched in his throat. It was a heart, a human heart. He stumbled backward, falling into the snow as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. His flashlight beam wavered, casting shadows that made the heart seem like it was pulsing in the dark. He blinked rapidly, convinced he was imagining it, that it couldn't be real. But it was. The heart was the size of a clenched fist, partially frozen and encased in a thin layer of frost. Veins and arteries dangled from its base like frayed wires, stiff and brittle from the cold. The red muscle had a bluish tint, as if it had been exposed to the elements for too long, and then it moved. Daniel's breath hitched as he watched the heart pulse. It wasn't fast, just a faint, slow beat, like something struggling to stay alive. The frost crackled and shifted as the heart contracted, sending a faint ripple across its surface. He scrambled to his feet, his pulse racing. This can't be happening. This isn't possible. His first instinct was to run inside and lock the door, to leave the heart buried in the snow where it belonged. But he couldn't take his eyes off it. The rhythmic pulsing seemed to draw him in, hypnotizing him. Thump. The sound was faint, barely audible over the wind, but he swore he could hear it. Thump, thump. He crouched down again, his breath fogging in front of him as he leaned closer. The snow around the heart had melted slightly, forming a small puddle. Of slush, Daniel hesitated, his gloved hand hovering over the heart, as if touching it would break some invisible barrier. Between logic and madness, don't touch it. Just leave it. But his fingers ignored him, brushing against the icy surface. The heart was cold, but not as frozen as he expected. The outer layer of frost flaked away beneath his touch, revealing the glistening red muscle beneath. A wave of nausea rolled through him, but he couldn't stop staring. Why was it beating? How was it beating? There was no body, no warmth, nothing to explain how it was still alive, or if it could even be called alive. He jerked his hand back, stumbling to his feet once more. His breath came in rapid gasps, his mind spinning. What the hell am I supposed to do? Call the police, call an ambulance. He didn't even have a signal out here. His phone was useless during storms this severe. The wind howled louder, as if mocking him. The storm seemed to close in around him, suffocating him in its freezing grip. He glanced around nervously, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing. Just the endless expanse of snow and trees, stretching into darkness. The heart pulsed again, the beat growing stronger. Daniel backed away slowly, his boots crunching against the packed snow. His gaze darted between the heart and the cabin, torn between leaving it where it was and taking it inside to figure out what to do. The rational part of his mind told him to bury it again, to pretend he hadn't seen it. But something deeper, something primal and curious refused to let him leave it behind. His breath shook as he made his decision. If he left it out here, it could attract animals or worse. Someone might find it and think he was involved. He couldn't risk that. Swallowing hard, He pulled off his glove and carefully picked up the heart. It felt heavier than it should have, its icy surface pressing against his bare skin. His stomach turned as he carried it back toward the cabin, each step feeling heavier, as if the storm itself was trying to hold him back. The wind roared in his ears, and for a brief moment, he thought he heard a whisper beneath it, a woman's voice. But when he turned around, the woods were empty. He stepped inside the cabin, closing the door behind him with a shaky breath. The warmth of the fireplace hit him instantly, but it did little to thaw the chill that had burrowed into his chest. He placed the heart on the kitchen counter, watching it pulse against the cold tile. His fingers trembled as he backed away, his eyes never leaving the impossible sight before him. The storm outside raged on, the wind battering the windows like a living thing. Daniel knew one thing for certain: this night was far from over. Daniel stared at the heart resting on the kitchen counter, its faint pulse almost hypnotic in the dim light of the cabin. The room was quiet, except for the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth and the distant roar of the storm outside. But even with the wind battering the windows, he swore he could hear the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the heart echoing through the cabin. He took a step back, wiping his hands on his jeans as if he could scrub away the icy residue from carrying the heart inside. But the cold wasn't just on his skin, it had sunk deeper, wrapping around his bones like a layer of frost. His mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. Maybe it wasn't a real heart. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate prank, a prop made to look lifelike. But no matter how much he tried to convince himself, he couldn't shake the memory of how the heart had felt in his hands. The weight, the texture, the faint warmth beneath the icy surface. It was real, but how could it be beating? He paced back and forth across the kitchen, running his fingers through his hair. "Think, Daniel," he muttered under his breath. "There has to be a logical explanation for this." He grabbed his phone from the counter and unlocked it, only to see the dreaded no-signal icon glowing in the corner of the screen. He tried refreshing it, walking to the nearest window and holding the phone up in the air like it would magically catch a signal, but nothing changed. The storm had cut him off completely. "Damn it," he whispered, tossing the phone onto the table. His gaze flicked back to the heart. It hadn't stopped beating. If anything, the rhythm was stronger now, as if being inside the warmth of the cabin had revived it. He leaned against the kitchen counter, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Should he try to freeze it again? Maybe if he put it in the freezer or buried it in the snow outside, it would stop. But what if it didn't? What if the heart refused to die, no matter what he did? The thought made his stomach churn. He couldn't shake the feeling that bringing the heart inside had been a mistake. But what was he supposed to do now? Just sit here and watch it beat like a ticking time bomb. The room felt colder than it had a few minutes ago, despite the fire crackling in the hearth. Or was it just in his head? He couldn't tell anymore. His thoughts felt foggy, clouded by a mixture of fear and confusion. What if it's connected? To someone, the thought hit him like a jolt of electricity. He had heard stories, urban legends, really about phantom limbs and organs, still connected to their original owners. What if someone was out there right now, lying in the snow, their chest torn open, waiting for their heart to be returned? A wave of nausea rolled through him. He bent over the sink, gripping the edge of the counter as he tried to steady his breathing. The thought was ridiculous, wasn't it? It couldn't be real. None of this should be real. He splashed cold water on his face, the shock helping to clear his mind. When he looked up, his reflection stared back at him from the kitchen window. His face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot, and for a brief second, he barely recognized himself. A faint knock echoed through the cabin. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the room. The knock came again, soft and rhythmic, as if someone or something was gently tapping against the front door. Knock, knock, knock. He crept toward the door, every muscle in his body tense. The floorboards creaked under his weight, the sound unnervingly loud in the otherwise silent cabin. His hand trembled as he reached for the doorknob. He hesitated. His instinct screamed at him to stay away, to lock the door, board up the windows, and pretend he hadn't heard anything. But curiosity, or maybe something deeper, drove him forward. He turned the knob and cracked the door open, peering out into the blinding whiteness of the storm. The cold wind slammed against his face, making his eyes water, but he didn't see anyone, just the swirling snow and the faint outline of trees swaying in the distance. His voice was hoarse, barely audible over the wind. "Is anyone out there?" No response. He shut the door quickly, bolting the lock and pressing his back against it. His heart pounded in his chest, the sound nearly drowning out the persistent thumping of the heart on the counter. He had definitely heard something. He wasn't imagining it. The knock hadn't come from the front door. It had come from somewhere else. His gaze darted toward the window, and his stomach dropped. There were footprints in the snow. They led from the tree line to the front porch, but there were no tracks leading away. Whoever or whatever had been there was either still outside or had disappeared without a trace. He stumbled backward, knocking over a chair as he tried to put distance between himself and the door. His breathing was rapid now, his vision swimming. "This can't be happening," he whispered, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter for support. He looked back at the heart, which now pulsed faster, its rhythm matching the frantic beating of his own heart. It knew. Somehow it knew exactly what was happening to him. The lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The fire in the hearth crackled violently before settling into a dim, smoldering glow. The temperature in the room dropped another degree, and Daniel swore he could see his breath curling in front of him. The knock came again. This time it was louder, more insistent. He spun around, searching for the source of the noise. His eyes landed on the kitchen window, and his blood turned to ice. A handprint was pressed against the glass, its outline fogged and smeared, as if someone had dragged their fingers down the surface. The handprint was small and delicate, like a woman's. Daniel staggered backward, knocking into the counter. His elbow hit the edge of the sink, and pain shot through his arm, but he barely registered it. His mind was racing too fast, caught between disbelief and terror. The wind outside howled louder, rattling the windows and shaking the walls. The knock came again, this time from the back door. He pressed his hands to his ears, trying to block out the sound, but it echoed inside his skull, relentless and unforgiving. He couldn't take it anymore. With a shaky breath, he grabbed the heart from the counter and held it in his trembling hands. Its pulse was stronger now, thumping against his palms like a living thing trying to escape. "Why won't you stop?" he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "Why won't you leave me alone?" But the heart didn't answer. It just kept beating, faster and faster, as if it were mocking him. And deep down, Daniel knew this was only the beginning. The heart pulsed in Daniel's hands, its steady rhythm like a second heartbeat pounding against his palms. Thump, thump, the sound echoed inside him, rattling his ribs and sending tremors down his spine. He placed the heart back on the counter, stumbling away from it as if it had burned him. His breath came fast and shallow, clouding the air in front of him. He pressed his back against the kitchen wall, his body trembling, and closed his eyes, hoping that if he couldn't see the heart, it would stop affecting him. But it was too late for that. Even with his eyes closed, he could still hear it beating, not just in the room, inside him, as if the heart had synchronized itself with his own, blurring the line between what was real and what was imagined. Knock, knock, knock. The sound jolted him upright. It wasn't coming from the front door anymore. The knocks seemed to be traveling around the cabin, moving from window to window like something was circling him. He pressed his hands to his ears, but the noise burrowed into his skull, impossible to block out. The storm outside howled louder, making the wooden walls of the cabin creak and groan. Or was it something else making them groan? He staggered toward the window, the kitchen, dimly lit by the flickering fire in the hearth. His reflection in the glass looked gaunt and pale, his bloodshot eyes wide with fear. He barely recognized himself. It had only been a few hours, but he already felt like he was unraveling as he peered through the frost-covered window. He saw nothing but the swirling snow, shifting and blowing in chaotic spirals across the ground. The trees swayed violently, their bare branches scratching against each other like skeletal fingers. The storm was getting worse. He could barely see past the tree line, and then he saw her dot at first. She was just a dark shape moving between the trees, her silhouette barely visible through the swirling snow. Daniel blinked rapidly, wiping at the fogged glass to get a better view. The figure stepped closer, her movements slow and deliberate, like she was gliding across the snow rather than walking. A woman. Her red coat was the only splash of color against the endless white, the fabric billowing in the wind like a flame. Her hair, dark and wild, whipped around her face as she moved closer to the cabin. He couldn't see her features clearly, but there was something familiar about the way she walked, the way she held herself. Do I know her? The thought sent a jolt of panic through him, but it was followed by a strange, uncomfortable warmth of flicker of recognition. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass, squinting into the storm. Who was she? Why did she seem so familiar? The woman stopped near the edge of the tree line, her body partially obscured by the falling snow. For a moment she stood perfectly still, her face turned toward the cabin, as if she could see him watching her through the window. Daniel's breath hitched. Move. Do something. Call out to her. But his body wouldn't cooperate. He was frozen, in place, trapped between fear and something he couldn't name, something that felt like longing. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. No. His voice cracked as he slammed his palm against the window. The glass rattled, and for a moment the sound of his own desperation snapped him out of his trance. He spun around, grabbing his coat and flashlight from the back of a chair.
You didn't
Think. He couldn't think. All he knew was that he couldn't let her leave. The storm hit him like a wall of ice as soon as he opened the door. The wind howled in his ears, and the snow lashed at his face, stinging his skin like tiny needles. He stumbled forward, shielding his eyes with one hand as he followed the faint trail of footprints leading away from the cabin. The footprints were fresh, barely starting to fill with snow, but they seemed to twist and turn in ways that didn't make sense. It was like she had walked in circles before heading into the woods. Daniel's heart pounded as he followed the trail, his boots sinking into the snow with each step. His breath fogged the air in front of him, and the cold gnawed at his exposed skin, but he barely noticed. All he could think about was the woman in the red coat. The trail led him deeper into the woods, the trees pressing in around him like silent watchers. The wind howled through the branches, creating eerie whistles and groans that sounded almost like voices. Daniel's flashlight flickered as he waved it back and forth, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. Hello, his voice was barely audible over the wind. Is someone out there? The only response was the sound of the snow crunching beneath his boots. Then, somewhere up ahead, he saw a flicker of movement. The woman's red coat appeared between the trees, just for a second before disappearing again. His pulse surged, and he broke into a clumsy run, ignoring the burning in his legs. Wait, he called out, his voice cracking with desperation. Please, wait. He reached the spot where he had seen her, but there was nothing there, just more snow, more trees, and the relentless wind. The footprints stopped abruptly, vanishing as if she had been lifted off the ground. Daniel spun in a circle, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The light from his flashlight flickered again, casting erratic shadows across the snow. The wind shifted, and for a brief moment he thought he heard a woman's laughter, soft and distant, carried on the breeze. His throat tightened. The sound was familiar. It wasn't just any laugh. It was her laugh, the woman from the visions, the woman from the fragments of memories he couldn't quite place. How was this possible? He didn't know Heard, did he? His thoughts spiraled as he tried to piece together the fragments of memory, the way she had smiled at him, her hand brushing against his as they stood in the snow, the warmth of her breath against his cheek, the sound of her voice whispering his name. But he couldn't remember her name. He couldn't remember where they had met, or why her presence felt like a missing piece of himself suddenly being forced back into place. Daniel dropped to his knees, the snow soaking through his jeans as he gasped for air. Was he losing his mind? Had the cold finally gotten to him? The laughter faded, replaced by the distant sound of the heart beating. He pressed his hands to his ears, shaking his head violently. "No, no, no," he whispered, his voice breaking. "You're not real. You can't be real." But deep down he knew that wasn't true. Something had followed him into the storm. The wind shifted again, and when he looked up, he saw the cabin. In the distance, its faint glow barely visible through the snow. He forced himself to his feet, stumbling toward the light like a drowning man reaching for the surface. The whispers followed him all the way back. Daniel stumbled through the front door, slamming it shut behind him with a shaky breath. Snow clung to his boots and jeans, already melting into icy puddles on the hardwood floor. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the lock, twisting the deadbolt, until it clicked into place. He didn't feel any safer. The wind outside continued to howl, rattling the windows and shaking the wooden frame of the cabin. The storm had followed him back, its icy fingers pressing against the glass, as if trying to claw their way inside. Daniel leaned against the door, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His heart was racing, but the sound of it was drowned out by another heartbeat, one that wasn't his. Its rhythm steady but unnervingly strong, as if it had gained strength from being inside the warm cabin. It wasn't just a faint pulse anymore. It was alive, vibrant, and it didn't seem to care that it shouldn't be. He peeled off his soaked coat and tossed it onto a chair, wiping his damp hands on his jeans as he cautiously approached the counter. The heart pulsed beneath the dim glow of the overhead light, casting faint shadows across the tiled surface. The veins that dangled from its base twitched slightly with each contraction, like the heart was trying to anchor itself to something or someone. Daniel's stomach turned. He had never been squeamish before. Blood didn't bother him, and he wasn't the type to faint at the sight of something gruesome. But there was something profoundly wrong about this heart. It wasn't just a biological organ, it felt like it had purpose, intent. He grabbed the sink faucet and turned on the cold water, letting it run for a few seconds before splashing his face. The icy shock helped clear some of the fog from his mind, but it didn't stop the heart from beating in the background, like a ticking clock counting down to something he didn't want to face. What am I supposed to do with this thing? His thoughts spiraled as he leaned over the sink, gripping the edge of the counter so tightly his knuckles turned white. He couldn't leave the heart outside. It would only attract animals or freeze solid, and neither option felt right. He couldn't bury it, couldn't burn it, and he sure as hell couldn't keep staring at it all night. Thought the wind outside screamed, and for a moment he thought he heard something else beneath the sound. A whisper, faint and fleeting, like the voice of the woman in the red coat calling his name from somewhere deep in the storm. "Get out of my head," he muttered, slamming his fist against the countertop. His pulse pounded in his ears, but he couldn't tell if it was his own heartbeat or the heart on the counter syncing with him again. He needed to do something, anything. Sitting here, waiting for the situation to resolve itself, wasn't an option. The heart wasn't going to stop beating on its own. If anything, it seemed to be growing stronger, as if feeding off the energy of the cabin and the storm outside. With shaking hands, he grabbed a large metal mixing bowl from one of the kitchen cabinets and set it on the counter next to the heart. The sight of the heart made him nauseous, but he forced himself to stare at it, to study it like a problem that needed solving. Why was it still beating? Was it connected to someone outside, maybe the woman he had seen in the woods? Was she dying somewhere, waiting for him to do something? The thought made him sick, but it also lit a spark of urgency in his chest. What if he could save her? Daniel grabbed the heart, the icy surface cold against his fingertips, and dropped it into the metal bowl. It landed with a soft, wet thump, but the rhythmic pulsing didn't stop. He turned on the cold water and aimed the faucet over the heart, letting the freezing stream cascade over it. For a moment, nothing happened. The heart pulsed steadily beneath the water, seemingly unaffected by the sudden drop in temperature. Daniel bit his lip, leaning closer as he watched the water flow over the veins and arteries. "Come on," he whispered. "Freeze. Stop. Do something." The heart kept beating. Thump, thump. The veins twitched again, as if the heart were reacting to him. He jerked back, nearly knocking over the bowl in the process. His breathing was ragged, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. This wasn't normal. No amount of logic could explain this. The sound of the wind shifted, and he glanced toward the window, half expecting to see the woman in the red coat standing there, watching him. But the glass was fogged over, obscuring whatever lay beyond it. He grabbed his phone from the table and checked it again, still no signal. The screen flickered slightly, casting a faint glow over the room before dimming again. He tossed the phone onto the counter, frustrated and terrified. His gaze drifted back to the heart, which was now beating faster, as if it could sense his frustration. Thump, 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 dash thump. It was no longer a steady rhythm. The pulse was erratic, like a drum line speeding up before the final note. Daniel's own heartbeat seemed to match its pace, his chest rising and falling in time with the frantic pulsing dot. Is it controlling me, or am I controlling it? The thought made him dizzy. He staggered back from the counter, clutching his chest, as he tried to break free from the invisible connection, but the more he tried to distance himself, the stronger the pull became. "You're not real," he whispered, tears stinging his eyes. "You can't be real." The heart pulsed violently, splashing water over the edge of the bowl. Daniel gasped, backing into the table as he watched the veins convulse and twitch. The air in the cabin felt heavier, like the weight of the storm had seeped inside and wrapped around him. Then suddenly the heart stopped. The pulsing ceased, and the veins fell limp against the surface of the bowl. The only sound in the room was Daniel's ragged breathing and the distant crackle of the fire. For a moment, he dared to hope that it was over, that the heart had finally given up, and whatever nightmare he had stumbled into was finished. But then the lights flickered once, twice, and then the room was plunged into darkness. The fire dimmed to a faint glow, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Daniel's breath hitched as he stumbled toward the kitchen drawer, pulling it open and fumbling for a flashlight. His fingers closed around the cold metal, and he clicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the dark. He turned toward the counter, but the heart was gone. The bowl was empty, water dripping from its edges and pooling onto the floor. Daniel's pulse skyrocketed. His flashlight darted across the room, scanning the countertops, the floor, the sink anywhere the heart could have fallen. But it wasn't there. The sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere behind him, soft, barely audible, but unmistakable. Daniel turned slowly, the beam of his flashlight trembling in his hand. His breath came in short, panicked gasps as he scanned the room. The shadows seemed to move with him, shifting in the corners of the cabin like they were alive. Then, from the darkness, a faint heartbeat returned. It wasn't coming from the counter. It was coming from the walls. The heartbeat pulsed faintly, like a distant drum hidden inside the walls. Thump, Thump, thump. Daniel stood frozen in the middle of the kitchen, the beam of his flashlight trembling as it flicked from one corner of the room to the next. His breath fogged in the cold air, curling in front of his face like ghostly tendril. It was impossible. The heart had been right there, right on the counter. He had seen it, touched it, felt its pulse against his hands. But now it was gone, and the sound of its beating had moved, spreading through the walls like a living thing crawling through the cabin's veins. Thump, thump. The sound was faint, but it wasn't random. It had a pattern, deliberate and measured, like it was leading him somewhere. The flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced across the walls. Every creak of the floorboards beneath him felt like a warning. He turned in a slow circle, his eyes darting from the windows to the door, expecting the woman in the red coat to be standing there, waiting for him. But the cabin was empty. For now a shiver crawled down his spine as he lowered the flashlight and backed into the living room. The fire's dying embers casting an orange glow across the room. The shadows seemed longer now, stretching toward him. Like reaching arms, the heartbeat followed him, shifting from the walls to the floor. It was everywhere. He pressed his hands against his ears, but the sound burrowed into his skull like it was coming from inside him. He couldn't block it out. His gaze landed on the framed photos that lined the mantel above the fireplace. Most of them were of him and his family Christmas gatherings, fishing trips, birthdays. But as he scanned them, a strange sense of unease gripped his chest. One of the photos didn't belong. He stepped closer, squinting in the dim light. The photo showed him standing outside the cabin, the snow falling gently around him. He was smiling. His arm was draped around a woman in a red coat, her head resting on his shoulder, as if they had shared 1,000 quiet moments like this. Daniel's breath hitched. It was the woman from the woods. She looked happy, her smile wide and genuine, but something about the photo felt wrong. He didn't remember taking it. He didn't remember ever meeting her. And yet, the way she leaned into him, the familiarity in her body language, made it seem like they had been together for years. He pulled the photo off the mantel, his fingers trembling as he turned it over. Scribbled on the back in black ink were the words, "Valentine's Day 2020, together forever." The air rushed out of his lungs. 2020, that was last year. But he had spent Valentine's Day alone, drowning himself in whiskey after his breakup with Emily. There had been no woman in a red coat, no snowfall this peaceful. This memory wasn't real. It couldn't be. But the more he stared at the photo, the more his mind betrayed him. He could almost hear her laugh, soft and musical, as they built a snowman outside the cabin. He could feel the warmth of her hand in his, their fingers interlocked as they sat by the fire. He could taste the wine they had shared, the faint sweetness lingering on his tongue. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the couch, clutching the photo against his chest. These memories weren't his. They couldn't be. And yet, they felt more vivid than anything else he had experienced in the past year. The walls creaked, and the heartbeat thumped louder. The cabin seemed to be closing in on him, suffocating. Him under the weight of memories he didn't own. Who is she? The question circled through his mind like a predator, tearing at his sanity. The woman wasn't just a hallucination. She wasn't a figment of his imagination. She was real, or at least she had been. He shot to his feet, the photo slipping from his fingers and landing on the floor. His mind raced as he pieced together the fragments of the night. The heart in the snow, the woman in the woods, the strange familiarity of her face. It was all connected. The heart wasn't just beating randomly. It was leading him somewhere. It was connected to her. The cabin groaned again, and the lights flickered violently before plunging the room into darkness. Daniel cursed under his breath, frantically waving the flashlight around as he stumbled toward the kitchen. He needed to do something to figure out what was happening before the memories swallowed him whole. His boots slipped on the wet floor, and he nearly fell face first into the counter. He caught himself at the last second, his hands slapping against the cold surface. The flashlight clattered to the floor, spinning in a lazy circle as its beam flickered across the room. The heartbeat pounded louder. It was right beneath him now. He crouched down, pressing his ear to the floor. The wood was cold against his skin, but he barely noticed. The sound was clearer here. He could feel it vibrating through the floorboards, shaking his bones. Without thinking, he grabbed the edge of the rug and yanked it back, revealing the old wooden planks beneath. His fingers worked frantically, prying at the edges of the loose boards until they creaked and gave way. The air beneath the floor was colder, stagnant, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. He shone the flashlight into the dark crawl space, his breath fogging the beam of light. For a moment, all he saw was dirt and cobwebs. But then the light landed on something that made his heart stop. A box dot. It was small and wooden, its edges worn and splintered with age. He reached down, his fingers trembling as he dragged it out. From the crawl space, the heartbeat thumped faster, as if the heart knew he was close to uncovering its secret. Daniel sat back on his heels, staring at the box. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his fingers hovered over the latch. Every instinct told him not to open it, but he couldn't stop himself. He had to know. With a shaky breath, he flipped the latch and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among yellowed scraps of paper and faded photographs, was a single, blood-stained envelope. His name was written on the front in elegant cursive, the ink smudged as if someone had traced their fingers over it 1,000 times. He hesitated, his fingers hovering over the envelope. The heartbeat was deafening now, pounding in his ears like a war drum. He could barely hear his own thoughts over the sound of it. The handwriting matched the outside of the envelope, precise but shaky in places, as if written by someone who had been crying. "My dearest Daniel," the letter began. "I know you don't remember me, but you will." Daniel's vision blurred as he read the rest of the letter, the words unraveling the fragile barrier between memory and reality. She had been here before. They had been in love. They had shared the cabin, the winters, the late nights by the fire. But something had gone horribly wrong. And now the heart wasn't just beating, it was calling her back. Daniel clutched the letter in his trembling hands, his eyes darting over the handwritten lines again and again. His vision blurred, but the words remained burned into his mind. "I know you don't remember me, but you will." The ink was smeared, in places as though tears had fallen across the page. The longer he stared at it, the more disoriented he felt, like the cabin itself was shifting around him, warping his sense of time and space. He blinked rapidly, struggling to steady his breath. But the letter was a key unlocking something inside him. Memories flickered like broken film, the smell of her perfume lingering in the cabin, her laughter echoing through the woods as they built a snowman together, the warmth of her hand in his, her voice whispering his name in the quiet hours of the night. But the memories didn't feel whole. They were fragmented, like torn pages from a book. He remembered her touch, her warmth, but not her face. No matter how hard he tried, her face remained a blur. How could that be possible? He dropped the letter onto the floor, his breath coming. In short, panicked bursts, his fingers dug into his scalp, his mind racing. Was the letter real? Were the memories real? Or was the cabin twisting his thoughts, making him believe things that had never happened? The heartbeat thumped louder, pounding. Through the floorboards beneath him, he could feel it vibrating up through his legs, into his chest, syncing with his own pulse. It was like the heart was trying to claim him. Suddenly, the wind outside howled like a wounded animal, slamming against the cabin with enough force to rattle the windows. The fire in the hearth flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along, the walls like dark tendrils reaching for him. Then, from somewhere beyond the cabin vent, his blood turned to ice. The glass was frosted over, but he could see the faint glow of the snowstorm outside. His breath hitched. He He crept closer, wiping at the fogged glass with the sleeve of his shirt. At first, there was nothing, just the swirling snow and the skeletal silhouettes of the trees swaying in the wind. But then, through the haze of white, he saw her, the woman. In the red coat, she was standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, her figure partially obscured by the falling snow. Her coat billowed around her like a scarlet flame, and her hair whipped wildly in the wind. She was facing the cabin, her head tilted slightly, as though she were listening to something only she could hear. How did she get so close without him? Hearing her footsteps, Daniel's fingers trembled as he pressed them against the glass, his breath fogging the window again. He blinked rapidly, convinced that if he looked away for even a second, she would disappear like before. But this time, she didn't. She stood perfectly still, her gaze locked on the cabin. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" The wind howled louder, drowning out his voice. The cabin groaned, the wooden beams creaking as if the entire structure were shifting beneath the weight of the storm. Daniel backed away from the window, his heart hammering in his chest. He needed to get out of here now. But as he turned toward the door, something stopped him in his tracks. Footsteps, not outside. Inside they were faint, but unmistakable. The soft creak of the floorboards, as if someone were walking slowly through. The cabin, coming closer. Daniel spun around, the beam of his flashlight darting across the room. The shadows flickered and shifted, but nothing moved. The cabin was empty, or at least it looked that way. The footsteps stopped for a moment. The only sound was the wind and the faint crackle of the dying fire. But then, knock, knock. The sound came from the front door, soft and rhythmic, like a polite visitor waiting to be let inside. Daniel's breath hitched, louder this time. He raised the flashlight with shaking hands, aiming it at the door. His pulse thundered in his ears, and he felt the cold sweat trickling down his back. "Don't open it. Don't even think about it." But the knock was relentless. "Daniel," the woman's voice called softly from the other side. It was her. Her voice was exactly how he remembered it, or at least how his fragmented memories told him it should sound: warm, familiar, full of longing. He took a step toward the door, his fingers twitching at his sides. The rational part of his brain screamed at him to stay where he was, to bolt the door and hide in the farthest corner of the cabin until morning. But the pull of her voice was stronger than logic. "Please," she whispered. "I'm so cold." His throat tightened. The way she said it wasn't just a plea. It was a memory. He could hear her saying it on another winter night, wrapped in a blanket beside the fire, her breath warm against his neck. She had said those exact words. Before he reached for the doorknob, his fingers brushing against the cold metal, the cabin seemed to hold its breath, the wind outside dying down to a low hum. His heart pounded violently, drowning out the faint hum of the heart that had disappeared into the walls. He was about to turn the knob when the lights flickered violently, and the fire in the hearth roared to life, casting the room in a sudden, blinding glow. Daniel staggered back, shielding his eyes as shadows danced wildly across the walls. The cabin groaned, the floorboards beneath him vibrating as if the entire structure were alive. The knock stopped silence. For a moment, Daniel thought she was gone, but when he turned back toward the window, his breath hitched. She was inside the clearing now, closer than before. Her red coat stood out vividly against the snow, and this time she wasn't standing still. She was walking toward the cabin. The wind picked up again, howling like a living thing, and Daniel's mind snapped. He bolted toward the bedroom, slamming the door behind him and locking it. His breath came in ragged gasps as he pressed his back against the door, his fingers clutching at his hair. He could hear her footsteps outside the cabin, crunching softly through the snow. She wasn't running. She didn't need to. The letter's words flashed through his mind again. "I know. You don't remember me, but you will." As he slumped to the floor, tears streaming down his face. He realized something terrifying. He wasn't afraid of her because she was a stranger. He was afraid because deep down he knew her, and whatever had happened between them wasn't over. Daniel sat with his back pressed against the bedroom door, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His heart pounded, racing faster than it should or was that the other heartbeat, the one from the heart that had vanished into the walls. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. The sound of her footsteps outside echoed in his ears, crunching softly through the snow as she circled the cabin. She wasn't knocking anymore. She didn't need to. She was patient, like a predator, stalking its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The wind howled, rattling the windows, but through it, Daniel swore he could hear her voice, soft and distant, like a lullaby carried on the breeze. "Daniel, come back to me." He pressed his hands over his ears, rocking back and forth on the floor. "This isn't real. This isn't real." But even as he whispered it to himself, he knew it was a lie. The warmth of her breath, to ignore, the letter lay crumpled beside him on the floor. Its words burned into his mind like a brand. "You don't remember me, but you will." Images flashed behind his eyes, her hand brushing against his in the snow, the sound of her laughter as they shared a bottle of wine by the fire, the way her lips curled into a smile just before she whispered something only he was meant to hear. But the memories felt corrupted, like something had torn them apart and stitched them back together in the wrong order. He stood up on shaky legs, gripping the doorknob to steady himself. His breath fogged in the air, and he realized with a jolt that the temperature in the cabin had dropped again, far colder than it should have been, with the fire still burning in the other room. The cold wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was spreading from within. "I need to get out of here." The thought hit him with such force that he staggered backward, his body screaming for him to run. He couldn't stay inside the cabinot, with her voice echoing in his head, and certainly not with the walls pulsing like they were alive. He unlocked the bedroom door and crept into the hallway, his flashlight casting a shaky beam of light ahead of him. The living room was eerily quiet. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the shadows stretched long and thin across the floor, as if waiting to swallow him whole. The front door loomed ahead, its surface covered in frost. His breath hitched as he gripped the doorknob, the cold metal biting into his skin. He hesitated for only a moment before yanking the door open and stepping outside. The storm hit him like a slap to the face. The wind howled, whipping snow against his cheeks and stinging his eyes. But he didn't care. He needed to get away from the cabin, from the heart, from the memories that didn't belong to him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His boots sank into the thick snow, each step slow and labored. The cold gnawed at his fingers, and the wind tore at his coat. But he pressed on, driven by a mixture of fear and desperation. He had no destination in mind, he just knew he couldn't stop moving. The trees loomed ahead, their bare branches stretching toward the sky like skeletal hands. The moon cast faint patches of light through the swirling snow, but the forest was mostly cloaked in darkness. It felt alive, breathing, shifting around him with every step as he stumbled deeper into the woods. The wind seemed to change. It no longer howled aimlessly, whispered. Soft, indecipherable words floated through the air, brushing against his ears like the ghost of a forgotten conversation. Whispers beneath the snow. He wiped the tears from his eyes, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. The flashlight flickered as he waved it back and forth, the beam bouncing off the trunks of trees and casting jagged shadows across the ground. His breath came in quick, panicked bursts, fogging up the light. Then, through the haze of falling snow, he saw her again. The woman in the red coat. She was standing just ahead, her back to him, the hem of her coat brushing against the snow like the edges of a spilled glass of wine. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, tangled and wild from the wind. Daniel's legs locked up, Every instinct told him to turn around and run in the opposite direction, but he couldn't move. His body betrayed him, rooted in place by the same force that had drawn him to her since he found the heart. She turned, slowly, her movements graceful but unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Her face was obscured by shadows, but he could see her lips moving, forming silent words that the wind carried away before they could reach him. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The woman tilted her head, her lips curling, into a small, sad smile. For a moment, she looked familiar, too familiar. But as he squinted, trying to place her, her features seemed to shift, blurring like a reflection on water, disturbed by ripples. Her eyes locked onto his, and his breath hitched. They weren't human. They were dark and endless, like the frozen depths of a lake. And within them, he saw something moving faces, shifting and screaming just beneath the surface. The world tilted, and Daniel stumbled backward, his head spinning. He pressed a hand to his temple, trying to ground himself, but the snow beneath him seemed to ripple like waves. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. The whispers grew louder, circling around him like a chorus of voices calling his name. They weren't just coming from her anymore. They were coming from the trees, the snow, the earth itself. "Daniel." Her voice cut through the noise, soft and familiar. "Don't you remember? You promised we'd be together forever." "No," he gasped, shaking his head violently. "I don't know you. I don't." But even as he said it, the memories crashed into him again, stronger this time. Her laughter in his ear, her hand slipping into his beneath the table during dinner, the taste of her lips on a cold winter night. He knew her. He had always known her. But how? His gaze flicked back to her, and she was closer now, her hand outstretched. Her fingers were pale, tipped with frost, and as she reached for him, snowflakes melted against her skin, leaving trails of water that froze almost instantly. "Come back to me," she whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. "We can be together again, just like we were meant to be." His hand trembled as he reached toward her. He could feel the warmth of her touch waiting for him, just inches away. His heart thudded violently in his chest, and for a brief moment, he wanted to give in. But then he remembered the heart, the beating heart he had found buried in the snow, pulsing with a life it shouldn't have. The heart that had disappeared into the walls of the cabin. Was it hers? Was she leading him to Etor? Was it leading him to her? "No," he whispered, yanking his hand away. "You're not real." Her expression crumbled, the sadness in her eyes twisting into something darker, more sinister. The wind roared, and the snow around them erupted into a swirling vortex. Her mouth opened, but the words that spilled out weren't human. They were a series of guttural, choking noises that sounded like they came from something buried beneath the earth. Daniel scrambled to his feet, his legs burning as he forced himself to run. The trees blurred past him, their branches clawing at his coat like hands trying to pull him back. His breath came in panicked gasps, the cold searing his lungs. He didn't look back. He couldn't, but he could still hear her footsteps behind him, crunching through the snow in perfect rhythm, with the pounding of the heart that wouldn't stop. Thump, thump, the woods stretched endlessly ahead. But he kept running, the whispers chasing him deeper into the storm. Daniel's boots pounded against the snow-covered ground, sending up sprays of powder as he tore through the woods. The cold air burned his lungs, each breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. His legs screamed in protest, but he didn't slow. Down he, Couldn. Behind him, the sound of her footsteps followed steady, measured, unhurried. She wasn't running. She didn't need to. The storm itself seemed to be helping her, pushing Daniel deeper into the woods, her voice whispering through the trees, "You can't outrun me." He shook his head violently, his breath hitching as he stumbled over a root hidden beneath the snow. He caught himself just in time, nearly falling face first into the icy ground. The flashlight in his hand flickered wildly, its beam casting chaotic shadows across the trees. Her voice drifted closer, soft and melodic, like a lullaby sung just for him. It wasn't the voice of a monster. It was the voice of someone he had loved. And that's what made it worse. We belong together. His vision blurred with tears as he pushed forward, his mind racing. He didn't know where he was going, he just needed to keep moving. But the woods seemed endless, the trees closing. In around him, their gnarled branches stretching out like skeletal hands. The forest wasn't just a place anymore. It was alive, breathing, and it wanted him to stay. A sharp pain stabbed at his chest, and he skidded to a stop, clutching at his ribs. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through his chest. But something was wrong. The pain wasn't coming from his own heartbeat, matching the rhythm of his footsteps, his breaths. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a sensation, vibrating through his bones, shaking him from the inside out. Thump! His flashlight fell to the ground, its beam illuminating the base of a nearby tree. The snow around him glowed faintly in the moonlight, but it wasn't white anymore. It was stained with streaks of red dot blood. His breath hitched, and he scrambled backward, his boots slipping against the slick ground. The blood formed a trail, leading deeper into the woods, as if something or someone had been dragged through the snow. His gaze followed the trail until it disappeared into the darkness. Beyond the trees, the heart knew. He could feel its presence, pulling him toward the trail like a magnet. It wanted him to follow. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "I'm not going." But even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. He couldn't resist the pull. The heart had latched onto him the moment he found it buried in the snow, and now it wouldn't let him go. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling as he took a step forward. Then another. The blood trail glistened beneath the snow, winding its way through the trees like a path leading to the underworld. His breath came in shallow gasps as he followed it, the pounding in his chest growing louder with every step. The wind whispered around him, carrying fragments of words that he couldn't quite make out, but he knew what they meant. They were calling him home after what felt like hours of walking. He reached a small clearing. The trees parted like curtains, revealing a patch of undisturbed snow bathed in pale moonlight. In the center of the clearing, the trail of blood ended abruptly, pooling around a single object lying half buried in the snow. The heart, it was sitting there, perfectly still, its surface glistening with frost. But it wasn't frozen anymore. It was warm, pulsing, alive. The veins that dangled from its base twitched slightly, as if sensing his presence. Daniel took a step back, his stomach twisting in knots. He wanted to run, but his body refused to obey. His legs felt like they were made of lead, rooting him to the spot. The heart had him now, and it wasn't letting go. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was deafening, drowning out the wind, the whispers, even his own thoughts. It wasn't just beating, it was speaking to him. "You left her." The voice wasn't coming from the heart itself. It was coming from inside him, echoing through his mind like a memory he had tried to bury. His breath hitched, and he clutched at his head, squeezing his eyes shut. "No, I didn't. I don't remember." But the heart didn't care. It kept pounding, its rhythm relentless. "You let her die." Tears streamed down his face as he fell to his knees, his hands digging into the snow. The memories crashed over him in waves, her laughter, her warmth, the sound of her voice whispering his name. But they weren't happy memories anymore. They were distorted, corrupted by guilt and fear. He saw her standing at the edge of the frozen lake, her breath fogging in the cold air. He saw her smile at him, her eyes filled with love and trust. And then he saw the ice crack beneath her feet, heard the sound of her scream as she fell through the freezing water. "I tried to save her," he sobbed, his fingers clawing at the snow. I tried, but the heart didn't believe him. Thump, thump. The sound slowed, each beat heavier than the last, as if it were counting down to something. The wind died down, and the forest fell silent. The only sound left was the heartbeat, thundering through the clearing like the toll of a funeral bell. Then, from behind him, footsteps. He froze, his breath hitching in his throat. The footsteps were soft, barely audible, but they grew louder, with each step crunching through the snow until they stopped directly behind him. He didn't want to turn around. He knew what he would see. Daniel. Her voice was soft, almost tender, but there was an edge to it, something cold and unforgiving beneath the warmth. Slowly, he lifted his head and turned. The woman in the red coat stood just a few feet away, her face partially hidden by the shadows of the trees. But this time, he could see her eyes clearly, dark, endless, and filled with something ancient and unknowable. Her breath curled in the air between them, and frost clung to her hair like a crown of ice. "You can't leave," she whispered. "We're connected now, you and me, just like we always were." He shook his head, crawling backward through the snow. "You're not real," he choked out. "You're not her." But she just smiled, a sad, knowing smile that made his chest ache. "You don't remember everything yet," she said, her voice like a lullaby. "But you will." The heart pulsed violently, splashing blood across the snow. The ground trembled beneath him, and Daniel let out a strangled scream as the world blurred around him. Then everything went dark. Daniel awoke face down in the snow, the cold biting into his skin like tiny daggers. His face was wet with tears, or was it melted snow? He couldn't tell. His entire body was trembling, and for a moment he thought he was paralyzed. The wind howled around him, swirling the snow into blinding spirals that stung his cheeks and numbed his fingers. He blinked rapidly, his vision swimming as he tried to piece together where he was. The clearing, the heart, the woman in the red coat. The memories came rushing back, slamming into him like waves crashing against a crumbling shore. She had spoken to him, touched him. Her presence was burned into him, as real as the frost eating, its way through his boots and the breath freezing in his lungs. Daniel groaned, pushing himself up onto his hands and knees. His fingers sank into the snow, and he winced at the sharp pain that shot through his frozen limbs. The flashlight he had been carrying lay a few feet away, its beam flickering weakly against the base of a tree. He crawled toward it, grabbing it with numb fingers and clicking it off. No light was going to save him out here. He had to move. He had to get away. But as he staggered to his feet, the whispers started again. Faint at first, like voices carried on the wind, but growing louder with each gust of air that sliced through the trees. They were saying his name. He spun around, his breath hitching. The clearing was empty. The heart was gone, leaving behind only a dark stain in the snow where it had pulsed moments ago. His eyes darted to the tree line, searching for any sign of movement, but all he saw was the swirling snow. The woman in the red coat was gone, but her presence lingered, like the scent of a candle long after the flame had been snuffed out. Who is she? Daniel's pulse raced as he stumbled back toward the direction of the cabin. His footsteps crunched loudly beneath him, but the whispers drowned them out. "You know her, Daniel. You've always known her." The voice in his head wasn't his own anymore. It was hers. He pressed his hands over his ears, but the whispers didn't stop. They slithered through the cracks in his mind, winding their way. Through his thoughts, like roots digging into soil, memories that didn't belong to him bloomed like weeds, choking out everything else. A vision gripped him suddenly, and he was no longer in the forest. He was standing in the cabin, but it wasn't the way it looked now. The furniture was different, cozier. The fire roared in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the walls. The scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air. He was holding a glass of wine, and soft music played from an old record player in the corner. And she was there. She sat across from him on the couch, her legs tucked beneath her, a blanket draped over her lap. Her red coat hung on the back of a chair near the door, the fabric damp from the snow. She was laughing at something he had just said, her eyes sparkling with warmth and affection. "Come sit with me," she said, patting the cushion beside her. "It's cold over there by the window." He smiled no. He felt himself smile. But it wasn't his choice. His body moved on its own, closing the distance between them as he sat down and wrapped his arm around her. She rested her head on his shoulder, and for a moment, everything felt perfect. Too perfect. The vision shifted. The warmth of the fire faded, replaced by the biting cold. The music warped, slowing down like a record dragging to a stop. Her laughter died, and when he looked at her, her eyes were no longer sparkling. They were hollow, empty, reflecting something dark and endless. "Don't leave me," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You promised," Daniel gasped and staggered backward, the vision snapping like a rubber band. He was back in the forest, the snow whipping around him, the cold biting into his skin. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground, clutching his chest as he struggled to breathe. That wasn't real. It couldn't be. But it felt real, more real than any memory he had of his actual life. He forced himself to his feet, wiping the tears from his face. His thoughts were a tangled mess of confusion and fear. Had he known her in another life? Had he forgotten her? Or was she rewriting his memories, weaving herself into the fabric of his mind until he couldn't tell the difference between the truth and the lie? The wind shifted, and he heard her voice again, calling to him from deeper in the woods. "Daniel, don't you see? We were happy once. We can be happy again." "No," he whispered, shaking his head violently. "You're not real. You're not real." But his legs betrayed him, carrying him toward the sound of her voice like a puppet on strings. He stumbled through the trees, his breath coming in, ragged gasps as the whispers grew louder, drowning out everything else. His flashlight flickered weakly, the beam barely cutting through the storm. The trees parted suddenly, and he found himself standing at the edge of the frozen lake. The surface was covered in a thick layer of ice, cracks spiderwebbing across it like veins. The wind died down, and for a moment, the world fell eerily silent. Then he saw her. She stood in the center of the lake, her red coat billowing around her like a flag caught in a gust of wind. Her hair whipped across her face, but she didn't brush it away. She just stood there, staring at him with those dark, endless eyes. "Come to me," she whispered, her voice carrying across the ice. "You know where you belong." Daniel's legs trembled as he stepped onto the frozen surface. The ice groaned beneath his weight, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. The question burned in his mind, but deep down, he already knew the answer. She wasn't just a memory or a ghost or a figment of his imagination. She was a part of him. He took another step, and the ice cracked beneath his boot. He froze, his breath hitching as the sound echoed across the lake. The crack widened, spreading toward her like a jagged scar. But she didn't move. She just watched him, her lips curling into that same sad smile. "You let me drown," she said softly, her voice laced with pain. "You didn't mean to, did you?" Tears streamed down his face as he shook his head. I didn't know." She took a step toward him, the ice beneath her feet holding steady. "You don't remember everything yet, but you will." The ground shifted beneath him, and he fell to his knees, the cold seeping through his clothes and biting into his skin. He couldn't tell where the pain in his chest ended, and the heartbeat of the heart began. They were the same now. The ice cracked louder, the sound splitting the silence like a gunshot. She knelt in front of him, her hand reaching out to touch his face. Her fingers were cold, but her touch was gentle. "Come with me, Daniel. We can fix this. We can go back to the way things were." He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that this wasn't the end. but the darkness in her eyes told him the truth. She wasn't here to save him. She was here to drag him down with her. The ice beneath him gave way, and he screamed as he fell into the freezing water. The freezing water swallowed Daniel whole. His breath hitched violently, and for a terrifying second, he couldn't breathe. The icy cold squeezed his chest like a vice, driving the air from his lungs and sending shockwaves of pain through his limbs. His hands flailed in the darkness, his fingers clawing at the water as he tried to break the surface. The ice above him glimmered faintly in the moonlight, but the layer was thick and jagged. He pressed his palms against it. The cold was like 1,000 knives stabbing into him all at once. His boots felt heavy, dragging him down, and the weight of his soaked clothes pulled at his body like an anchor. Panic consumed him as his lungs burned, demanding oxygen. The distorted sound of the storm above reached him faintly, muffled by the water. But what stood out more was the thumping dot, thump, thump, the heartbeat. Louder now, as if it had become part of the lake itself, resonating through the freezing water and shaking him to his core. Daniel kicked harder, the muscles in his legs screaming as he thrashed against the weight, dragging him down. His fingers scraped against the underside of the ice, and for a moment he felt like a trapped animal, panicked, blind, and doomed. The memories surged again, battering his mind like waves crashing against a cliff, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Snow fell softly outside, blanketing the world in silence. The woman in the red coat. Lillian was standing by the window, her breath fogging the glass as she watched the snow fall. Daniel sat on the couch, a glass of wine in his hand, but he wasn't drinking. He was watching her. The way her hair tumbled down her back, the way her fingers traced invisible shapes on the frosted window pane. He had never loved anyone like this before, but something was wrong. "Lillian," he said softly, setting the glass on the coffee table. She didn't respond. Her fingers continued tracing patterns on the window, but her movements were slower, now almost absent-minded, as if she were somewhere else entirely. He stood and walked toward her, his footsteps muffled by the thick rug beneath his feet. When he reached her, he placed a hand on her shoulder, and she flinched, as if his touch had startled her. She turned to face him, and for a moment her eyes softened. The warmth he had fallen in love with was still there, hidden beneath the surface, but it was fleeting, like the last flicker of a dying candle. "What's wrong?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "You've been quiet all night." Her gaze flicked back to the window, and she bit her lip, as though trying to hold something back. "I've been thinking," she whispered, "about us." Daniel's chest tightened. "What about us?" She hesitated, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. "Do you think we made a mistake coming here?" The question hit him like a punch to the gut. A mistake. But the way she said it, like she had been carrying the thought for a long time, made him feel like he had failed her. "Why would you say that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. She turned fully to face him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I don't know," she admitted. I feel like we're running from something. Like we're pretending everything's okay when it's not." Daniel's mind raced. He wanted to tell her she was wrong, that things could be fixed, that they just needed more time. But deep down, he knew she was right. Their problems hadn't disappeared when they arrived at the cabin. They had just been buried under layers of snow and silence. "Lillian," he began, reaching for her hand, but she pulled away. "I need some air," she said, turning toward the door. "Wait," but she was already slipping on her boots, grabbing her red coat from the chair by the door. The cold air rushed in as she opened the door, and Daniel stood frozen in place, unsure of what to say to stop her. "I'll be back," she whispered, her breath fogging in the cold air. "I just need to clear my head." And then she was gone, disappearing into the storm. The memory dissolved, and Daniel's scream was lost beneath the freezing water. He slammed his fists against the ice again, his nails cracking as he clawed at the jagged surface. The light above him flickered moonlight mixed with something else, something warm and golden, like the glow of a fireplace. Another memory forced itself into his mind. He was standing by the lake, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he searched for her. The storm was worse than he had expected. The wind howled, and the snow fell in thick sheets, obscuring his vision. "Lillian," he called, his voice breaking. "Where are you?" The wind swallowed his words, and panic tightened its grip on him. His boots slipped on the icy ground as he stumbled toward the edge of the lake, where the snow was disturbed, trampled by footprints. His heart pounded violently, and when he saw the crack in the ice, his entire body went numb. No, 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 he dropped to his knees, his fingers frantically brushing the snow away until he saw the hole where the ice had broken. The water beneath it churned dark and cold, swallowing everything in its path. Her red coat floated just beneath the surface, the fabric billowing gently in the freezing current. "Lillian," he screamed, plunging his arms into the water. The cold burned his skin, but he didn't care. He reached for her, his fingers brushing against the fabric of her coat, but she was slipping away deeper and deeper. "No." His voice cracked, tears freezing on his cheeks as he thrashed against the ice. He couldn't reach her. He couldn't save her. The memory shattered, and Daniel's eyes snapped open beneath the freezing water. The truth hit him like a blow to the chest. He had been here before. He had watched her drown. He had let her go. His body convulsed as he kicked upward one last time, slamming his fist against the ice. The surface cracked, and with a final burst of strength, he broke through, gasping for air as he pulled himself onto the frozen surface. He lay there, coughing and choking as the cold air filled his lungs. His vision blurred, and his body trembled violently, but he could still hear the heartbeat, faint but steady. The heart wasn't done with him yet. The forest around him seemed to shift, the trees swaying like they were breathing. He could feel Lillian's presence, her voice whispering to him from every direction. She wasn't just a memory, she was here. Slowly, he pushed himself to his knees, his breath fogging in front of him. The cabin was visible in the distance, its faint glow barely cutting through the storm. He needed to get back inside, but he knew the truth now. The cabin wasn't a refuge, it was a tomb, and the secrets buried there had claws. Daniel's breath came in ragged gasps as he staggered through the snow, his legs barely supporting him. Each step felt heavier than the last, like the earth itself was pulling him down. His soaked clothes clung to his body, the freezing water seeping into his skin and turning his veins into ice. His boots crunched through the deep snow, but he could barely hear it over the sound of the wind screaming around him, as if the storm were alive and raged by his escape. The faint glow of the cabin flickered through the trees like a dying star. So close, yet it felt miles away. He stumbled forward, his arms swinging at his sides, fingers numb and useless. His breath fogged the air, curling around his face like smoke from a dying fire. "Don't stop," the thought banged through his head, like a drum. "Don't stop, or you'll die here." But another voice whispered beneath that thought, soft and familiar. "Why leave? She's waiting for you. You can be with her again." He shook his head violently, the motion causing him to slip and crash to his knees. Pain shot through his legs, but he didn't care. Pain was good. Pain meant he was still alive. He shoved his hands into the snow and pushed himself back to his feet, gasping as the cold bit into his palms. The wind howled louder, carrying the distant sound of Lillian's voice. "Daniel, ... don't leave me. You promised you wouldn't leave." His breath hitched, and he squeezed his eyes shut as tears streamed down his face, freezing before they could reach his chin. He couldn't listen to her voice. If he listened, he'd turn back. He'd let her pull him under again, and this time he wouldn't make it out. The forest around him groaned, the trees swaying like giants in the storm. Snow cascaded from the branches, landing in heavy piles around him, blocking his path. The storm wasn't just a natural phenomenon, it was alive, aware of him, and angry. He pressed forward, each step a battle against the wind. His mind raced, replaying the events of the night in disjointed fragments. The heart buried in the snow, its steady pulse syncing with his own. The woman in the red coat standing at the edge of the clearing, her eyes dark and endless. The sound of ice cracking as he reached for her, too late to save her. He had let her die that the truth hit him like a blow to the chest, knocking the air from his lungs. He stumbled again, barely catching himself before falling face first into the snow. His fingers dug into the frozen ground, his breath coming in short, panicked bursts. This is my fault. The thought tore through him, relentless and unforgiving. She drowned because of me, he had tried to forget. He had buried the memory deep, just like the heart buried beneath the snow. But now, the past had clawed its way back to the surface, demanding to be acknowledged. The heart wasn't just a strange, impossible object. It was a piece of Lillian, a piece of the love they had shared, and the guilt that had consumed him when he couldn't save her. Thump, 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 the heartbeat returned, louder now, vibrating through the ground beneath him. He pressed his hands against his ears, but the sound only grew stronger, resonating in his skull like a drumbeat. It was inside him. It had always been inside him. The wind shifted, and he heard footsteps crunching through the snow behind him. He froze, his breath hitching as he slowly turned his head. She was there. Lillian, her red coat billowed around her like a tattered flag, the fabric stained dark where the water had soaked through. Frost clung to her hair and eyelashes, but her face was as beautiful as he remembered, except for her eyes. They were hollow, dark pits that reflected nothing but endless cold. "Don't run from me," she whispered, her voice cutting through the storm like a blade. "You can't run from what you did." Daniel stumbled backward, his boots slipping on the slick ground. "I didn't mean to," his voice cracked, and he shook his head frantically. "I tried to save you. I swear. I tried." Lillian stepped closer, her feet barely making a sound as she glided across the snow. She didn't belong to this world anymore. She was something else now, something ancient, vengeful, and hungry. "You let me drown," she said softly, tears streaming down her face, but the tears weren't warm. They froze as they fell, leaving icy trails across her cheeks. "You promised we'd be together forever, but you left me to die." "No," Daniel screamed, clutching at his head. "Didn't leave you. I didn't." But the memories were relentless. The crack of the ice, the splash of her body hitting the freezing water, his hands reaching for her, just inches away, but not close enough. He had watched her slip beneath the surface, her red coat, the last thing he saw before the water swallowed her whole. And then he had run. The guilt clawed at him, suffocating him like the icy water that had dragged her under. He had run from the lake, from her death, from the truth. He had buried it, just like he had buried the heart in the snow. But now, the storm had brought it all back. The cabin had brought her back. "You can fix this," Lillian whispered, stepping closer. "Come with me, and we can be together again. You don't have to be alone." Her hand extended toward him, pale and frostbitten, the skin cracked and blue. Her fingers trembled, but whether from the cold or anticipation, he couldn't tell. Daniel's entire body shook as he stared at her outstretched hand. His heart thumped violently in his chest, matching the rhythm of the heart buried somewhere beneath the snow. This was his chance, wasn't it? To make things right, to fix what he had broken, to keep the promise he had made to her all those years ago. But something was wrong. The warmth he had once felt around her was gone. Her voice, though familiar, carried an edge of something darker, something that didn't belong to the woman he had loved. The way her eyes locked onto him, it wasn't affection or forgiveness. It was hunger. She didn't want him back because she loved him. She wanted him because she needed him to suffer. The storm howled louder, and Daniel felt the snow shifting, Beneath his feet, his gaze flicked toward the cabin in the distance, its warm glow barely visible through the blizzard. He had a choice: stay with her and give in to the guilt that had haunted him for years, or run one last time and fight to live. "Come with me," she whispered again, her breath visible in the freezing air. "It's the only way you can be free." Daniel's tears froze on his cheeks as he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lillian," he choked out, his voice breaking. "I can't." Her expression twisted, the sadness on her face morphing into something darker, angrier. The storm surged, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. Daniel turned and ran. The wind screamed in his ears, and the sound of her footsteps followed him. Faster now, closing the distance between them. The cabin was so close, but it felt like it was slipping farther away with every step he took. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The storm closed in around him, the trees blurring into dark smudges as he sprinted toward the faint glow of the cabin. Her voice chased him, echoing through the woods like a ghostly wail. "Daniel," she screamed, her voice raw with fury. "You can't run from me forever." The door to the cabin loomed ahead. He reached it, throwing his weight against the door and tumbling inside. The warmth of the cabin hit him like a punch, but it didn't feel safe. Not anymore. He slammed the door shut and locked it, his fingers trembling as he slid down to the floor. Outside, the storm howled, and her voice faded into the distance. But Daniel knew she wasn't gone. She was waiting, and the storm wasn't done with him yet. The door slammed shut behind Daniel, and for a moment he lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. His chest heaved, his fingers clutched at the wooden planks beneath him, and his soaked clothes clung to his body like a second skin. The cold had followed him inside. It gripped him from the inside out, gnawing at his muscles and settling deep into his bones. He could still hear the storm outside, but it was distant now, muffled by the thick wooden walls of the cabin. The wind howled like a feral animal, scratching at the windows, but she wasn't knocking anymore. Lillian's voice had faded into the storm, leaving only silence in its wake. For the first time since he had run from the frozen lake, Daniel allowed himself to believe that he had escaped her. His head lolled back against the door, and his breath came out in a long, shaky sigh. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was suffocating. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch toward him, creeping along the floor like ink bleeding across paper. The fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing embers, casting dim, flickering light across the cabin. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp wood and something metallic - blood. Daniel wiped his face with a trembling hand, his fingers brushing against the dried tears frozen to his cheeks. He needed to think. What now? He had made it back to the cabin, but he didn't feel safe. The walls felt too close, the shadows too long, and the heartbeat, the damn heartbeat, hadn't stopped, vibrating up through his spine like the hum of distant machinery. He pressed his hands over his ears, squeezing his eyes shut. Make it stop. But the harder he tried to block it out, the louder it grew, until it felt like his entire body was pulsing in time with it. He forced himself to his feet. His boots left wet footprints on the floor, but he didn't care. His mind was racing, cycling through fragmented memories, half-formed thoughts, and the overwhelming need to get rid of the heart. It's her. It's always been her. The heart wasn't just an organ, it was a tether, a link between him and Lillian, binding them together in death just as they had been in life. He needed to destroy it. He stumbled toward the kitchen, the wooden floor creaking beneath his weight. The shadows flickered around him, shifting as if they were alive, but he ignored them. Don't stop. Don't look. He couldn't afford to let the cabin's tricks get to him. The kitchen was cold, too cold. His breath fogged in front of him, curling into the air like smoke. He flicked on the flashlight and scanned the room, his eyes darting to the counter where he had last seen the heart. but the bowl was empty. The heart was gone. His pulse spiked, and a wave of nausea rolled through him. Where is it? Where the hell did it go? He shone the flashlight around the room, the beam bouncing off the sink, the stove, the wooden cabinets. There was no sign of the heart, but the heartbeat hadn't stopped. It thumped louder now, faster, as if it were taunting him. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. It was inescapable, burrowing into his mind like a parasite. A faint creak echoed behind him, and he spun around, nearly dropping the flashlight. The living room was empty, but the shadows stretched unnaturally long, pooling like dark water in the corners of the room. The fire flickered weakly, casting sporadic bursts of light that only made the shadows seem more alive. Something moved. He saw it out of the corner of his aja, flicker of red disappearing around the corner, into the hallway that led to the bedroom. His breath hitched, and he took a step back, his boots slipping slightly on the wet floor. She's inside. She's in the cabin. No, he whispered, shaking his head. You're not real. But the truth clung to him, heavy and undeniable. She was real. She had always been real. The cabin groaned, the walls creaking as if they were breathing. The shadows shifted again, and this time they didn't stop moving. They slithered along the floor, climbing the walls, pooling around the door frames. He wasn't alone. The flashlight flickered, its beam dimming as the batteries struggled against the cold. Daniel cursed under his breath and shook it violently, but the light only sputtered once before dying completely, plunging the room into near total darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of the embers in the fireplace, and even that seemed to be fading. The heartbeat was deafening now, pounding through the cabin like the tolling of a funeral bell. His breath came in short, panicked bursts as he backed toward the kitchen table, his fingers groping for anything he could use as a weapon. His hand closed around the handle of a heavy castron skillet, and he lifted it shakily in front of him, his knuckles white. Just the empty kitchen, the shadows, and the sound of his own ragged breathing. He took a step forward, his eyes darting around the room, and then he heard the soft, rhythmic tapping of fingers against wood. The sound was coming from the bedroom door. His breath hitched, and he tightened his grip on the skillet. Don't go in there. Don't open the door. But his feet moved on their own, dragging him toward the hallway like he was a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. The door loomed ahead, its surface covered in frost. The tapping continued, steady and unrelenting, as if someone were waiting patiently for him to answer. He reached for the doorknob, his fingers trembling as they closed around the cold metal. For a moment, he hesitated, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest. This is a mistake. You know this is a mistake. But he turned the knob anyway. The door creaked open, revealing the darkened bedroom beyond. The curtains were drawn, the window frosted over, and the bed was neatly made, as if no one had ever slept in it. The air was colder here, biting into his skin like needles. And in the center of the room, the heart sat on the floor, pulsing steadily. Its surface glistened with frost, but it wasn't frozen. It was alive, its veins twitching with every beat. Blood pooled around it, soaking into the wooden floorboards and spreading outward in slow, deliberate tendrils. Daniel's throat tightened, and he took a step back, but the floorboards groaned beneath him, betraying his presence. The heartbeat quickened, thumping faster and faster until it was all he could hear. Then, from the shadows in the corner of the room, she stepped forward. Lillian, her red coat was tattered and soaked, the fabric clinging to her body like a second skin. Her hair hung in damp, tangled strands around her face, and her eyes those dark, endless eyes locked onto him with a mixture of sorrow and fury. You found it, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the heartbeat. You always find it. Daniel's fingers tightened around the skillet, but he didn't move. He couldn't. The weight of her gaze pinned him in place, rooting him to the floor like the cabin itself was holding him there. "We can end this," she said, taking a step toward him. "You don't have to run anymore. Just give in, and we can be together again." The blood on the floor crept closer, soaking into the soles of his boots. It felt warm, alive, pulsing with the same rhythm as the heart. Daniel's breath came in short, panicked gasps as he shook his head. "I'm sorry," he choked out, tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry." Lillian smiled, the sad, broken smile that sent a shiver down his spine. "It's too late for sorry," she whispered. The shadows in the room swelled, rushing toward him like a tidal wave. The last thing he heard before the darkness consumed him was the sound of the heart, pounding relentlessly. The shadows crashed into Daniel like a wave, knocking him backward. He hit the bedroom floor hard, the wind driven from his lungs as his head cracked against the wooden planks. Stars burst behind his eyes, and for a few terrifying moments, he couldn't breathe. The weight of the darkness pressed down on him, suffocating him, squeezing his chest like an invisible hand. The heartbeat pulsed louder thump. Thump, thump, like a drum being beaten with increasing ferocity. His pulse matched its rhythm, his body trembling as the pounding grew deafening. It wasn't just in his ears anymore, it was inside him, vibrating through his ribs, his skull, his veins. The shadows swirled around him, shifting like smoke, and Lillian's form emerged from the darkness. Her red coat fluttered around her, tattered and dripping with water, as if she had just crawled out of the lake. Her hair clung to her face, wet and tangled, but her eyes remained fixed on him, dark, endless, and filled with something that wasn't human. "You can't run anymore," she said softly, stepping closer. Her voice was no longer the warm, comforting sound he remembered. It was hollow, like the whisper of wind through an abandoned house. "You drug me back. You dug up the heart. You invited me in." Daniel scrambled backward, his fingers clawing at the floor as he tried to put distance between them. "No," he gasped, his breath hitching. "I didn't." And for a moment, she looked like the woman he had loved, the woman he had shared winter nights with by the fire, laughing and drinking wine. But that illusion shattered the moment she spoke again. "You knew," she said, her voice turning cold. "You always knew. That's why you buried the heart. That's why you ran from the lake. But you can't bury guilt, Daniel. You can't run from it. It always finds you." Her words cut through him like a knife. She was right. He had buried the heart. He had tried to forget, to leave it behind and move on. But guilt isn't something you can leave buried. The shadows writhed around him, stretching across the floor like black tendrils reaching for his ankles. The cabin groaned, the walls creaking as if the entire structure were alive and breathing. The air was thick, suffocating, and the metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. "I'm sorry," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. His voice cracked, raw and desperate. "I'm so sorry, Lillian. I didn't mean to. I tried to save you." She crouched in front of him, her hand reaching out to cup his face. Her fingers were ice cold, sending a jolt through his body as they brushed against his cheek. He flinched, but he didn't pull away. He couldn't. Her touch was both a comfort and a punishment. "I know you tried," she whispered, her breath misting in the cold air between them. "But you didn't try hard enough, did you?" Daniel choked on a sob, shaking his head violently. No, that's not true." She leaned in closer, her lips hovering just inches from his ear. "You gave up," she whispered. "When the ice cracked and you saw me fall, you froze. You could have jumped in after me. You could have fought harder, but you didn't. You let me sink." Her words were poison, seeping into him and infecting every corner of his mind. He saw it again the moment the ice cracked, the look of panic on her face, the way her hand had reached for him as the freezing water pulled her under. He had stood there, paralyzed as the love of his life drowned right in front of him. And when it was over, he had run. "I didn't mean to leave you," he sobbed, his voice barely audible over the pounding of the heart. "I didn't know what to do. I panicked." Lillian tilted her head, her dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. For a brief second, she looked human again, vulnerable, broken. "I was so cold," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I called for you, but you didn't come." The guilt hit him like a tidal wave, and he doubled over, clutching his stomach as sobs racked his body. He had relived this moment 1,000 times in his nightmares, but it had never felt as real as it did now. Lillian stood, her gaze hardening. The shadows around her twisted violently, and the cabin groaned as if it were on the verge of collapsing. The walls seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the heart. And Daniel realized that the cabin itself was part of this nightmare prison built from his guilt and grief. "You don't get to leave," she said, her voice sharp and cutting. "You don't get to forget, not after what you did." The shadows surged forward, wrapping around his legs like vines. He kicked and thrashed, but they held him fast, dragging him across the floor toward the pulsing heart in the center of the room. The heart throbbed violently, blood seeping from its veins and pooling around it like a crimson halo. The tendrils of blood stretched toward Daniel, inching closer with each beat. It wanted him. "No," he screamed, clawing at the floorboards. His nails cracked and bled, but he didn't stop. "I'm not dying here. I won't let you take me." Lillian knelt beside him, her face inches from his. "It's not about dying," she whispered. "It's about paying for what you did." Her hand pressed against his chest, right over his heart, and he gasped as a jolt of icy pain shot through him. It felt like she was ripping his heart out, like the two hearts, his and the one on the floor, were merging into one. His vision blurred, and his body convulsed as the room spun around him. "Just let go," she whispered. "Give in, and it will all be over." For a moment, he considered it. The pain was unbearable, and the weight of his guilt crushed him. If he gave in, he could be with her again. The memories of her warmth, her laughter, her love, they called to him, promising relief from the torment that had haunted him for so long. But then something shifted. A flicker of survival sparked deep within him, like a match struck in the darkness. He remembered the warmth of the sun on his face, the smell of fresh coffee in the morning, the feeling of grass beneath his feet on a summer day, ready to give it up. Not yet. With a primal scream, he lunged forward, grabbing the heart with both hands. It was warm, slick with blood, and it pulsed violently against his palms. The veins wrapped around his fingers like snakes, but he didn't let go. "I'm sorry," he whispered one last time, tears streaming down his face. "But I can't stay." With all the strength he had left, he slammed the heart against the floor. The heartbeat faltered, stuttering like a broken engine. He raised it again and again, each impact sending splatters of blood across the room. Thump, thump. The heartbeat stopped. The shadows recoiled, shrinking back toward the corners of the room. The cabin groaned one last time, and then silence fell, thick and oppressive. Lillian stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. She reached for him, but her form flickered like a dying flame. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "No, don't leave me." Her body dissolved into the shadows, the last remnants of her fading into the cold air. Daniel collapsed to the floor, the broken heart lying limp beside him. His chest heaved as he sobbed, the weight of what he had done crashing down on him. The cabin was silent. The storm outside had stopped, but the guilt would never leave. Daniel lay sprawled on the floor, his body trembling with exhaustion. His breath came in ragged gasps, fogging the cold air around him. His fingers were slick with her blood. His blood, the heart's blood. It didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was that the heartbeat had stopped. For the first time that night, there was silence. No thumping, no whispers, no creaking walls or shadows slithering across the floor. The cabin was eerily still, as if the entire structure had exhaled its last breath along with him. He sat up slowly, his limbs stiff and aching. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been torn apart and stitched back together. His head throbbed and his vision blurred, but he forced himself to focus on the ruined heart lying next to him on the floor. It was no longer pulsing. The veins had shriveled, curling like dried roots, and the blood around it had turned dark and congealed. But even as he stared at it, relief didn't come. It should have felt like victory. He had destroyed the heart, broken the tether that had bound Lillian to this place. But instead, all he felt was emptiness, and the cold it was still there. He dragged himself to his feet, leaning heavily against the wall as his knees threatened to buckle. His breath fogged in front of him, curling in wisps toward the ceiling. Why is it still so cold? The fire in the hearth had died completely, leaving nothing but ash and charred wood. He staggered toward it, dropping to his knees and thrusting his frozen hands toward the remnants of warmth. But the embers were dead. No, no, no. His voice cracked, and he fumbled with the stack of firewood beside the hearth, his fingers numb and clumsy. He managed to light a match, but the flame flickered weakly, snuffed out by the icy air before it could catch. He tried again and again. Each time the result was the same. The fire wouldn't take. Daniel sat back, cradling his head in his hands. The silence in the cabin pressed down on him, suffocating him. His breath came in short, panicked bursts, and his heart raced. But this time it wasn't accompanied by the echo of the other heartbeat that should have been comforting. But it wasn't. The absence of the sound only made the silence feel more oppressive, more unnatural. He forced himself to stand, swaying unsteadily as he made his way toward the kitchen. Maybe there was something else he could use to warm the place. Blankets, extra layers, anything. His boots thudded against the wooden floor, leaving faint traces of blood behind him. His hands trembled as he opened the cabinets, rifling through them without purpose, his mind too clouded to think clearly. The wind outside had stopped, but the frost on the windows hadn't melted. The storm was over, but the cold remained. It wasn't the natural cold of winter. It was something else, something unnatural that clung to the walls, the air, his skin. He turned and caught a glimpse of himself in the reflective surface of the kitchen window. The man staring back at him was a stranger. His face was pale, his lips tinged blue, his eyes were sunken, dark circles smudged beneath them, and his hair was damp, clinging to his forehead. He looked like he had been buried alive and dug back up. He backed away from the window, unable to look at himself any longer. His foot hit something soft, and he glanced down. The letter, the crumpled letter, lay on the floor, stained with blood and water, but the words were still legible. I know you don't remember me, but you will. A shiver ran down his spine, and he tore his gaze away from the letter. It was over. It had to be. Lillian was gone. The heart was destroyed. So why did it still feel like she was watching him? Stumbled toward the bedroom, his boots dragging across the floor. He needed rest, sleep, anything to escape the suffocating silence and the crushing weight of his guilt. Maybe if he slept, the cold would go away. The bedroom was as he had left it, dark, cold, and empty. The bed was neatly made, but the sheets were stiff with frost. He pulled them back and climbed in, his body shaking violently as he curled into a ball beneath the blankets. They didn't offer any warmth. The cold had seeped into the mattress, the fabric, and his very bones. His eyes fluttered shut, and for a moment he drifted into a half-conscious state, his mind flickering between wakefulness and sleep. Images of the frozen lake, the crack, the ice, and Lillian's outstretched hand flashed behind his eyelids. He saw her face pale, wet, and frozen beneath the surface of the water. Her lips moved silently, forming words he couldn't hear. He bolted upright, gasping for air. His breath fogged in front of him, and his heart pounded in his chest. Something was wrong. The cold wasn't just a sensation anymore, it was alive, crawling over his skin like a living thing. Then he heard it. Thump, thump, thump. His blood turned to ice, and he clutched the blankets tighter around him. No, I destroyed it. I destroyed the heart. But the sound didn't stop. It wasn't coming from the walls. This time it was coming from inside him. His own heart was beating, but it wasn't alone. Thump, thump. The second heartbeat pulsed in time with his, faint but unmistakable. The heart hadn't died. It had fused with him, buried itself deep inside him where he couldn't reach it. A sob escaped his lips, and he buried his face in his hands. He had destroyed the heart, but it had one anyway. Lillian wasn't gone. She was inside him, and she always would be. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted, and he heard the faintest whisper of her voice. The tears came faster, freezing as they fell onto the sheets. He knew then that the cold would never leave. Lillian would never leave. She was a part of him now, her presence etched into his soul like a scar that would never heal. The wind outside picked up again, rattling the windows as the frost thickened. The storm had ended, but for Daniel, it would never be over. He lay back down, curling into the fetal position as the cold seeped deeper into him. His breath slowed, and the second heartbeat thumped softly, steadily, as if it were lulling him to sleep, as his eyes fluttered shut. The last thing he saw was the shadow of Lillian standing at the foot of the bed, her red coat dripping onto the floor. She smiled, and then the cabin fell silent, but the cold. You're listening this because you like our story. Please like or subscribe this video to support us so we can continue to create more such videos for you. Story 3. The car's tires crunched softly over the snow-covered road, the rhythmic sound almost hypnotic as Abigail leaned against the window, her forehead pressing lightly against the cold glass. The landscape outside was breathtaking, a sprawling expanse of white hills and frost-covered evergreens that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The sky hung low and gray, the sun barely visible through the thick clouds, casting a pale, muted glow over the SNOWDRIFTS. It should have been beautiful, peaceful even. But Abigail couldn't shake the knot of anxiety twisting in her chest. Ethan was focused on the road, his fingers gripping the steering wheel a little too tightly. They had barely spoken since they'd left the last gas station an hour ago, and the silence between them felt heavy, suffocating, the kind of silence that wasn't comfortable anymore. She sighed quietly, stealing a glance at him out of the corner of her eye. His jaw was clenched, and his eyes were fixed on the road ahead, as if he were deliberately avoiding looking at her. This is supposed to be a romantic getaway, she thought bitterly, tracing her fingertip across the fogged-up window. The trip had been Ethan's idea, chance to reset their relationship. He'd said to get away from the noise and stress of the city. But so far, all they'd done was sit in silence, and the tension between them had only grown thicker with every passing mile. "We're almost there," Ethan said finally, breaking the silence. His voice sounded flat, devoid of the excitement she had expected when they'd planned this trip. "The GPS says the lodge is about 10 minutes away." Abigail nodded, but didn't respond. Her gaze drifted back to the window, watching as the trees blurred past. The road narrowed, twisting through a dense forest where the trees loomed closer, their branches sagging under the weight of the snow. The further they drove, the more isolated the world outside began to feel, like they were leaving reality behind and entering some forgotten, frozen place where time barely moved. Finally, the forest thinned, and the road opened up to reveal the small town of Silver Pine Hollow. The town looked like something out of a winter postcard. Its streets lined with quaint cottages and brick buildings with steep, snow-covered rooftops. A string of glowing red and pink lights hung between the lampposts, casting a warm, festive glow over the snow-covered sidewalks. Valentine's Day decorations adorned the shop windows' hearts, roses and signs, advertising romantic dinners and weekend getaways. The town felt strangely deserted as Ethan drove slowly through the main street. Abigail noticed how empty the sidewalks were. A few people shuffled past, bundled in thick coats and scarves, but there were no crowds, no lively chatter. The windows of the shops were dimly lit, and the soft glow of the streetlights barely reached the snow-covered road. "It's quiet," she murmured, more to herself than to Ethan. "Small towns usually are," Ethan replied, shrugging. "That's part of the charm." Abigail didn't respond. She couldn't explain it, but something about the town's stillness felt off. It wasn't just quiet, it was too quiet, like the kind of silence that followed after something had been broken. Ethan turned off the main road, following a narrow lane that led toward the outskirts of town. The trees returned, lining the road on either side like dark sentinels, and Abigail's unease deepened as they approached their destination. When the lodge came into view, she couldn't help but admit it was beautiful. The main building was a large, rustic structure made of wood and stone, with a sloping roof covered in fresh snow. A plume of smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and warm golden light spilled from the windows, casting a soft glow on the surrounding cabins nestled along the edge of a frozen lake. The water's surface was a smooth, unbroken sheet of ice, reflecting the faint light of the overcast sky like a mirror. "We're here," Ethan said, pulling the car into the small parking lot. He killed the engine, and for a moment the only sound was the soft whisper of the wind and the faint rustle of the trees swaying gently in the breeze. Abigail stepped out of the car, her boots sinking into the fresh snow as she inhaled deeply. The air was crisp and cold, filling her lungs with the clean, sharp scent of pine and ice. For a moment she allowed herself to relax, hoping the beauty of the place would ease the tension between her and Ethan. The lodge's front door opened, and a woman in her late 60s stepped out, bundled in a thick coat and scarf. She waved warmly as she approached them, her boots crunching softly against the snow. "Welcome to Silver Pine Lodge," the woman said, her breath visible in the cold air. "You must be Abigail and Ethan. I'm Mrs. Whitaker, the owner. I've got your cabin all ready for you." Abigail smiled politely and shook the woman's hand, but there was something in Mrs. Whitaker's eyes that made her pause. Beneath the warm smile was a sadness, as though the woman carried the weight of something she couldn't share. Mrs. Whitaker led them toward their cabin, chatting about the lodge's history and the amenities they could enjoy during their stay. But Abigail barely heard her. Her gaze kept drifting toward the lake, its frozen surface stretching out like a glassy void, perfectly still except for the occasional gust of wind that scattered snow across the ice. As they reached the cabin, Mrs. Whitaker turned to them with a serious expression. "One last thing," she said, her tone softer now. "I know the lake looks beautiful, but be careful around it. The ice can be unpredictable this time of year. It's best not to wander too far after dark." Abigail felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. She nodded. But Mrs. Whitaker's words echoed in her mind long after they entered the cabin and unpacked their bags. That night, as Abigail lay in bed listening to the wind whistling softly against the windows, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching from the lake just before she drifted off to sleep. She thought she heard it, a faint sobbing sound carried by the wind, distant but unmistakable. She told herself it was nothing, but deep down she knew the weekend wasn't going to be as peaceful as she had hoped. The cabin was even more charming than Abigail had expected. Nestled at the very edge of the frozen lake, it was surrounded by towering pines that swayed gently in the evening wind. The wooden exterior was painted a soft, rustic brown, blending perfectly with the snow-covered landscape. A thin plume of smoke curled lazily from the stone chimney, and the windows glowed with the warm, flickering light of the fireplace inside. As Abigail stepped onto the porch, the wooden boards creaked. Under her boots, she paused for a moment, listening to the wind whispering through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the faint sound of water, running, probably a stream hidden beneath the layers of snow and ice. Ethan unlocked the door and pushed it open, revealing a cozy interior that smelled of cedar, pine, and the faint, lingering scent of smoke from the fireplace. The living room was small but inviting, with a plush couch facing the hearth and a thick woven rug covering the wooden floor. A small kitchen with rustic cabinetry sat in the corner, and a narrow hallway led to the bedroom. Abigail noticed a stack of firewood neatly piled next to the fireplace, along with a pair of woolen blankets draped over the armrest of the couch. "This isn't bad," Ethan said. Setting their bags down near the door, Abigail nodded, walking slowly into the cabin, the warmth from the fireplace wrapped around her like a blanket. But it didn't reach the knot of unease still sitting heavy in her chest. She walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain, staring out at the lake. The glass was fogged from the warmth inside, but she could still see the white expanse of ice stretching out into the distance, its surface smooth and undisturbed. She didn't know why, but looking at the lake made her feel uneasy. There was something too perfect about its stillness, as if it were waiting for something or someone to disturb it. "Abby," she jumped slightly, turning to see Ethan standing behind her. He had taken off his jacket and was watching her with an unreadable expression. "You okay?" "I'm fine," she said quickly, forcing a smile. "Just tired from the drive." Ethan nodded, but she could tell he didn't believe her. Things hadn't been right between them for a while now. They used to be able to read each other effortlessly, to know when something was wrong without needing to ask. But lately it felt like they were speaking two different languages. She turned back to the window, pretending to adjust the curtain. "It's beautiful here, isn't it?" "Yeah," Ethan said, but his voice lacked enthusiasm. He walked over to the couch and sat down, pulling out his phone and scrolling through it. The light from the screen reflected off his face, casting shadows under his eyes. Abigail bit her lip and looked away. This was supposed to be their chance to fix things, but already it felt like they were drifting further apart. "I'm going to unpack," she said softly, grabbing her bag and heading down the hallway. The bedroom was small but cozy, with a queen-sized bed covered in a quilted comforter and a nightstand on either side. A small window overlooked the back of the cabin, where the forest stretched out like an endless maze of trees. Abigail sat on the edge of the bed, running her fingers over the soft fabric of the comforter. Why did it feel like she had made a mistake coming here? She wanted to believe that this weekend could fix things, that the quiet and isolation of the lodge would give them a chance to reconnect. But the silence between her and Ethan felt suffocating, and the eerie stillness of the lake only made it worse, shaking off the thought. She unpacked her clothes and placed them neatly in the small dresser against the wall. When she finished, she returned to the living room to find Ethan still on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Want to help me start dinner?" she asked, forcing a cheerful tone. Ethan glanced up, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, sure." They worked in silence, chopping vegetables and stirring a pot of soup on the stove. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional clink of utensils against the countertop. Abigail tried to make conversation, asking Ethan about work and his plans for the week, but his answers were short and distracted. After a while, she stopped trying. When dinner was ready, they sat at the small wooden table by the window, eating quietly. Abigail's gaze kept drifting to the window, where the lake was barely visible in the fading light. The sun had set quickly, and darkness had swallowed the landscape outside. Only the faint reflection of the cabin's lights danced on the glass, casting distorted shadows across the snow. "I heard a local talking about some kind of ghost story in town," Abigail said, suddenly breaking the silence. Ethan looked up from his bowl of soup, raising an eyebrow. "A ghost story? Yeah, something about a bride who drowned in the lake. They say her ghost appears every Valentine's night, looking for her groom." She tried to laugh, but the sound came out forced. "It's probably just one of those stories they tell tourists to creep them out." Ethan chuckled, but there was no warmth in it. "Sounds like something you'd love. You always were into weird stuff like that." Abigail's smile faded. He used to think her fascination with ghost stories and folklore was endearing. Now it just felt like another thing he didn't understand about her anymore. The rest of dinner passed in awkward silence. When they finished, Abigail offered to do the dishes while Ethan went back to the couch, scrolling through his phone like he was waiting for something important. By the time she finished, it was nearly 10 p.m., and the wind outside had picked up, howling softly against the cabin. Abigail locked the front door and dimmed the lights, leaving only the glow of the fireplace to illuminate the room. "Coming to bed?" she asked, pausing in the hallway. "In a bit," Ethan replied without looking up. Abigail's chest tightened, but she didn't say anything. She walked to the bedroom, closing the door softly behind her. She changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed, pulling the comforter up to her chin. The firelight flickered against the walls, casting faint shadows that swayed like branches. In the wind, she tried to sleep, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. Ethan was drifting away from her, and she didn't know how to pull him back. The lodge, the lake, the ghost story, all of it felt like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't solve. Sometime after midnight, she finally drifted off, lulled by the sound of the wind and the warmth of the blankets. But her sleep was restless, filled with dreams of dark water and a woman's voice whispering from beneath the ice. When she woke hours later, the wind had stopped. The cabin was deathly quiet, and the air felt colder than before. Abigail sat up, rubbing her eyes. The fire had burned down to embers, casting the room in a dim, flickering light. She shivered, pulling the comforter around her shoulders as she listened to the silence. Then, from somewhere outside, she heard it. A faint, distant sobbing. Her breath hitched. She strained to listen, but the sound faded, replaced by the soft creak of the trees swaying in the breeze. Had she imagined it? She lay back down, her heart pounding, but even as she closed her eyes, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching from the lake, waiting for her to notice it. The sunlight that spilled through the cabin's windows the next morning was muted, filtered through a thick blanket of gray clouds. The frost on the glass shimmered faintly, creating intricate patterns that stretched across the surface like veins. Abigail stood in the kitchen, cradling a warm mug of coffee between her hands, and stared out at the lake. The snow had fallen lightly overnight, dusting the trees and the shoreline with a fresh, pristine layer of white. The lake remained, frozen and undisturbed, its surface smooth and glassy, as if no one had walked across it in years. But despite the peaceful scene outside, Abigail couldn't shake the weight pressing down on her chest. Ethan sat at the table behind her, scrolling through his phone while absently eating the toast she had made for him. The silence between them felt thicker than the fog covering the lake. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked, her voice breaking the stillness. Ethan didn't look up. "Yeah, fine. You?" "Not really," Abigail admitted. She hesitated, swirling her coffee before taking a sip. "I had some weird dreams that finally got his attention." He put down his phone and glanced at her. "Weird how?" She shrugged, trying to sound casual. "I don't know, just unsettling. There was a woman standing on the ice, calling out to me, but when I got closer, the ice cracked and I fell in." She shivered, the memory of the dream still fresh in her mind. It felt so real. Ethan frowned, but his concern didn't last long. He leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. It's probably just the ghost story getting in your head. You always overthink stuff like this. Abigail's stomach twisted. Overthink. He said it like it was a flaw. Like the part of her that had always been curious and imaginative was something to be fixed. I guess, she murmured, turning back to the window. She didn't want to argue. This early in the day, especially when the silence already felt like a heavy weight between them. But the truth was, the dream had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. It wasn't just the dream itself, like it had come from just outside their cabin. She didn't tell Ethan about the sobbing. He would only dismiss it as her imagination. After breakfast, Ethan announced that he wanted to head into town to grab some supplies and check out a local hiking trail he'd heard about. "You coming?" he asked, pulling on his coat. Abigail hesitated. She could use the distraction anything to get her mind off the dream and the lake. But something about the way the lake seemed to watch her through the window made her reluctant. "To leave? I think I'll stay here for a bit," she said. "I want to check out the area around the cabin." Ethan shrugged. "Suit yourself. I won't be gone long." The door closed behind him, and the cabin fell silent again, save for the soft crackle of the fire. Abigail stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of the quiet settle around her. She had never felt more alone. She finished her coffee, put on her coat, and stepped outside. The cold hit her immediately, biting through her jacket and making her breath fog in the air. The snow crunched beneath her boots as she made her way down the short path that led to the edge of the lake. The wind was gentle, stirring the surface of the snow in light swirls. Everything about the scene was picture perfect. Staring out over the frozen expanse, the ice was so smooth that it reflected the gray sky above, creating the illusion of an endless void. It was beautiful, but in a way that made her uneasy, like the kind of beauty you weren't supposed to trust. She took a step closer, her boots slipping slightly on the icy ground. The lake stretched out before her like a blank canvas, untouched and pristine. But the longer she stared, the more she felt like something was just beneath the surface, waiting for her to notice it. What if the dream wasn't just a dream? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to push the idea out of her mind. But as she turned to head back to the cabin, something stopped her. A sound. It was faint at first, barely audible over the gentle rustle of the wind. But as she stood there, straining to listen, it became clearer. A soft, distant sobbing. Abigail's breath caught in her throat. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the lake. The sound wasn't coming from the trees or the cabin. It was coming from somewhere out on the ice. Her boots crunched softly as she stepped closer to the edge. The sobbing grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, broken and desperate, like someone calling for help. Abigail's heart raced as she squinted into the distance. At first, she saw nothing but the smooth, unbroken expanse of ice. But then there, a faint shape, barely visible against the pale backdrop of the lake. It was standing still, far from the shore, its outline blurred by the light snowfall. Abigail blinked, convinced she was imagining it, but the shape didn't disappear. It just stood there, motionless, as if waiting for her to come closer. Her hands trembled as she took a step back. "Hello," she called, her voice cracking. The wind swallowed the sound, carrying it across the frozen expanse without an echo. The sobbing continued, but the figure didn't move. Abigail's mind raced. What was she seeing? A person, a shadow, or something else entirely? The logical part of her brain told her to run back to the cabin, to lock the door and wait for Ethan to return. But another part of her, the part that had been curious about ghost stories and mysteries her entire life, wanted to step onto the ice, to get closer and see for herself. Her boots hovered over the edge of the ice, indecision paralyzing her. The sobbing sounded so human, so real, that it felt wrong to leave without helping. Then, as if sensing her hesitation, the figure moved. It shifted slightly, turning toward her. Abigail's breath hitched as she saw the faint outline of a veil, fluttering in the wind, trailing down from the figure's head. Panic surged through her. She stumbled backward, nearly slipping on the snow, and ran back toward the cabin without looking back. Her boots slipped on the icy path, but she kept going, her breath coming in short. Frantic gasps. When she finally reached the cabin, she slammed the door shut behind her, locking it with trembling fingers. Her heart thundered in her chest as she leaned against the door, trying to catch her breath. She stood there for a moment, listening. Outside, the wind howled softly, but the sobbing was gone. Abigail pressed her hand to her chest, her fingers brushing against her racing heartbeat. Had she imagined it, or had she really seen someone or something out on the lake? Her gaze drifted to the window, but the view was obscured by the frost covering the glass. She couldn't see the lake anymore, but she could still feel it, waiting. The warm, familiar hum of the cafe was a welcome change from the cold, isolated cabin by the lake. Abigail sat at a small corner table near the window, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. Outside, snowflakes drifted lazily through, the air coating the cobblestone street in a soft layer of white. The glass fogged slightly from the warmth inside, but she could still see the quaint storefronts lining the main street, their windows adorned with Valentine's Day decorations. Red paper hearts hung in the windows of a nearby bakery, where fresh loaves of bread and frosted pastries were arranged neatly behind the glass. A florist on the corner displayed bouquets of red and white roses, tied with silk ribbons, their petals slightly wilted from the cold dot. It all looked so romantic-edge, exactly the kind of place she had imagined. When Ethan suggested a Valentine's retreat, but as she sat there, sipping her tea and watching the quiet street outside, Abigail couldn't shake the memory of the sobbing on the lake or the faint figure she had seen standing on the ice. Who was she? The thought made her stomach twist. She had tried to tell herself that it was just a trick of the light, that she had imagined it, but the fear lingering in the back of her mind wouldn't go away. She hadn't told Ethan about it yet. What would be the point? He'd only dismiss it as another one of her overreactions. Abigail's fingers tapped the side of her cup nervously. Across the room, an older couple sat at a table near the fireplace, their voices low but audible in the otherwise quiet cafe. They were discussing something with a sense of familiarity, like it was a story they had told 1,000 times before. They say she only appears when the snow is falling just right, the man said, stirring his coffee. Out on the ice, just after dark. You can hear her crying before you see her. Abigail's breath hitched. She leaned forward slightly, straining to hear more without being obvious. She's been seen near the lodge, you know, the woman replied. She adjusted the scarf wrapped around her neck, her voice barely above a whisper. A few years ago, a couple claimed they saw her right before their car slid off the road. They said she was standing in the middle of the lake wearing that dress. The man nodded solemnly. That's what always happens. People see her, and then something bad follows. Accidents, breakups, disappearances. He shook his head. She's a bad omen. Abigail's heart pounded in her chest. She had heard enough. She stood up quickly, her chair scraping against the wooden floor, and walked over to the counter to pay for her tea. As she slipped her coat on and stepped outside, the cold air hit her like a slap, but it did little to calm her racing thoughts. The bell above the door of the antique shop chimed softly as Abigail stepped inside, shaking the snow from her coat. The shop smelled faintly of dust and lavender, the air thick with the scent of aging wood and leather-bound books. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with oddities, old clocks, porcelain dolls, faded postcards, and glass jars filled with dried herbs and trinkets. A woman in her early 60s stood behind the counter, her silver hair pulled back into a neat bun. She looked up from the book she was reading and smiled warmly. "Welcome," she said. "Feel free to look around." Abigail nodded and wandered through the shop, running her fingers along the spines of old books and pausing to examine a collection of vintage photographs in tarnished frames. The photographs depicted couples from another era, their faces serious, their poses stiff and formal. None of them looked happy. She turned back toward the counter. "Excuse me," she said hesitantly. "Do you know anything about the ghost stories around here? Specifically about a bride who supposedly haunts the lake?" The woman's smile faltered for a brief moment before she recovered, setting her book aside. "Ah, you've heard about Evelyn. Then Evelyn," Abigail repeated, the name sounding heavy on her tongue. "So, she was a real person." The woman nodded, her expression softening. "Yes, Evelyn Maynard. She was engaged to a man named Thomas, and they were supposed to be married on Valentine's Day, but something happened that night. He didn't show up for the wedding." Abigail's throat tightened. "He left her. That's what some people believe. Others say he fell through the ice while trying to cross the lake to meet her. No one knows for sure, but Evelyn waited for him. She put on her wedding dress and walked to the edge of the lake, hoping he'd come back. When he didn't, she kept walking." Abigail's fingers trembled slightly as she listened, and she drowned. The woman nodded again. Her body was found the next morning, frozen beneath the ice. They said she was still wearing her wedding dress. Abigail swallowed hard, the image burning itself into her mind. She could almost see it, a pale figure in white, her veil trailing behind her as she drifted beneath the frozen surface. And now people see her ghost. Yes, every Valentine's night she's seen wandering the lake, searching for her groom. Some say she's looking for revenge. Others think she's trying to warn couples before something bad happens. Abigail's skin prickled with goosebumps. "Warn them about what?" The woman shrugged, her eyes darkening. "Heartbreak, betrayal, death. It depends on who you ask. But most people around here believe that if you see her, it means you're about to lose someone you love." The words hit Abigail like a punch to the stomach. She staggered slightly, her hand gripping the edge of the counter to steady herself. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, concern flickering across her face. Abigail forced a smile, though her heart was racing. "I'm fine. Thank you for telling me." She left the shop in a daze, the cold wind biting at her cheeks as she walked back toward the lodge. Her mind swirled with images of the ghostly bride, of Evelyn standing on the ice, waiting for a man who would never return. Was she seeing things because of the legend, or was the legend more real than she wanted to believe? By the time she reached the cabin, the sun was already beginning to set, casting long shadows across the snow. The lake shimmered faintly in the fading light, its surface as smooth and still as it had been that morning. But now, every time she looked at it, all she could see was the image of something or someone trapped beneath the ice. The door behind her, her breath coming in short gasps as she leaned against it. Ethan hadn't returned yet, but she didn't care. She didn't want to talk to him about what she had learned. Didn't want him to laugh it off like he always did. Instead, she sat by the window, staring out at the lake and waiting for the first sign of nightfall. The darkness always brought the worst of her fears, and tonight she had a feeling it would be worse than ever. The cabin was unnervingly quiet. The only sound came from the crackling of the fire, its faint glow casting flickering shadows across the wooden floor and walls. Abigail sat on the couch, her legs tucked beneath her, flipping through the pages of a worn travel magazine she had found on the coffee table. The pictures of scenic destinations blurred together, sunlit beaches, sprawling vineyards, colorful cityscapes, all places she wanted to visit but never had. The images should have been calming, a distraction from the growing unease in her chest. But Abigail couldn't focus. Her thoughts kept circling back to the conversation she'd had in the antique shop earlier that day, to the story of Evelyn Maynard and the warnings attached to her ghost. Couples who see her are doomed to experience heartbreak or worse. Abigail sighed and tossed the magazine aside. The fire in the hearth had begun to die down, the flames reduced to glowing embers. She glanced at her phone. 10:43 p.m. Ethan still wasn't back. He had sent her a text earlier saying he was having dinner at a pub in town, but that had been hours ago. She debated texting him again, but the thought of another cold, half-hearted response made her stomach twist. Why did it feel like he was slipping further away with each passing day? The wind outside picked up, howling softly as it rattled the windows. Abigail stood and stretched, the tension in her shoulders making her wince. She walked over to the window, pulling back the curtain to peer outside. The snow-covered ground glowed faintly in the moonlight, and the lake stretched out in the distance, its surface shimmering like glass. For a moment, she admired the way the light reflected off the ice, casting a soft glow that made the entire scene look almost magical. But there was something off about it, something that made her chest tighten. The lake was too still, too quiet. Not even the wind seemed to disturb it. She was about to let the curtain fall back into place when movement near the edge of the lake caught her eye at first. She thought it was a deer or some other animal, its shadows stretching across the snow as it moved toward the water. But as she squinted, her breath fogging the window, she realized it wasn't an animal. It was a person. Her pulse quickened. The figure was standing just beyond the shoreline, its form barely visible in the pale light. It was difficult to tell if it was a man or a woman, but the way they stood completely still, their heads slightly bowed, made the hairs on the back of Abigail's neck rise. What are they doing out there this late? She wiped the condensation from the glass with her sleeve, leaning closer to get a better look. The figure hadn't moved. Their bodies seemed rigid, as if frozen in place. Abigail's mind raced. Was it someone from the lodge? A hiker who had lost their way? Or was it someone looking for help? Her fingers hovered over the lock on the front door. Go out there and check, her instincts told her. But another part of her asterisk, the part that had been haunted by the sobbing and the ghost stories, all asterisk, urged her to stay inside. Then the figure moved. It wasn't a natural movement. The figure didn't take a step or shift its weight. Instead, it glided across the snow with an eerie smoothness, as if their feet weren't touching the ground at all. Abigail's breath hitched, and she stumbled back from the window, her heart pounding in her chest. What the hell is that? She clutched the curtain, debating whether to watch or hide, but something about the figure drew her in, compelling her to look again, against her better judgment. She slowly peeked back through the window. The figure had reached the edge of the frozen lake now, standing just where the snow met the ice. The wind picked up, swirling the snow around their feet. The figure remained perfectly still, their head tilted downward. As Abigail strained to see more, the figure lifted their head slightly, just enough for her to catch a glimpse of the flowing white fabric trailing behind them. Her stomach dropped. A wedding dress. The fabric fluttered gently in the wind, the edges of the veil partially covering the figure's face. Abigail couldn't see their features clearly, but she could tell the woman was pale to pale. Her skin blended with the snow around her, as if she were carved from ice. The legend of Evelyn Maynard crashed through her mind. She's seen wandering the lake, searching for her groom. Abigail's breath grew shallow. She backed away from the window, her mind spinning. It's just a coincidence. It can't be her. Ghosts aren't real. But no matter how many times she repeated the words in her head, the terror gripping her chest refused to let go. The woman took a step onto the ice. The sound of cracking echoed faintly in the distance, and Abigail's panic intensified. She rushed to the front door and unlocked it, her hand trembling as she grabbed her coat. What if the woman falls through the ice? She couldn't stand by and do nothing if someone needed help. She stepped outside, the cold air stinging her skin as her boots crunched against the fresh snow. The wind howled louder out here, and the cabin's warm glow faded behind her as she made her way down the path toward the lake. Her breath came in quick puffs, fogging the air in front of her. "Hello," she called, her voice barely audible over the wind. "Are you okay?" The woman didn't respond. She continued walking across the ice, her figure fading in and out, a view as the wind kicked up swirls of snow. Abigail's boots slipped slightly as she reached the shoreline, her eyes locked on the woman's retreating form. "Wait," Abigail shouted, her voice louder this time. "You shouldn't be out there." The woman stopped. Abigail's heart pounded in her chest as the figure slowly turned to face her. The veil obscured most of the woman's face, but through the sheer fabric, Abigail could see a pair of dark, sunken eyes staring back at her. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt, and Abigail felt as though the ground beneath her were shifting. Those eyes weren't just sad, they were filled with something far worse. The woman lifted her hand, reaching toward Abigail as if beckoning her forward. The fabric of her dress fluttered in the wind, and the ice beneath her feet groaned, the cracks spreading outward like veins. Abigail stumbled backward, her breath coming in frantic gasps. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "You're not real." The woman took a step forward, the ice cracking louder beneath her. Then she vanished. One moment she was there, and the next she was gun-swallowed by the swirling snow and the darkness of the lake. Abigail's eyes darted across the ice, searching for any sign of her, but the woman had disappeared without a trace. Her legs trembled as she turned and sprinted back toward the cabin, her boots slipping on the icy path. By the time she reached the front door, her lungs burned and tears streamed down her face, freezing against her skin. She slammed the door shut behind her, locking it with trembling hands before collapsing onto the floor. Her breath came in short, ragged sobs as she pressed her back against the door. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. Was it Evelyn? A hallucination? Or was the legend of the ghost bride more real than anyone had warned her? The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, but the cabin remained eerily silent. Abigail clutched her knees to her chest. The memory of the woman's dark eyes burned into her mind. Abigail woke with a start, her breath hitching as she sat up on the couch. For a moment, she was disoriented, her eyes darting around the dimly lit cabin as she tried to remember where she was. The fire had burned down to little more than embers, casting faint shadows across the room. The soft crackle of the remaining flames was the only sound, but the cabin felt too cold, as if something had crept in during the night and stolen the warmth from the air. She rubbed her arms, shivering beneath the thick blanket she had pulled over herself after locking the door and collapsing in fear. What time was it? The digital clock on the mantel glowed faintly. 3:12 a.m. Ethan still wasn't back. She swung her legs off the couch and stood, her bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. She winced as the chill shot up her spine and quickly pulled on her socks. Where was Ethan? She had half a mind to call him, but her fingers hesitated over the phone. They'd argued so much lately. If she called him now, desperate and afraid, it would only push him further away. Her gaze drifted toward the front door, and unease tightened its grip on her chest. The woman on the lake, the memory of her dark, sunken eyes flashed through Abigail's mind, and she instinctively backed away from the door. She could still hear the sound of the ice cracking beneath the woman's feet, the way the wind had carried her faint, mournful presence across the frozen expanse. "Don't think about it," Abigail ran her hands through her hair and took a deep breath. She needed to shake it off, to convince herself it had just been a hallucination brought on by stress and the creepy ghost stories the locals had told her. But as she turned toward the kitchen, something stopped her. A wet patch of snow on the floor near the door. Her breath hitched, and she froze, her eyes locked on the dark, damp spots spreading across the wooden floorboards. At first, she thought it was just melted snow from her boots, but the more she stared, the more the shape of the patch seemed wrong, too deliberate. She knelt down, her fingers grazing the cold, wet surface. The water was still fresh, as if someone had just tracked it in. Her heart pounded in her chest. Had she forgotten to lock the door when she came back? She was sure she had locked it. Her mind raced as she scrambled to her feet and checked the door, her fingers trembling as she tested the handle. It was still locked, so how did the snow get? Inside, a faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed through the cabin, the soft drip, drip, drip of water. Abigail's eyes darted toward the spot where the wet patch had spread further. A single droplet slipping down and hitting the floor. She looked up. There, near the ceiling, was another dark stain, like melted frost. The moisture dripped steadily, sliding down the wooden beam and pooling near the door. But that wasn't what made her breath catch in her throat. It was the faint outline of a footprint, not a boot print, bare footprint. The shape was small, delicate, and wet, like someone had walked across the cabin with bare feet that had been covered in melting snow. Abigail stumbled backward, her mind reeling. Who had been inside? Had she been sleepwalking? Or had something entered while she was asleep? She backed away from the door, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The air felt colder now, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees in the last few minutes. She wrapped her arms around herself and scanned the cabin, her eyes darting to every shadowed corner. The fireplace flickered weakly, casting distorted shapes along the walls. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe I brought the snow in and forgot about it, but deep down, she knew that wasn't true. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock jolted her from her thoughts. She spun around as the front door creaked open, revealing Ethan, his cheeks flushed from the cold and his coat dusted with snow. Jesus, it's freezing in here, he muttered, kicking off his boots. Why didn't you keep the fire going? Abigail stared at him, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Where have you been? He blinked, taken aback by the sharpness in her voice. I told you I went to the pub in town. I had a couple of beers and lost track of time. My phone died, or I would have called. He dropped his bag near the door and frowned when he noticed her trembling hands. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. A ghost. The word made her stomach churn. I heard something, she stammered, her voice barely. Above, a whisper. And there's snow on the floor, a footprint. Abby, it's probably from your boots. You went outside earlier, right? I locked the door, she said quickly, her voice rising. I'm sure I locked it, Ethan, but when I woke up, there was snow inside and a footprint. A barefoot footprint. Come on. You've been stressed out all day. First the ghost story, then the thing you saw on the lake. I wasn't imagining it, she snapped. I saw her. Her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Ethan stared at her for a moment before exhaling slowly. He walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulders, but she could feel the distance between them. His touch didn't feel comforting. It felt patronizing. Look, I get it. This place is creepy, but you need to relax. There's no ghost, Abby. You're just working yourself up over nothing. She shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. It's not nothing. He pulled away, running a hand over his face. I'm too tired for this. Can we talk about it? In the morning, without waiting for her response, he grabbed a blanket from the couch and headed toward the bedroom. Just try to get some sleep, okay? The bedroom door closed softly behind him, leaving Abigail alone in the dimly lit living room. Her shoulders slumped, and she wiped a tear from her cheek. She wanted to believe him, to convince herself that she was overreacting. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw the woman's dark, hollow gaze staring back at her through the veil. She walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain, her breath fogging the glass as she stared out at the lake. It was still and silent, just as it had been earlier that night. But the longer she looked, the more she felt like something was hiding beneath the ice, waiting for the right moment to break through. As she turned to head back to the couch, her foot brushed against something on the floor. She looked down and saw a wet, crumpled piece of fabric. Frowning, she picked it up, her fingers trembling as she examined it. The fabric was thin and delicate, soaked with icy water dot, piece of a wedding veil. Abigail's breath hitched, her vision blurred as she dropped the fabric and backed away, her heart pounding in her chest. The cold air seemed to press down on her, suffocating her as the realization set in. She wasn't imagining it. The ghost bride had been inside the cabin. Somewhere outside, the wind howled, carrying with it a faint, mournful sob that sent chills racing down her spine. The next morning, Abigail woke to the pale light of dawn filtering through the cabin's curtains, casting weak, gray shadows across the floor. For a moment, she lay there motionless, her mind swimming in the fog of half-remembered dreams, of cracking ice, freezing water, and a woman sobbing softly in the distance. Her body ached from the tension she'd carried through the night, and her throat felt dry, as if she had spent hours crying in her sleep. She sat up slowly, the thick quilt falling away from her shoulders, and glanced toward the window. The frost-covered glass blurred the view of the lake, but she knew it was still out there waiting. Her gaze shifted to the floor, where the crumpled piece of the wedding veil still lay where she had dropped it the night before. The sight of it sent a fresh wave of unease washing over her, and she pulled her knees to her chest, hugging them tightly. Had it really been there, or was she slipping into a spiral of paranoia? She didn't have time to dwell on the question. The sound of Ethan moving around in the kitchen snapped her out of her thoughts. His heavy footsteps, the clatter of a coffee mug on the counter normal. Familiar sounds that felt like they belonged to a different world than the one she had entered last night. Abigail forced herself to get out of bed, her bare feet touching the cold wooden floor as she reached for her robe. She tied it around her waist and made her way down the hall, pausing briefly in the doorway to the living room. The wet patch of melted snow was gone, the floor dry as if nothing had ever happened. Even the air felt warmer, the fire in the hearth crackling cheerfully. For a moment, she considered telling Ethan about the veil. But what would he say? He'd probably roll his eyes and brush it off like he always did. The thought made her chest tighten with frustration and loneliness in the kitchen. Ethan stood at the stove, scrambling eggs in a frying pan. He glanced over his shoulder when he heard her enter. "Morning," he said, his tone neutral. "I figured you'd want breakfast." "Thanks," she murmured, pulling out a chair at the small table. She watched him in silence as he finished cooking and set 2 plates on the table. The smell of butter and eggs filled the air, but Abigail barely touched her food. Her appetite had vanished along with her sense of safety. Ethan sat across from her, scrolling through his phone between bites. The tension between them was palpable, but neither of them acknowledged it. After a few minutes, Ethan broke the silence. "Do you want to head into town today?" he asked, not looking up from his screen. "There's a bookstore I thought you'd like. Maybe we can grab lunch afterward." Abigail hesitated, staring down at her plate. She wanted to say yes, to pretend that everything was fine, and that they could have a normal day. But the idea of wandering through town, surrounded by friendly strangers and quaint shops, felt suffocating. She couldn't stop thinking about the lake and the woman in the wedding dress. "I think I'll stay here," she said finally. "There's something I want to look into." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "More ghost hunting." Abigail bristled. "It's not ghost hunting. There's a story here, and I need to understand it." He sighed and set his phone down. "Abby, you're letting this get to you? We came here to relax, remember? Not to dive into creepy legends and scare yourself half to death." "I'm not scaring myself," she snapped, her voice rising. "Something is happening here, Ethan. I know you don't believe me, but I saw her. She was standing on the lake, and now there's..." She stopped herself, biting her lip. If she told him about the veil, he'd dismiss it like everything else. Ethan shook his head, pushing his plate away. "I don't know what you want me to say, Abby. Ghosts aren't real. You've been stressed, and this place is messing with your head, her fists clenched under the table, her nails digging into her palms. Forget it, she muttered, standing abruptly. Just go to town. I'll be fine on my own. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped, apparently deciding it wasn't worth the argument. He grabbed his coat and keys, casting her one last look before heading toward the door. Call me if you need anything, he said over his shoulder. The door closed behind him, and Abigail let out a shaky breath. The silence that followed was both a relief and a weight pressing down on her chest. An hour later, Abigail stood outside the cabin, her breath fogging the air as she walked toward the tree-lined path leading to town. She needed answers, and there was only one place she could think to start: Madeline's antique shop. The shop was quieter than it had been yesterday, the air thick with the scent of aged paper and dust. Madeline looked up from the counter as the bell above the door chimed, her face softening when she saw Abigail. Back so soon? The older woman asked. Abigail forced a smile and walked up to the counter, pulling the crumpled piece of the wedding veil from her pocket. I found this last night, she said, placing it gently on the counter. I think it belongs to her. Madeline's eyes widened, her fingers brushing lightly over the fabric. Where did you find it? In the cabin, Abigail whispered. Near the door. It was wet, like it had just come in from the snow. The older woman's expression darkened, and she folded her hands on the counter. She's reached out to you. Abigail's breath hitched. What does that mean? Madeline hesitated before answering. The ghost bride doesn't show herself to just anyone. If she's reached out to you, it's because she sees something familiar in you. Pain, betrayal, something that mirrors her own story. Abigail's. Fingers tightened around the edge of the counter. But I'm not a bride. I'm not even married. That doesn't matter, Madeline said softly. It's not about the wedding. It's about the loss. Evelyn died waiting for someone she loved, someone who promised her forever and never showed up. She's warning you. Abigail's heart pounded. Warning me about what? Gaze softened, but there was a sadness behind it. You already know, don't you? Deep down, you can feel it. Abigail opened her mouth to argue, but the words caught in her throat. Was Madeline right? Had Evelyn sensed the cracks in her relationship with Ethan, the betrayal lurking just beneath the surface? I need to know how to stop this, Abigail, said her voice shaking. How do I make her leave me alone? Madeline sighed, her fingers tracing the edge of the veil. Evelyn won't stop until the truth comes to light. You have to face whatever it is you're running from. If you don't. She let the words trail off, but Abigail understood. If she didn't face the truth, she'd end up like Evelyn, lost, frozen, and forgotten. The bell above the door chimed again, and the cold wind swept through the shop, rustling the pages of an open book on the counter. Abigail turned to look outside, her gaze falling on the snow-covered street. The wind swirled the snow in delicate patterns, but in the distance, she thought she saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching. When she blinked, it was gone. Her hands trembled as she turned back to Madeline. Thank you, she whispered. I think I know what I need to do. As she stepped back outside, the cold wind bit at her cheeks, but she barely noticed. Her mind was spinning, and her heart was racing. If Evelyn was right, then the truth she had been avoiding was much closer than she realized. The snow crunched softly under Abigail's boots as she walked the familiar path back to the cabin, her breath fogging in the cold air. The afternoon sky was heavy with thick gray clouds, casting a dim, bluish light over the landscape.
It wasn't
late, but the fading daylight made everything feel darker, as though the sun itself was struggling to stay above the horizon. She clutched her coat tighter around her body, her fingers numb despite the gloves she wore. Madeline's words still echoed in her head, drowning out the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Evelyn won't stop until the truth comes to light. The truth? Abigail's thoughts raced as she considered what that truth might be, she had felt the distance growing between her and Ethan for months now, his late nights at work. The way he barely seemed to listen when she spoke, the cold, dismissive responses when she tried to bring up their future. But had she been ignoring something deeper? Was there more to his behavior than just stress or boredom? The thought twisted in her stomach like a knife. She didn't want to believe it, but the warnings from the ghost bride had shaken her. And now, the more she thought about it, the more her instincts whispered that something was wrong. The cabin came into view, its wooden exterior partially hidden by the trees that lined the frozen lake. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the faint glow of the fire flickered through the frosted windows. The scene should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Nothing about this place felt safe anymore. Abigail paused at the edge of the trees, her eyes drawn to the lake. The ice stretched out like a mirror, smooth and unbroken, reflecting the dull gray sky. The surface shimmered faintly in the cold light, but something about it felt off. She couldn't explain it, but every time she looked at the lake, she felt as though it was watching her, waiting for her to come closer. A gust of wind blew through the trees, scattering snow across the ground and sending a chill down her spine. She should go inside, she told herself. She should warm up by the fire, make a cup of tea, and wait for Ethan to return from town. But her legs didn't move. Her gaze remained fixed on the ice. Before she could stop herself, she was walking toward it, her boots crunching softly against the snow. The cold air nipped at her cheeks, but she barely felt it. Something was pulling her forward, an invisible thread tightening around her chest, urging her to keep moving. When she reached the edge of the lake, she hesitated, her breath coming in short, visible puffs. The ice was pristine, untouched, as if no one had stepped on it in years. She knelt down, brushing a gloved hand across the surface. The cold seeped through the fabric, making her fingers ache, but she ignored it. Beneath the thin layer of frost, the ice was clear, so clear that she could see the shadows of the frozen depths below. Her reflection stared back at her, distorted slightly by the uneven surface. For a moment, she thought she saw something else, a flicker of movement beneath the ice, but when she blinked, it was gone, just a trick of the light. She stood up, brushing the snow off her gloves, but the unease in her chest remained. She was about to turn back toward the cabin when a faint sound reached her ears. A soft whisper, it was barely audible, carried by the wind, but it stopped her in her tracks. Her heart pounded as she strained to listen, her breath hitching in her throat. The whisper grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just the wind, it was a voice, Abigail. Her blood ran cold. The voice was soft and mournful, like someone calling to her from far away. She spun around, expecting to see someone standing behind her, but the shore was empty. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their branches creaking like old bones. But there was no one there. The whisper came again, this time from beneath the ice. Abigail's eyes widened, and she stumbled backward, her boots slipping on the slick surface. She stared down at the frozen lake, her breath coming in rapid gasps. The whisper faded, like fingers drumming against glass. Her heart pounded as she knelt down again, her hands trembling as she pressed them against the ice. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to get her attention. She peered into the depths below, her breath fogging the surface as she tried to see what was causing the sound. Then she saw it, a face. It was faint, barely visible through the layers of ice, but it was their pale, ghostly face with hollow eyes and lips that moved silently, as if speaking a word she couldn't hear. Abigail's throat tightened, and she scrambled backward, her heart racing so fast it felt like it might burst. The tapping grew louder, more frantic. The ice beneath her hands groaned, cracking faintly at the edges. The face disappeared for a moment, only to reappear closer to the surface, as if it were rising toward her. "No," she whispered, shaking her head violently. This isn't real. You're not real. But the face didn't vanish. The hollow eyes stared back at her, unblinking, and for a brief moment, Abigail swore she saw a veil fluttering behind it, trapped beneath the ice like a drowning bride. The tapping stopped abruptly, and the lake fell silent. Abigail sat there, her breath ragged, her fingers clutching the frozen ground. The world around her seemed to tilt, the trees and the sky spinning as she struggled to ground herself. She needed to get inside, without looking back. She scrambled to her feet and ran toward the cabin, her boots slipping on the snow as she fought. To stay upright, her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the sound of the wind. By the time she reached the door, her lungs burned and tears streamed down her face. Freezing against her cheeks, she slammed the door shut behind her, locking it with trembling hands before collapsing onto the couch. Her body shook with silent sobs as she buried her face in her hands. The image of the ghostly face still burned into her mind. The lake wasn't just a place of death, it was a graveyard. Abigail didn't know how long she sat there, her breathing ragged and her heart pounding. When she finally lifted her head, the room was dark except for the soft glow of the fire. She wiped her tears away and pulled the blanket around her shoulders, her body trembling. Ethan still wasn't back. She checked her phone. The signal in the cabin was weak, and she had no way of knowing where he was or when he'd return. For the first time since they'd arrived, she felt truly alone. The ghost bride wasn't just a warning, she was a promise. She had to figure out what the spirit wanted before it was too late. But as she sat there, listening to the wind howl outside, she couldn't shake the feeling that the ice beneath the lake was already cracking in. It wouldn't hold much longer. The night crept in like a predator, slowly devouring what little light remained in the cabin. Abigail sat by the window, the wool blanket wrapped tightly around her shoulders as she watched the last traces of twilight fade into the horizon. The lake was barely visible now, hidden beneath the cloak of darkness, but its presence was suffocating. Even when she couldn't see it, she could feel it. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, and for a brief second, her heart leaped. She grabbed it, her fingers trembling slightly. But her hope quickly dissolved when she saw the message. Ethan won't be back until late. Don't wait up. Her jaw clenched, and she set the phone back down with more force than she intended. Of course he wouldn't be back. It was easier for him to stay in town, surrounded by the warmth of a pub and the company of strangers, than to come back to a cabin where his girlfriend was slowly unraveling. She leaned back against the couch, her fingers digging into the soft fabric of the blanket. She hated how desperate she felt, how much she wanted him to be here, even though she knew he wouldn't believe her. He never believed her anymore. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, but it didn't do much to ease the cold that seemed to cling to her skin. She stood up, pacing the length of the room to shake off the restless energy building in her chest. Maybe she should go to bed and try to sleep, but the idea of lying alone in the dark with nothing but her thoughts and the memory of the ghostly face beneath the ice made her stomach twist. A soft noise made her stop mid-step. She turned her head toward the window, straining to listen. The wind had died down, leaving the cabin wrapped in an unsettling silence. For a moment, she thought she had imagined it. But then it came again, a faint sobbing sound, distant but unmistakable. Her breath hitched, and she tightened her grip on the blanket. She had heard the sobbing before, and it had led her to the lake, to the figure in the wedding dress. She didn't want to follow it again. She didn't want to see what was waiting for her out there. But the sound grew louder, cutting through the silence like a blade. It wasn't just a sob, it was a cry of anguish, raw and broken, like someone mourning a loss they couldn't recover from. Abigail's eyes flicked to the front door, and her pulse quickened. Don't go outside, she told herself. Don't follow it. But her feet moved before her mind could catch up, carrying her to the door. She grabbed her coat and slipped it on, her fingers trembling as she fumbled with the zipper. The cold air hit her like a slap as she stepped outside, but she barely noticed. The sound was pulling her forward, guiding her like a beacon. The snow crunched softly beneath her boots as she made her way down the path to the lake. The darkness pressed in around her, and the trees swayed gently in the wind, their branches creaking like old bones. Her breath came in short, visible puffs, and her heart pounded so loudly she could hear it in her ears. The sobbing grew louder as she reached the shoreline. She stopped, her boots sinking into the fresh snow, and scanned the frozen expanse. The lake was a vast, black void stretching out before her, silent and still. But she knew she wasn't alone. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and then she saw it, a pale figure standing in the middle of the lake. Her breath hitched. The woman was facing away from her, her long white wedding dress trailing behind her like a ghostly shroud. The fabric rippled slightly in the breeze, and Abigail's eyes followed the train of the dress down to where it met the ice. The edges of the dress were wet, as if she had just risen from the frozen depths. The sobbing continued, but now that she was closer, Abigail could hear something else, the faint sound of ice cracking beneath the woman's feet. The sound sent a wave of panic surging through her, but her legs felt like they were made of stone, rooted to the spot. "Don't move, don't breathe." The woman slowly turned her head, and Abigail's breath caught in her throat. The veil covering her face fluttered in the wind, but through the sheer fabric, she could see the pale, sunken eyes staring back at her. The woman's lips moved silently, whispering words that Abigail couldn't hear. A chill raced down her spine, and she stumbled backward, her boots slipping on the icy path. The woman took a step forward, her bare feet making no sound as they glided across the ice. The sobbing had stopped now, replaced by the eerie sound of the wind whistling through the trees. Abigail's pulse thundered in her ears as she turned and ran, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Don't look back." She sprinted toward the cabin, the snow crunching beneath her feet. As she fought to stay upright, the cold air burned her lungs, but she didn't stop. When she reached the cabin, she slammed the door shut behind her and locked it with trembling hands. Her chest heaved as she leaned against the door, her mind racing. What had she seen? What did the ghost bride want from her? Her eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign that the woman had followed her. The cabin was eerily quiet, the fire casting faint shadows along the walls. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It clung to her like a second skin, suffocating her. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, and she flinched, her heart skipping a beat. She grabbed it quickly, hoping it was Ethan, but when she saw the screen, her blood turned to ice. Unknown number. Look outside. Her hands trembled, and she dropped the phone as if it had burned her. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps as she backed away from the door, her mind spinning. Who had sent the message? How did they know she had been outside? The window? Her gaze snapped to the window, and she took a hesitant step forward. Glass was fogged from the warmth inside, but she could still make out the dark outline of the lake in the distance. Her breath hitched when she saw a faint figure standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the cabin, tears streaming down her face as the weight of the moment crashed over her. She didn't know what the ghost bride wanted, but she knew one thing for sure. This wasn't over. The spirit wasn't just haunting the lake, it was haunting her, and until she uncovered the truth, it wouldn't stop. The morning light filtered weakly through the cabin's frosted windows, casting pale bluish shadows on the wooden floor. Abigail lay curled on the couch, the blanket pulled tightly around her body. She hadn't slept. Her eyes were puffy and raw, her head pounding from the hours of silent tears and the weight of dread pressing on her chest. The events of the previous night replayed over and over in her mind. The figure on the lake, the sobbing, the message on her phone. Her phone sat on the coffee table, the screen dark. She hadn't checked it again since dropping it in fear. She was too afraid of what she might see. Another message. Another command to look outside where she knew the ghost bride would be waiting. A soft knock at the door made her flinch. She shot up, her heart pounding in her chest. But as the knock came again, she realized it wasn't the ominous, ghostly presence she had feared. It was Ethan. He opened the door and stepped inside, brushing the fresh snow off his coat and boots. "Morning," he said, closing the door behind him and setting his bag on the floor. His tone was casual, like nothing had happened, like he hadn't left her alone last night with her mind unraveling and a ghost haunting her doorstep. Abigail stared at him, her throat tightening with a mixture of anger and desperation. How could he be so indifferent? "You didn't come back last night," she said softly, her voice cracking. Ethan glanced at her, pulling off his gloves and setting them on the table. "I told you not to wait up. I figured you'd be asleep." "I wasn't." Her hands trembled as she hugged the blanket closer. "I couldn't sleep," he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Abby, we've been over this. You're letting the ghost story get into your head. You've barely eaten, you didn't sleep. Of course you're freaking yourself out. You need to relax." Her chest tightened, and she fought the urge to scream. Relax. Something he used against her every time she tried to express her fears. "She was standing on the lake, Ethan. I heard her crying, and when I got closer, she turned and looked at me. I wasn't imagining it. She's real." Ethan rubbed his temples, letting out a frustrated breath. "Abigail, please. There's no ghost. This whole thing is just an old story the locals use to scare tourists. You've been reading too much into it, and now you're seeing things that aren't there. I'm not seeing things." She stood, the blanket falling to the floor. "There's something wrong with this place. The ghost bride is real, and she's trying to tell me something, but you won't listen. You never listen." Ethan stared at her for a moment, his jaw tightening. "I'm listening," he said finally, "but what you're saying doesn't make sense. Ghosts aren't real, Abby. You're spiraling because you're stressed, and this trip was supposed to help you calm down. But if you don't want to be here anymore, fine. We can leave early." Abigail's breath hitched. Was that his solution? To leave and pretend none of this ever happened? She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "You don't understand. If we leave now, it won't stop. She'll follow me. She's warning me about something about us." Ethan's expression softened for a moment, but then he sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "I can't do this right now," he muttered. "I need some air." Without another word, he grabbed his coat and stepped outside, the door closing with a soft click behind him. The silence that followed was suffocating. Abigail sank to her knees, her body trembling as she sobbed into her hands. How had things gotten this bad? Ethan had been the one constant in her life, the one person she thought she could rely on. But now she felt more alone than ever. The hours passed in a blur. Abigail wandered aimlessly around the cabin, her thoughts fragmented and chaotic. Tried to read, tried to eat, but nothing held her attention. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the ghost bride standing on the lake, her hollow eyes staring back at her. By mid-afternoon, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her coat and headed outside, the cold air biting at her skin. The snow crunched beneath her boots as she walked toward the edge of the lake, her breath coming in short, visible puffs. The lake was as still and silent as it had been the night before, its surface shimmering faintly under the overcast sky. She knelt at the shoreline, brushing the snow away with her gloved hands until the ice beneath was exposed. The surface was clear, like a frozen window into the depths below. Abigail leaned closer, her breath fogging the ice as she stared into the dark, frozen waters. Her reflection stared back at her, distorted slightly by the uneven surface. But as she watched, the reflection shifted, her eyes widened, and she scrambled backward as another face appeared beneath the ice pail, and ghostly with hollow eyes, and a veil fluttering around it like tendrils of smoke, the face pressed against the ice, its lips moving silently as if trying to speak to her. Abigail's chest heaved as she crawled backward, her boots slipping on the snow. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What are you trying to tell me?" The face beneath the ice faded, and for a moment the lake was still. But then a crack formed along the surface, spreading like a spiderweb. The sound echoed through the air, sharp and sudden, and Abigail's heart nearly stopped. She scrambled to her feet and ran back to the cabin, her breath coming in ragged gasps. When she reached the front door, she threw it open and slammed it shut behind her, locking it with trembling hands. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, and she flinched, her pulse racing. She grabbed it hesitantly, her fingers trembling as she unlocked the screen. Unknown number. "It's closer than you think." Her stomach twisted, and she dropped the phone as if it had burned her. She backed away from the table, her breath coming in short, panicked bursts. Who was sending her these messages? Was it the ghost bride? Was it something else entirely? The fire in the hearth flickered weakly, casting faint shadows across the room. Abigail sank to the floor, her back pressed against the wall as she tried to steady her breathing. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the feeling that the ice was cracking beneath her feet, and soon it would swallow her whole. The cabin felt colder now, the warmth from the fire unable to reach her. She pulled the blanket around her shoulders, her eyes darting to the window. The snow continued to fall outside, covering the world in a soft, suffocating silence. She could hear it, the faint sound of sobbing, drifting on the wind like a distant echo. Abigail closed her eyes, her tears falling freely. She had to figure out what the ghost bride wanted before it was too late. But with Ethan gone and the warnings growing more ominous, she couldn't help but wonder, was it already too late? Abigail sat at the small kitchen table, her fingers trembling as she traced invisible patterns across the surface of her untouched cup of coffee. The liquid had gone cold long ago, but she hadn't noticed. She stared at the swirling steam that no longer existed, her mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening around her. The cabin was silent, except for the faint crackling of the fire. The warmth of the room should have been comforting, but instead it felt suffocating, like a trap slowly closing in around her. The walls seemed closer than they had been before, their wooden panels groaning softly as if breathing. It wasn't just the ghost haunting her anymore. The trees outside, she needed answers. Her phone sat on the table, the screen dark. The message she had received earlier, "It's closer than you think," still echoed. In her head, her fingers twitched, the urge to check her messages gnawing at her. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. What if there was another message waiting for her? What if it was worse than the last one? A knock at the door startled her, and her heart leaped into her throat. She jumped to her feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor as she spun toward the door. The knock came again, softer this time, as if whoever was on the other side was trying not to frighten her. Her breath hitched as she approached the door, her fingers hesitating over the lock. What if it wasn't Ethan? What if it was her, the woman in the wedding dress, standing silently on the porch, waiting to be let in? Abigail's mind conjured an image of the ghost bride's pale face, her hollow eyes staring through the frosted glass, her veil fluttering gently in the wind. She shook her head, trying to banish the thought, and unlocked the door. It wasn't Ethan. It was Madeline, the antique shop owner. Her silver hair was tucked neatly under a wool hat, and her gloved hands clutched a thermos of what smelled like coffee or hot cocoa. A warm, sympathetic smile tugged at the corners of her lips, but her eyes were filled with concern. "I hope I'm not intruding," Madeline said gently. "I was in the area and thought I'd stop by to check on you." Abigail exhaled a shaky breath and stepped aside, gesturing for the older woman to come in. Madeline entered, setting the thermos on the kitchen counter before taking off her coat and gloves. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said softly, her gaze scanning Abigail's face. "I have." She closed the door and locked it behind them, her fingers lingering on the lock for a moment before turning back to Madeline. "I don't know what to do. She's following me. She's inside my head, and I can't get her out." Madeline nodded, as if she had expected this. She pulled out a chair and gestured for Abigail to sit across from her. "Tell me everything you've seen," she said. "Don't leave anything out." The words came pouring out like a flood. Abigail told her about the sobbing on the lake, the figure in the wedding dress, the messages on her phone, and the face beneath the ice. She described the piece of veil she had found inside the cabin, the warnings that Evelyn seemed to be leaving for her, and how everything felt like a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. When she finished, her hands were shaking and tears blurred her vision. Madeline reached across the table and took her hands, her touch warm and steady. "I believe you," she said softly. "You're not imagining this. Evelyn's spirit is very real, and she's chosen you for a reason." Abigail's breath hitched. "But why me? What does she want?" Madeline hesitated, her gaze dropping to their intertwined hands. Evelyn's story is about more than betrayal. It's about love, pain, and revenge. She drowned herself on Valentine's night because the man she loved didn't show up. Some say he left her. Others say he died trying to reach Herb. It doesn't matter. In the end, Evelyn believed she had been abandoned. Her spirit lingers because she's searching for someone who will understand her pain and acknowledge the betrayal she felt. Abigail's throat tightened. "But I'm not married. I'm not a bride." "No, but you're someone who understands betrayal," Madeline said gently. "Evelyn's spirit is drawn to those who are experiencing what she went through. It's not about a wedding. It's about the breaking of a promise." The words hit Abigail like a punch to the chest. Was that what Evelyn saw in her? The cracks in her relationship with Ethan, the lies and secrets she had ignored for so long, the nagging feeling that he wasn't the man she thought he was. Madeline leaned closer, her expression serious. "Evelyn isn't here to hurt you, Abigail. She's here to warn you. There's something you need to face before it's too late. If you don't, her pain will become your pain. Her fate will become yours." Abigail wiped her tears away, her breath trembling. "How do I stop her? How do I make her leave me alone?" Madeline's gaze darkened. "You can't make her leave until you've faced the truth. What is Evelyn trying to show you? What aren't you seeing?" Abigail's mind raced, her thoughts spiraling as she tried to piece everything together. The warnings, the messages, the sobbing on the lake, it all felt like a puzzle with missing pieces. And the missing piece was Ethan. Her chest tightened as a memory surfaced. Ethan's phone buzzing late at night. The way he had pulled it away from her when she tried to see who was calling. The receipt for a jewelry store she had found in his bag, with 2 items listed instead of 1. Her fingers gripped the edge of the table as nausea twisted her stomach. Was this what Evelyn was trying to warn her about? Was Ethan hiding something that would break her completely, just like Evelyn had been broken? Madeline watched her carefully. "You know what you have to do, don't you?" Abigail nodded slowly, the weight of the realization settling heavily on her shoulders. "I need to know the truth." She stood, her legs feeling weak beneath her, and grabbed her coat. The cold air hit her face as she stepped outside, but she barely noticed. The lake was waiting, just like Evelyn was waiting beneath the surface. She would find the truth. No matter how much it hurt, the walk to the edge of the lake felt longer than usual, the snow crunching softly beneath her boots. The trees loomed, like shadowy figures around her, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Abigail's breath fogged in the air, and her heart pounded in her chest as she approached the frozen shoreline. The lake stretched out before her, its surface shimmering faintly under the overcast sky. For a moment, everything was still. But then, a ripple disturbed the surface of the ice, as if something beneath it had stirred. Abigail knelt at the shoreline, her fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface. The ice groaned softly beneath her touch, and she closed her eyes, listening to the faint sounds of the lake. "Evelyn," she whispered, "I'm listening. Show me what you want me to see." The wind howled softly, and for a moment, she thought, she heard the faint sound of a woman's voice whispering her name. When she opened her eyes, she saw a faint shadow beneath the ice, moving slowly toward her. Her breath hitched, and tears streamed down her face. The truth was waiting for her, and this time she wouldn't run. The air felt colder near the lake, colder than it had any right to be. Abigail's breath fogged in front of her, rising in frantic bursts as she knelt on the frozen shoreline. Her hands shook as they pressed against the smooth surface of the ice, her fingertips tingling with a numbness that wasn't just from the cold. She stared down into the glassy depths, the shadows beneath the surface shifting like something alive. "Show me," she whispered, her breath hitching. "If you want me to see the truth, then show me." The wind howled in response, whipping her hair across her face and sending a flurry of snow skittering across the ice. For a moment, she thought nothing would happen that she had imagined. It all that she had been chasing a ghost that wasn't real. But then, the ice began to change. A faint light flickered beneath the surface, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. The shadows shifted and twisted, coalescing into shapes that swirled together in a chaotic dance. Abigail leaned closer, her breath fogging the ice, as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. Was it just the reflection of the clouds, or was something moving beneath her, trapped between the layers of frozen water? The light grew stronger, casting a bluish glow across the ice. The shapes beneath the surface became clearer, a pair of hands pressing against the underside of the ice, pale and translucent. Their fingers splayed out as if trying to break free. Abigail gasped and stumbled backward, her boots slipping on the snow. Her heart pounded as she watched the hands disappear, fading into the murky depths. What did it mean? Was Evelyn trying to reach out to her, or was it something else entirely? Before she could catch her breath, the ice groaned loudly, the sound echoing across the lake like a warning bell. A long, jagged crack split the surface, branching out in multiple directions. Abigail scrambled away from the edge, her mind racing. She had to get out of here. This was more than a message. It was a threat. But then she saw it. A message carved into the ice itself. The letters were faint at first, like frost etched into glass, but as she stared, they became clearer, each word burning itself into her mind. "He's lying to you." Her breath hitched, and the world tilted beneath her. The ice groaned again, louder this time, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the words. "He's lying to you." The message pulsed like a heartbeat, the letters flickering in and out of focus. As if they were alive, Ethan, her thoughts spiraled, memories flooding her mind in a chaotic torrent. His late nights, the mysterious phone calls, the jewelry store receipt, the warning signs she had ignored because she didn't want to face the truth. "Is this what you've been trying to tell me?" she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Her voice cracked as she cried out to the lake, to Evelyn, to anyone who could hear her. "What is he lying about? What do you want me to do?" The wind howled in response, and the ice beneath her feet trembled. She staggered to her feet, her boots slipping on the slick surface as she backed away from the shoreline. She needed to get back to the cabin. She needed to confront Ethan. The walk back to the cabin felt endless. The wind bit at her exposed skin, and the snow stung her cheeks like needles, but she barely noticed. Her thoughts raced 1,000 possibilities, swirling in her mind, each one more painful than the last. What had Ethan done? What was he hiding from her? By the time she reached the cabin, her breath was coming in ragged gasps and her legs felt like they were about to give out. She fumbled with the door handle, her fingers numb and clumsy, but she finally managed to push it open. The warmth from the fire hit her like a wave, but it did nothing to ease the chill in her bones. She dropped her coat on the floor and grabbed her phone from the table, her fingers trembling as she scrolled through her messages. She needed proof, something to confirm what Evelyn was trying to warn her about. But the only messages on her phone were the ones from the unknown number, the cryptic warnings that had led her here in the first place. It's closer than you think. Her stomach churned, and she set the phone down with a shaky breath. She needed to find Ethan's phone. If he was hiding something, it would be there. She knew it. Her hands shook as she searched the cabin, tearing through drawers, checking under the couch cushions, and finally finding his phone tucked inside his coat pocket. The screen was locked, but she knew the code. He had used the same one for years. Her fingers hovered over the screen for a moment, doubt gnawing at her. Was she really going to do this? Was she ready to see what he had been hiding? But then she thought of the message on the ice, the hands pressing against the frozen surface, and she knew she didn't have a choice. She unlocked the phone and opened his messages. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There were texts from coworkers, notifications from apps, and random messages about their trip. But then she found the conversation thread that made her blood run cold. It was a name she didn't recognize: Vanessa. Her fingers trembled as she opened the thread. The messages were recent, spanning the last few months, and as she scrolled through them, her breath grew shallow. The messages were intimate, affectionate words he hadn't spoken to her in months. There were photos, 2 selfies, of Vanessa, smiling in the sunlight, pictures of her and Ethan together in places he had claimed to be working late. Abigail's vision blurred as tears streamed down her face. Her chest felt like it was being crushed, the air leaving her lungs in ragged gasps. How long had this been going on? Had he ever loved her, or had it all been a lie? The phone slipped from her hands and hit the floor with a dull thud. She sank to her knees, sobbing into her hands, as the weight of the betrayal consumed her. Evelyn had been right. Ethan had lied to her, just like Evelyn's groom had abandoned her. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warmth mocking her as she cried. But even through her sobs, she heard the faint sound of sobbing outside, echoing through the night. Abigail's head snapped up, her breath hitching as she crawled to the window. The glass was fogged, but she could still make out the faint outline of the lake in the distance. And there, standing on the frozen shoreline, was the ghost bride. Her veil fluttered gently in the wind, and her hollow eyes stared directly at Abigail through the frost-covered glass. She knows Abigail's breath came in short, frantic gasps as she backed away from the window, her mind spinning. The ghost bride wasn't just a warning anymore. She was a reflection of what Abigail had become, betrayed, broken, and lost. But as the sobbing grew louder, one thought pierced through the haze of her panic. She wasn't going to end up like Evelyn. She wouldn't let the ice claim her. Abigail sat on the floor, her back pressed against the kitchen cabinets, her breathing ragged and her body trembling. The phone lay in front of her, the messages between Ethan and Vanessa still open, their words etched into her mind like a scar she couldn't erase. Every line of text was a knife, cutting deeper and deeper until she felt hollow. I miss you. I can't wait to see you again. Don't worry, she won't find out. Her hands shook as she pressed them against her mouth, trying to muffle her sobs. How long had she been sitting here? Minutes? Hours? The room was too quiet, the silence suffocating her. She could hear her heartbeat pounding in her ears, and with each beat, she felt the crushing weight of betrayal settle heavier on her chest. But even through the fog of grief, she couldn't ignore the sound creeping into the edges of her consciousness, the soft sobbing outside, drifting toward the cabin like a haunting lullaby. The ghost bride's presence was stronger now, as if her pain had merged with Abigail's, creating something monstrous and inescapable. Abigail wiped her tears away and pushed herself to her feet, her legs wobbling beneath her. She needed to confront him. She needed answers, even if they shattered her further. She couldn't be Evelyn. She wouldn't let herself drown in this. The sound of the front door opening made her flinch, and for a moment her breath hitched. She turned toward the door just as Ethan stepped inside, brushing snow off his coat. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and he looked surprised to see her standing there, her face streaked with tears. "Abby." His voice was cautious, like he was treading on thin ice. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Her laugh was hollow, bitter. "Am I okay?" She held up his phone, her fingers trembling. "No, Ethan, I'm not okay. I found your messages." His eyes widened, and for a split second, she saw something flicker across his face: guilt, fear, or maybe anger. But he quickly masked it, stepping toward her with his hands raised. "Abby, listen. Don't," she snapped, stepping back. Her voice cracked, but she didn't care. "Don't you dare try to explain this away. How long, Ethan? How long have you been lying to me?" He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. "It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think." Her voice rose, shaking the walls of the cabin. "You've been cheating on me, haven't you? I trusted you, and you threw it all away for what? Some fling? Someone who meant more to you than I did." Ethan's jaw tightened. "It wasn't like that. I didn't mean for it to happen. It got out of control. Got out of control." She laughed again, tears streaming down her face. "You don't accidentally sleep with someone for months, Ethan. You don't accidentally send them pictures and tell them you love them." He tried to reach for her, but she recoiled as if his touch burned her. "Abby, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Things between us haven't been the same. You've been distant. I didn't know how to fix it." Her chest heaved as she struggled to breathe. "So, you cheated? That's how you fix things?" "I never meant for you to find out," he whispered. That was the final blow. Not an apology, not a plea for forgiveness, just an admission that he had hoped his betrayal would stay hidden. Abigail's legs gave out, and she sank to the floor, sobbing into her hands. Evelyn's story was hers now. She could feel it, the weight of abandonment, the suffocating pain of knowing the person you loved had betrayed you. Ethan knelt beside her, but she couldn't look at him. All she could see was the ghost bride's face, her hollow eyes staring back at her through the veil. The air in the cabin felt colder, the fire in the hearth dimming as if the room itself were reacting to her pain. "I can fix this, Ethan," said softly, his voice trembling. "We can leave this place and go home. We'll figure it out, I promise." Abigail shook her head, her tears falling freely. "You don't understand," she whispered. "She won't let me leave." "What are you talking about?" She lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen. "Evelyn, the ghost bride. She's been warning me about you this entire time. She knew what you were hiding, and now she won't stop until I accept it." Ethan frowned, glancing toward the window. "Abby, you're not making any sense. There's no ghost. This is just... it's the stress. You're seeing things because you're upset." "No," she said firmly. "She's real. She's been watching me, following me, trying to show me the truth. And now that I know, I don't think she's going to let either of us leave." The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and Ethan flinched. The fire in the hearth flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. Abigail's breath hitched as she noticed a shadow move across the window, a figure standing just beyond the glass, barely visible through the frost. "She's here," Abigail whispered, her voice barely audible. Ethan stood and walked to the window, squinting into the darkness. "There's no one out there." "Yes, there is." Abigail's voice grew louder, more frantic. "She's standing right there. Ethan, don't you see her?" He shook his head. "There's nothing there, Abby." you're just," the lights flickered, and the cabin was thrown into brief darkness before the fire flared back to life. Abigail scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in rapid gasps. The air felt heavier now, thick and suffocating, as if the walls were closing in. The ghost bride wasn't just outside anymore, she was inside the cabin, her presence bleeding into every corner, every shadow. The floorboards groaned beneath Abigail's feet as she backed away, her eyes darting to the door. "We have to leave." Now Ethan hesitated, looking around the room as if expecting to see the ghost materialize in front of him. "Abby, you need to calm down. Let's sit down and talk about this." "No," she screamed. "We can't stay here." The wind howled again, and this time it wasn't just wind. It was the sound of Evelyn's sobs, louder and more desperate than ever, as if she were inside the walls, crying out to be heard. The lights flickered again, and the temperature dropped so suddenly that Abigail's breath became visible in the air. "Ethan, please," she begged, tears streaming down her face. "If you love me, you'll help me get out of here." He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, the window nearest the door cracked, a long fracture splitting the glass like a lightning bolt. Abigail screamed, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the door. "We're leaving," she said, her voice shaking with fear. "I don't care what you think. If we stay here, we'll end up like her." Ethan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, grabbing their coats. As she threw open the door, the cold wind hit them like a wall, and the snow swirled around them, blinding and relentless. Abigail's heart pounded as she stepped outside, her boots sinking into the snow. As they made their way toward the car, she couldn't help but glance back at the cabin one last time. The window where she had seen the ghost bride was fogged, but she swore she could still see a faint silhouette standing there, watching her leave. But was it Evelyn, or was it her future self a warning of what she would become if she didn't escape in time? The wind was a howling monster that clawed at their coats, flung icy snow into their faces, and muffled their desperate footsteps as they stumbled through the thick blanket of white. Abigail's heart raced as she pulled Ethan along the path, toward the car, her boots slipping on patches of ice hidden beneath the snow. Every breath burned her lungs. Every step felt like a battle against the invisible force pushing them back toward the cabin. "We have to go," she gasped, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We have to get out of here." Ethan didn't respond. His grip on her hand felt cold and loose, as though he were holding on out of obligation rather than urgency. Abigail glanced over her shoulder, her eyes darting to his pale face. He looked distant, his brow furrowed in confusion, as if he were still trying to process what was happening. "Ethan, snap out of it," she cried, tightening her grip on his hand. "This is real. She's not going to let us leave unless we move." Finally, he nodded, shaking his head as though to clear it. Okay. The car's just up ahead." The snow crunched beneath their feet, but Abigail's mind was elsewhere on the ghost bride. On the way the cabin seemed to breathe when she had screamed, on the fractured window that had felt like a warning. Even now, she couldn't shake the feeling that Evelyn's gaze was still on her, tracking her every movement through the trees. They reached the car, and Abigail fumbled with the keys, her fingers numb and clumsy. She unlocked the doors and yanked open the driver's side. But as she slid into the seat and tried to start the engine, her stomach dropped. The engine wouldn't turn over. "Come on," she whispered frantically, turning the key again. The engine groaned, sputtered, and fell silent. "Come on," she tried again, her fingers white-knuckled around the key, but the car wouldn't budge. Ethan leaned over, his voice tight. "It's probably the cold. The battery might be dead." "No, it can't be dead." Abigail's breath hitched, and she twisted the key one last time. The car shuddered, but the engine didn't come to life. The silence was deafening, broken only by the wind rattling the windows. Ethan slammed his hand against the dashboard, cursing under his breath. "We're stuck." "No," Abigail whispered, tears streaming down her face. They couldn't be stuck. They couldn't stay here. The ghost bride wouldn't let them leave, not unless Abigail found a way to break free of the curse. To finish what Evelyn had started, "We'll walk," she said suddenly, her voice cracking. "We'll walk back to town in this storm." Ethan shook his head. "We'll freeze before we make it halfway. Then what do we do?" she screamed, her panic spiraling out of control. She could feel the cabin's presence like a living entity calling her back, pulling her into its suffocating warmth. Her mind raced, the memories of the past few days blurring together, the whispers, the sobbing, the messages on her phone, the face beneath the ice. The ice dot her breath caught. "The lake," she said suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ethan frowned. "What about it?" Abigail's hands trembled as she gripped the steering wheel. "She's waiting for me. There she's been waiting this whole time. The messages, the sobbing, it's all been leading me back to the lake. I think I need to confront her." Ethan stared at her like she had lost her mind. "You want to go back to the lake? Abby, listen to yourself. That's where this all started. If we go back, it'll only get worse. I don't have a choice," she said, her voice cracking. "She won't let us leave until I face her. If I don't, she'll haunt me forever. Don't you get it, Ethan? This isn't just some ghost story. It's real, and it's happening to us." Ethan ran his hands over his face, exhaling sharply. "This is insane. I know," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "But I have to try." For a moment, Ethan looked like he was going to argue, but then he nodded, defeated. "Fine, but I'm coming with you." Abigail shook her head. "No, I need to do this alone. Abby, please." The words hung between them like a painful truth, and Ethan finally nodded, stepping back. "Okay, but if you're not back in 10 minutes, I'm coming after you." Abigail swallowed the lump in her throat and stepped out of the car, the cold air biting at her skin. The snow swirled around her as she made her way back down the path toward the lake, her heart pounding with every step. The trees whispered around her, their branches creaking like old bones, and the wind carried faint echoes of sobbing Evelyn's, sobbing intertwined with her own. When she reached the shoreline, the lake stretched out before her like a sheet of black glass, its surface shimmering faintly under the pale light of the overcast sky. The ice groaned beneath her boots as she stepped onto it, the sound sending a shiver down her spine. "Evelyn," she whispered, her breath fogging the air. "I'm here." The wind died down, and for a moment the world was eerily silent. Then, from the center of the lake, a figure emerged from the fog pale, ghostly and draped in a tattered wedding dress. Her veil fluttered behind her like smoke, and her bare feet made no sound as they glided across the ice. Abigail's breath hitched, and she took a step back, her boots slipping slightly. "What do you want from me?" she cried. "Why are you doing this to me?" The ghost bride stopped, her head tilting slightly as if she were studying Abigail. The wind picked up again, carrying faint whispers that swirled around her like a chant. "He lied to you, just like mine lied to me." "I know," Abigail sobbed, falling to her knees. "I know he lied, but I'm not you. I'm not going to die here. I won't let this destroy me." The ice beneath her hands groaned, and she looked down, her breath catching when she saw a faint shadow moving beneath the surface. It was Evelyn's, face distorted and ghostly, pressing against the ice as if trying to break through. "I understand your pain," Abigail whispered, tears streaming down her face. "But you don't have to haunt me anymore. Let me go." For a moment, everything was still. The ghost bride stood motionless, her veil fluttering gently in the wind. Then, slowly, she reached out her hand, her fingers brushing against the ice. The surface trembled, and the cracks spread outward like veins. But the ice didn't break. Abigail sobbed, her breath fogging the air as the ghost bride's figure began to fade, dissolving into the fog like a distant memory. The sobbing stopped, and the wind stilled, leaving only the sound of Abigail's ragged breathing. It was over. The ice beneath her stopped groaning, and the lake fell silent once more. Abigail sat there for a moment, her body trembling as she processed what had just happened. She had faced Evelyn and survived, but as she stood and made her way back to the shoreline, a nagging thought clawed at the back of her mind. Had Evelyn truly let her go, or was this just the calm before the final storm? The wind had calmed by the time Abigail reached the shoreline, her breath coming in short, visible puffs as she leaned against the nearest tree for support. Her legs felt like they could give out at any moment, her muscles aching from the tension of walking across the ice, but she didn't care. She was alive. The lake behind her was eerily still, its surface smooth and unbroken except for the faint web of cracks she had left behind. The ghost bride had vanished into the fog, dissolving like a memory too painful to hold on to, and for the first time in days, Abigail felt as though she could breathe. The weight of Evelyn's presence was gone, lifted from her chest like a suffocating shroud that had been torn away, but the relief didn't come as easily as she had hoped. Had she really broken the curse? Or had she merely bought herself time before Evelyn's grief pulled her under once more? The thought gnawed at her as she stumbled back toward the cabin, her boots crunching softly against the snow-covered ground. Ethan was waiting by the car, his arms crossed tightly over his chest as he paced back and forth. When he saw her, eyes widened and he rushed to meet her, his boots slipping slightly on the icy path. "Abby, what the hell were you thinking?" She sagged into his arms, her body trembling as he held her close. For a brief moment, she let herself lean into him, absorbing the warmth of his embrace. But the comfort didn't last. As soon as she pulled back and saw the concern etched into his face, the betrayal came rushing back. "I'm okay," she said softly, though her voice was hollow. "It's over." Ethan frowned. "What do you mean, it's over? Did you see her again?" Abigail nodded, her gaze dropping to the ground. "I saw her. I told her to let me go. I don't think she'll come back." But even as she said, words doubt crept into her mind, wrapping around her like a cold, wet veil. Ethan ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. "We need to get out of here. The car won't start, but if we wait for the storm to die down, we can walk to town. I don't want to spend another night here." Abigail hesitated. The thought of staying in the cabin, even for a few more hours, made her stomach twist. But she wasn't ready to leave, not yet. "Go inside," Ethan said gently, guiding her toward the cabin. "You're freezing. I'll figure out a way to get us moving." She nodded weakly and let him lead her to the door. The warmth of the cabin washed over her as she stepped inside, but it didn't chase away the chill that had settled deep in her bones. The fire was still burning, crackling softly in the hearth, but the glow felt dimmer somehow, as though the room itself were drained of light. Abigail sank into the couch, pulling the blanket over her shoulders. Her hands trembled as she stared into the fire, the flames flickering like ghosts dancing across the logs. Her thoughts were a tangled web of fear, doubt, and exhaustion. Had Evelyn really let her go, or had the ghost bride simply retreated, waiting for the right moment to strike again? Her gaze drifted to the window, where the frost-covered glass distorted the view of the lake. The cracks she had seen earlier were gone, hidden beneath the fresh layer of snow that had fallen while she was outside. It was as if the lake had erased all traces of what had happened. She closed her eyes, leaning her head back against the couch. The soft warmth of the fire lulled her into a state of half-consciousness, her body too exhausted to fight the pull of sleep. But even as her breathing slowed, her mind refused to rest. The memories of the past few days replayed in her head like a broken record, the sobbing, the whispers, the face beneath the ice. Just as she was about to drift off, a sound jolted her awake. Drip, drip. Her eyes snapped open, her breath hitching in her throat. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the slow, rhythmic dripping of water. She sat up, her heart pounding as she scanned the room. At first, she thought it was coming from the kitchen sink, but when she strained to listen, she realized it was coming from the front door. She stood on shaky legs and made her way to the door, her bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The air felt heavier now, thick with a sense of dread that made her skin crawl. As she reached the door, she saw a wet patch of snow on the floor, spreading slowly outward like a dark stain. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she knelt down, her fingers brushing against the wet spot. The water was icy, soaking through the fabric of her sweatpants and chilling her to the bone. How had the snow gotten inside? The door was locked. She stood, her eyes darting to the window. The frost-covered glass was fogged, but she could still make out the faint outline of the lake in the distance. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the world outside in silence. But something about the silence felt wrong, unnatural-like. It was holding its breath, waiting for her to notice what was lurking beneath it. Drip, drip, drip. The sound grew louder, echoing through the cabin like the ticking of a clock counting down to something inevitable. Abigail turned slowly, her breath hitching as she saw a trail of wet footprints leading from the door to the center of the room. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she followed the trail, her footsteps cautious and hesitant. The footprints were small, delicate, and bore the kind of prints that would be left by someone walking across the snow without shoes. They stopped just in front of the fireplace, where the flames flickered weakly, casting distorted shadows along the walls. Abigail's eyes widened as she saw what lay on the floor, a crumpled piece of white fabric, soaked with water, a torn piece of a wedding veil. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, no, no." The fire crackled softly, and the room seemed to tilt around her, the walls closing in as her vision blurred with tears. She had done everything Evelyn had asked. She had faced the truth. So why was this still happening? A soft whisper brushed against her ear, sending chills racing down her spine. It was Evelyn's voice, faint and mournful, like a distant echo, carried by the wind. "It's never over." Abigail stumbled backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She clutched the blanket around her shoulders, her body trembling as the weight of the words settled over her. Evelyn hadn't let her go. The door creaked softly, as if the wind were pushing against it, and the sound of sobbing drifted through the cabin once more. Abigail collapsed onto the floor, her sobs mixing with Evelyn's as the realization hit her. She was trapped. No matter how far she ran, no matter how much she tried to fight it, the ghost bride would always be with her, shadow lurking beneath the ice, waiting for her to slip and fall. And when she did, Evelyn would be there to pull. You're listening this because you like our story. Please like or subscribe this video to support us so we can continue to create more such videos for you. Story 4. The wind howled against the cabin walls, rattling the windows like desperate fingers clawing to get inside. Daniel Carter sat in the dim glow of the fire, his glass of whiskey half empty, the ice within it melting slower than it should. Outside, the February night stretched into an endless sheet of white, the snow swallowing everything beneath it. Another Valentine's alone. Another night pretending it didn't matter. The radio played softly in the background, some old blues song about lost love. He wasn't listening to the lyrics, but the loneliness in the singer's voice was enough. Daniel reached for the bottle, pouring himself another drink. It wasn't always like this. A few years ago, he would have been in the city, seated across from someone making plans for the future. But plans never go the way you expect. Not when love turns to silence. Not when the person you'd give anything for decides you're not worth the effort anymore. The cabin was meant to be an escape, a place to clear his head, but somehow The isolation had only made things worse. The silence had a weight to it, pressing against him like the cold seeping in through the cracks in the wood. He stood, stretching his stiff limbs, and walked to the window. The storm outside had worsened, thick snow swirling in the air like ghosts with nowhere to go. Then something moved at first. He thought it was just a trick of the wind shadows shifting against the snowdrifts, but as he squinted, he saw it more clearly, a figure, small, frail. A woman, barely visible through the storm, collapsing into the snow. Daniel's heart pounded. Without thinking, he grabbed his coat and boots, yanking them on before stepping out into the frigid night. The cold hit him like a fist. It stole the breath from his lungs the moment he stepped outside, sinking its claws into his skin through the thick fabric of his coat. The snow crunched beneath his boots, heavy and wet, dragging at his every step. As he trudged toward the fallen figure, she lay motionless, half buried in the growing drifts, her dark hair fanned out around her like ink spilled across a blank page. The wind howled, carrying shards of ice that bit at his exposed face. But he barely noticed. His focus was on her. As he got closer, he saw that she was wearing a dress thin, delicate, and completely unsuited for the merciless winter. The fabric clung to her body, shimmering faintly even in the darkness. No coat, no gloves, no shoes. She should have been dead. Daniel dropped to his knees beside her, his hands hovering over her body, unsure where to touch. Her skin was impossibly pale, her lips slightly parted, as if she had been about to whisper something before the cold silenced her. He hesitated before pressing his fingers against her throat, searching for a pulse that was faint. So faint he almost convinced himself he imagined it. "Hey," he called, shaking her lightly. "Can you hear me?" No response. His gut twisted. She couldn't have been out here long any longer, and she'd be frozen solid. He glanced toward the tree line, the storm turning the forest into a swirling mass of white. There were no tracks leading toward her, no sign of where she had come from. That didn't make sense. The nearest town was miles away, and no one in their right mind would be wandering through the woods in this weather, unless someone left her. Here a sharp gust of wind tore through the trees, carrying with it a low whistling sound that almost resembled a voice. Daniel whipped his head around, his pulse hammering, but there was nothing. Just the storm. He wasn't about to stand here questioning things while she froze to death. Sliding his arms under her, he lifted her carefully. She was light to light. Her body was stiff with cold, yet somehow he swore he felt the faintest shudder pass through her as he carried her back toward the cabin. The wind screamed behind him. For a brief, terrible moment, he had the sickening sensation that something was following him. But when he turned his head, there was only the snow. Daniel pushed through the door, kicking it shut behind him. Warmth wrapped around him instantly, the crackling fire casting flickering shadows along the wooden walls. He carried her to the couch, laying her down as gently as he could. She looked almost unreal in the firelight. Her skin had a strange, almost luminescent quality, the light catching on the delicate curve of her cheekbones. A single snowflake clung to her lashes, refusing to melt. She was so still. For a moment, a terrible thought crossed his mind. What if he'd been wrong about the pulse? What if he'd brought a corpse into his home? Then, suddenly, her lips parted. A whisper of breath, Daniel exhaled, realizing only then how tightly he'd been holding it in. She was alive now. He just had to make sure she stayed that way. Daniel moved quickly, stripping off his coat and draping it over her frail frame. The warmth of the cabin should have started to help, but she remained unnervingly still, her body stiff with the lingering touch of frost. He rubbed his hands together for friction and then gently pressed them against hers, trying to transfer what little heat he could. Her fingers were so cold it made his own ache. He had seen mild hypothermia before shivering, slurred speech, confusion, but this was something, else her skin was like ice, her breath nearly imperceptible. How long had she been out there? How had she survived at all? The fire crackled behind him, sending waves of warmth through the small cabin, but the chill clung to her as if it refused to let go. He hesitated before brushing a damp lock of hair away from her face, his fingers grazing her cheek. It was like touching stone left out in a winter storm. "Come on," he muttered. "Stay with me." He pulled the heavy wool blanket from the couch, wrapping it around her carefully. As he did, he caught sight of something strange. Her dress, despite being soaked from the snow, didn't seem to cling to her skin like it should. The fabric shimmered subtly in the firelight, almost iridescent. He shook the thought away. His mind was playing tricks on him. Grabbing another blanket from the nearby chair, he folded it and carefully propped her head up. Her breathing was slow but steady now, a good sign. He should get her something warm: tea, soup, anything to help raise her body temperature. As he stood, a sound stopped him in his tracks, a breath sharp inward. Daniel turned just in time to see her eyes flutter open. For a moment, she stared past him, her gaze unfocused, glassy. Then, as if surfacing from deep beneath frozen water, her expression sharpened, her eyes locking onto his dot. Daniel forgot how to breathe. Her eyes, he had never seen anything like them. A pale, glacial blue, so light they were almost translucent. There was something unnatural about them, something that sent a faint ripple of unease through his chest. Not fear exactly, but something close. She blinked, and the tension broke. "You're awake," Daniel said, keeping his voice calm. He crouched beside her, resting his forearms on his knees. "Can you hear me?" She didn't answer right away. Her lips parted slightly, and she inhaled deep, slow, as if relearning the motion. Her gaze drifted around the room, taking in the fireplace, the furniture, the flickering candlelight dot. Then, finally, she spoke. "Where am I?" Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper. But there was something else in it. "You're in my cabin," Daniel said. "I found you outside. You collapsed in the snow." She tilted her head slightly, as if considering his words. A moment later, she closed her eyes and exhaled. It was a slow, measured breath, as if she were savoring the warmth of the air. "Do you remember how you got out there?" Daniel asked. Something flickered across her face, something distant, unreadable. But then she smiled, and the expression melted away. I don't know," she admitted. "I remember the cold, the snow." She shivered, curling deeper into the blanket. Daniel immediately grabbed another one, draping it over her shoulders. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice softer now. He sat back on his heels, studying her. The way she moved, the way she spoke it, was as if she were adjusting to existence itself, like she had just stepped into the world for the first time. And that smile, there was something behind it, something unreadable. "What's your name?" he asked. She met his gaze, and for a moment something flickered behind those winter-colored eyes. A hesitation, then she answered. "Alicia." Daniel repeated it in his head. Alicia. It suited her in a way he couldn't. Explain, it sounded old, like something from a story told in hushed voices over a dying fire. "Alicia," he said aloud. "That's a beautiful name." Her lips curved into a soft smile. "Thank you." He hesitated before speaking again. "Are you sure you don't remember anything else where you were going? If someone was with you?" Her smile faded just slightly. "No, She stopped, brows knitting together. "It's strange. I know I should remember. But when I try, it's like..." She trailed off, shaking her head. Daniel frowned. Concussion maybe, or shock. That would explain why her memory was foggy. "It's okay," he said. "You've been through a lot. Just rest for now." Alicia nodded, closing her eyes for a moment, her expression unreadable. Daniel pushed himself up, exhaling. I'll make you something warm to drink. That should help. As he moved toward the small kitchen, he felt her eyes on him. Not just a glance, but something deeper. He turned slightly, catching her watching him from beneath the blankets. She didn't look away. Her gaze wasn't fearful. It wasn't wary, either. It was something else entirely. Something like fascination. Daniel busied himself in the small kitchen, trying to ignore the way his skin still prickled under Alicia's gaze. He moved with practiced ease, pulling a kettle from the shelf and setting it on the stove. The fire beneath it roared to life, the heat warming his fingers as he rubbed them absently together. She was still watching him. He could feel it, not in a way that made him uncomfortable exactly, but there was something unnervingly intense about her attention. It wasn't like the casual glances exchanged between strangers. It was something deeper, something quiet and searching. He glanced over his shoulder, catching her still wrapped in the blankets on the couch. Her face was unreadable, but her lips were slightly parted, her breath slow and even. The firelight cast flickering shadows across her skin, making her look almost unreal, like something sculpted from the snow outside. "You're sure you don't remember anything?" he asked again, not expecting a different answer, but unable to stop himself from asking. Alicia blinked as if pulled from deep thought. Then she smiled, not the hesitant, uncertain smile of someone lost, but something softer, warmer. "I remember. The cold," she said after a pause. "I remember. The wind." Daniel frowned. Nothing before that. She hesitated again, her fingers tightening slightly around the blanket. "No, just the snow." The way she said it made his stomach tighten. It wasn't just that she didn't remember it, was that it didn't seem to bother her. Anyone else would be terrified to wake up with no memory, to find themselves in a stranger's cabin with no explanation. But she wasn't afraid. If anything, she seemed at ease. Daniel turned back to the stove, grabbing a mug and pouring the steaming water over a tea bag. He didn't have much in the way of supplies. Living alone in the middle of nowhere didn't exactly call for an extravagant pantry, but tea was warm, and that was what mattered. As he carried the mug back toward her, he hesitated. Her eyes, for a split second, he swore they looked even paler than before, but the moment he blinked, they were back to that same piercing glacial blue. The firelight must have caught them just right, shaking off the strange feeling creeping up his spine. He handed her the mug. "Here, this should help." Alicia took it, with both hands, her fingers brushing his in the process. Daniel nearly flinched. Her hands were still freezing, even after all this time in the warmth of the cabin. She felt like ice. He opened his mouth to say something, but she inhaled deeply, her eyes fluttering shut as the steam curled around her face. A small, contented sigh escaped her lips, and for a moment she looked almost peaceful. "You live here alone?" she asked, her voice softer now. Daniel settled into the chair across from her, rubbing at the back of his neck. "Yeah, for a while." "Now why?" He exhaled through his nose, his fingers drumming absently against his knee. "Guess I just needed some space." The question was simple, but the answer wasn't. From everything he wanted to say, from the noise, the expectations, the weight of things that never quite worked out, from a past that never stopped pressing against him, even in the quiet. But instead, he shrugged. Life. Alicia watched him carefully, tilting her head slightly. "And do you like it, being alone?" Daniel let out a short laugh, more bitter than he intended. "Not always." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The fire crackled, the storm still whispering faintly against the windows. Then Alicia smiled again, soft, thoughtful. "Maybe you were meant to find me," she said. Something in his chest tightened. She said it so casually, like it was a simple truth, rather than something strange and unsettling. Daniel wasn't sure how to respond. The rational part of him wanted to believe this was just an accident, that she had wandered too far, lost her way, and collapsed in the snow. But there was something about the way she spoke, herself that made it feel intentional, like she had always been meant to end up here. The wind outside howled against the cabin. Rattling the windows, Alicia took another sip of her tea, her pale eyes never leaving him. The storm outside showed no signs of stopping. The wind howled through the trees, thick flurries of snow battering against the windows in chaotic swirls. The old wooden cabin creaked under the weight of the cold, the fire in the hearth crackling. In defiance of the winter pressing in on all sides, Daniel sat in his chair, absently rolling the empty whiskey glass between his fingers. He had only meant to have one drink, but the warmth of the alcohol had been welcomed specially with the way the air in the cabin still felt strangely chilled. Even with the fire roaring across from him, Alicia sipped her tea with slow, deliberate movements. The way she held the cup in her hands, fingers wrapped delicately around the ceramic, was mesmerizing. She looked so effortless, so composed, despite everything. "You should try to sleep," Daniel said, his voice quieter than he intended. Alicia tilted her head slightly. "And you?" He let out a soft, humorless chuckle. "Haven't been sleeping much lately." Something flickered in her eyes, something curious, knowing why. Daniel hesitated. It wasn't a question he liked answering, just bad dreams. Alicia studied him for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Dreams are only as powerful as the meaning we give them." "Yeah," he raised an eyebrow. "You some kind of dream expert?" Her smile didn't falter. "I know that dreams reveal things we hide from ourselves." There was something about the way she said it, the way her voice carried through the warm air, that made Daniel feel momentarily weightless-like. The floor beneath him had shifted slightly. He glanced at the bottle of whiskey beside him. Suddenly, unsure if he had drunk more than he realized, he sighed, rubbing at his face. "Well, I could use a few nights without them." Alicia set down her empty teacup, resting her hands in her lap. "Then maybe tonight you will." Her voice was softer now, almost melodic. The fire flickered strangely, the shadows dancing along the walls, stretching taller for a brief moment before settling again. Daniel exhaled, exhaustion settling into his bones. Maybe she was right. Maybe he just needed to sleep. "You can take the bed," he said, pushing himself up from the chair. Alicia tilted her head. "Where will you sleep?" "I'll be fine out here." A pause, then a whisper soft. "Thank you." Daniel nodded. The air felt heavy, thick with something he couldn't name. He grabbed a blanket from the armrest and threw it over himself as he lay. Back on the couch, staring at the ceiling beams above, the storm outside raged on. The wind hummed against the walls, a low, eerie sound that almost resembled a voice. He shut his eyes at first. There was nothing, just darkness, heavy, endless, suffocating. Then the cold dot, it started in his fingertips, seeping into his skin like ink spilling through fabric. A slow, creeping numbness that spread through his arms, his chest, his throat. His breath came in short, frozen gasps, and when he exhaled, the air fogged in front of him. Snow crunched beneath his bare feet. Daniel blinked. He was standing in a vast, endless field of white. The sky above was a deep, impossible black, the stars distant and sharp. Snow fell in slow, deliberate flakes, silent as the grave. Somewhere in the distance, a figure stood, his breath hitched. She was waiting for him, Alicia, but something was different. She stood at the edge of a frozen lake, her gown billowing slightly in a wind that did not touch him. Her hair, dark as ink, framed her face, and her eyes, those glacial, pale blue eyes, were locked onto his. A whisper brushed against his ear, though there was no one behind him. "Come closer." Daniel took a step forward, then another. The snow swallowed his footprints as soon as he left them. "You're already here," the whisper said, his breath fogged in front of him. His limbs were so heavy. Alicia raised a hand, extending it toward him, and then he saw the ice beneath her feet. It was shifting, cracking. No, not cracking. Something underneath it was moving. A dark, writhing shape beneath the surface, just barely visible. A sound filled the air, a low, groaning hum like something ancient stirring from its sleep. The ice beneath Alicia's feet began to thin, spiderweb cracks stretching outward in delicate, intricate patterns. She only smiled. Come. To me, his body moved on its own. Another step, and another. The ice groaned louder, deep, hollow, like 1,000 voices murmuring just beneath the surface. The shape beneath the ice swayed, slow and patient. Alicia lowered her hand. The ice shattered. Daniel plunged into the freezing darkness below. He woke with a gasp, his body jerking violently as he bolted upright. His breath came in ragged, uneven gulps, his skin damp with sweat. The fire had burned low, casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Just a dream, just a rustling sound. Daniel froze, slowly, carefully. He turned his head. Alicia was awake. She sat at the edge of the couch, the blankets pulled around her. The way she looked at him was different, now sharper, more focused. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. Daniel swallowed hard. His throat was dry, his skin still tingling with the phantom sensation of ice against his flesh. "Yeah," he murmured. "Just a dream." Alicia tilted her head. Her eyes gleamed in the dim light. For a long, unbearable moment, neither of them spoke. Then, slowly, Alicia smiled. Not soft, not kind. Something else entirely. Something Daniel couldn't quite name. The fire crackled. Daniel sat motionless, his breath still uneven from the dream that clung to him like frostbite. His heart pounded against his ribs, his skin damp with sweat. But despite the heat of the fire, a terrible, unnatural chill sat deep in his bones. Alicia watched him from across the room, her gaze sharp and unreadable. The way she sat, perfectly still, her hands resting delicately on the blanket draped over her lappet, made her seem unreal, almost as if she wasn't fully part of the world around her. "You were dreaming," she said softly. It wasn't a question. Daniel nodded, running a hand over his face, trying to steady himself. "Yeah, I guess so." Alicia's head tilted just slightly. "What did you see?" He hesitated. There was something about the way she asked. It's something almost expectant. He swallowed. "It's already fading." A lie, he could still see it perfectly. Endless snow, the frozen lake, the dark shape writhing beneath the ice. He could still hear the groaning hum that had filled the air like a chorus of distant voices. Still feel the cold wrapping around him like unseen hands pulling him under. And he could still see Alicia standing there, watching him, waiting, her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But instead, she only nodded. "Dreams can be strange things," she murmured. She rose from the couch, moving toward the fire with an effortless grace. Daniel watched as she extended her hands toward the flames, as if trying to steal their warmth. Her skin, pale as frost, didn't seem to absorb any of the heat. Daniel exhaled slowly, his hands flexing against his thighs. "You should get some more rest," he said, his voice quieter than before. Alicia turned, her gaze settling on him again. Then, slowly, she smiled. "I feel fine," she said. The way she said it sent an uneasy ripple through his chest. There was no grogginess to her voice, no stiffness in her movements. If anything, she looked more awake than he felt. The whiskey from the night before sat heavy in his gut, but it wasn't just that. Something felt wrong. The fire should have warmed the room by now, but the air still held a biting chill. He could see his breath curling in front of him, pale wisps of fog in the dim morning light. The logs were still smoldering, faint orange embers glowing beneath the blackened wood. But there was something off about the way the heat dispersed. It was as if the cold was pressing against it, swallowing it whole, a draft. Maybe the storm last night had pushed snow up against the walls, forcing the temperature to drop. Daniel turned toward the window. Then his breath caught in his throat. The glass was completely covered in frost. Thick white ice crawled across the surface in jagged, intricate patterns, like veins of something ancient spreading outward from the center. The frost was so heavy, so absolute, that it should have taken days to form, not mere hours. Daniel's stomach twisted. It wasn't just the window. Frost clung to the wooden walls, creeping along the floorboards, threading itself through the fibers of the rug beneath his feet. The air in the room had grown impossibly still, as if the warmth itself had been drained away. He turned back toward Alicia. She stood in the same spot, her pale blue eyes reflecting the firelight. She wasn't shivering, wasn't rubbing her arms or huddling deeper into the blanket. She wasn't reacting to the cold at all. Daniel swallowed. "Do you feel that?" Alicia blinked. "Feel what?" "The cold." He gestured toward the walls, the frost creeping over them like skeletal fingers. Something's wrong. "I don't know how this happened so fast." She glanced at the frost-covered walls, then back at him. Her expression was unreadable. "It does seem strange," she murmured. Daniel moved toward the door, heart pounding. Maybe something had burst. Maybe the pipes had frozen overnight, sending moisture into the air and making the temperature drop even further. But as he reached for the doorknob, a sharp, burning pain shot through his fingers. He jerked back with a curse. The metal was covered in frost, so thick it burned like dry ice. Daniel shook out his hand, staring at the white patch forming on his fingertips. How was this possible? A thin voice whispered through his mind, "You're already here." His stomach twisted. He turned back toward Alicia, his pulse thudding in his ears. She was watching him, her eyes pale, unblinking, distant. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The fire cracked loudly behind her, embers popping, sending a faint glow flickering across the frost-covered walls. Daniel forced a breath into his lungs. "I need to check outside," he said. Alicia tilted her head slightly. "Why?" He hesitated. He wasn't sure how to answer that. Something about the way she asked it made his skin prickle. "Just to see how bad the storm got," he muttered. She didn't argue, didn't question him further. She only watched as he moved toward the door again, this time grabbing a cloth from the kitchen counter. The fabric provided some protection, but he could still feel the unnatural chill biting through it as he turned the handle and pushed. The door groaned. It didn't move. Daniel frowned. Pushing harder, the door would not budge. It was frozen shut. Ice had formed in thick layers along the frame, sealing it completely. As he pressed his palm against the surface, he felt something underneath the thickness to the air, something unnatural holding the door in place. His throat tightened. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just the storm. Slowly, he turned back toward Alicia. She was still standing there, her eyes locked onto him with quiet intensity. Daniel felt his pulse hammering against his ribs. "Alicia," he said carefully, "how long were you out there last night?" She tilted her head again, her lips parting slightly. Then she smiled, soft, knowing. "I told you," she said. "I don't remember." Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows. Beneath the sound, a whisper threaded through the cold air, a voice calling his name. Daniel stood frozen in place, his pulse a frantic drumbeat against his ribs. The whisper had been faint, so quiet, it could have easily been mistaken for the wind, but he knew better. It had called his name, he was sure of it. The air in the cabin felt thick, like something unseen was pressing down on him, wrapping around his throat with invisible hands. He forced himself to breathe, to focus, to push aside the unsettling feeling curling in his gut. The door wouldn't open. The frost had sealed it shut, as if nature itself had decided he wasn't meant to leave. That wasn't normal. None of this was normal. His gaze flickered back to Alicia. She hadn't moved. She stood near the fire, the blankets still draped around her shoulders, her expression calm to calm. She wasn't shivering. She wasn't rubbing warmth into her arms like a normal person would in this kind of cold. The firelight flickered against her skin, and for the first time, Daniel noticed something strange. There was no condensation when she exhaled. He could see his own breath in the frozen air, soft wisps of fog curling in front of his lips. But from her, nothing. You heard that, right? His voice came out rougher than he intended. Alicia blinked slowly, tilting her head in that same strange, almost bird-like motion. Heard what? Daniel swallowed, his throat dry. My name? It came from outside. A pause. Then Alicia's lips curved into the faintest smile. It was only the wind. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold crawled up his spine. Daniel turned away, trying to think. He needed to get out. Of here. The front door was a solid block of ice. But maybe the windows, the sound of glass cracking, made his breath catch. His head snapped toward the window beside the door. A single, thin crack had formed along the frost-covered pane, running jaggedly across the glass like a skeletal vein. The frost thickened around it, creeping outward in delicate, curling tendrils. Daniel took a slow step toward it. Another crack splintered through the surface, then another. It was like something was pressing against the other side, watching, waiting. Waiting. The whisper came again, curling through the cabin like breath against his ear. Daniel, his body locked up. It hadn't come from outside this time. It had come from behind him. Slowly, almost unwillingly, he turned back toward Alicia. She was still standing, in the same spot, the firelight casting flickering shadows across her face. But there was something different about her now, something in the way she watched him. Her glacial blue eyes reflecting the flames like twin shards of ice. Daniel's pulse roared in his ears. You said you don't remember anything, he said. Carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. But that's not true, is it? Alicia didn't blink. She didn't speak right away. Then, slowly, she took a single step toward him. Do you really want to know? The room suddenly felt impossibly small. The fire crackled behind her, but its warmth did nothing to fight the chill that gripped him from the inside out. Daniel swallowed hard. Yes, Alicia's lips parted slightly. For a moment, she looked almost sad, but then she exhaled, and the flickering firelight dimmed, as if something had stolen the air from the room. When I was in the snow, she said, her voice so soft it barely reached him. I heard your voice. Daniel frowned. That's not possible. I didn't. You called. Me, she interrupted, taking another step closer. Not with words, not with sound, but I heard you. Daniel took a step back, his heartbeat thick in his throat. What does that mean? He demanded. Alicia tilted her head, those eerie, winter-pale eyes unblinking. You brought me here. A sharp gust of wind slammed against the cabin, shaking the walls, rattling the windows so violently that for a moment Daniel thought the glass would shatter. His stomach turned to ice. No, that didn't make sense. He found her. She was already there, lying in the snow, freezing to death. He hadn't called anyone, had he? The whisper slithered through the room again, curling around his thoughts like tendrils of frost creeping through wood. You're already here. A flash of memory struck him so sudden, so sharp, that it sent him stumbling back a step. The night before, sitting by the fire, staring into the whiskey in his glass, feeling the weight of loneliness pressing in on all. Sides the wind howling outside, the feeling of something missing, of something waiting for him. A stray thought had passed through his mind, one so fleeting, so distant, that he had barely noticed it. I don't want to be alone anymore. The whisper. Outside, the figure in the snow, Daniel's breathing grew shallow. No. This was insane. This was just the cold getting to him. Or maybe the fevered remnants of the dream still clinging to his subconscious. His gaze snapped back to Alicia. She was watching him carefully, her hands still resting at her sides, the firelight flickering in those strange, endless eyes. "You wanted me to be here," she said softly, "and so I came." A sharp, splintering noise cracked through the air. Daniel turned just in time to see the window pane rupture, a thick web of cracks racing across the frost-covered glass. A bitter wind poured into the room, slamming into him with enough force to steal his breath. It carried a sound with it. A voice. "Daniel," the cabin groaned, the frost spreading, thickening. The walls creaked as if they were straining under an impossible weight. And beneath it all, the whisper continued. "Come outside." Daniel turned back to Alicia, his heart hammering against his ribs. "What's happening?" Alicia took a slow, deliberate step toward him. "You don't have to be alone anymore," she murmured. Another gust of wind slammed against the cabin, and this time Daniel swore he saw something moving just beyond the broken windows. Something pale. Something shifting through the swirling snow. Something waiting. The air around him felt thicker, colder. The fire was dimming, its embers smothered under the weight of the unnatural chill pressing in on all sides. His breath came in short, ragged bursts. Alicia reached for him. Her fingers brushed against his wrist, and Daniel felt nothing. No warmth, no sensation. Just an empty, creeping cold spreading through his skin. His vision blurred at the edges. His heartbeat slowed outside. The whisper came again. "Come outside." And for the first time, he wanted to. Daniel's world narrowed to the touch of Alicia's fingers against his skin. It should have been nothing, a simple brush of her hand against his wrist. But it wasn't. It was absence. A hollowness that spread like ink in water. It didn't feel like cold, not really. It felt like a part of him was being erased, drawn out of his skin, leaving a space where warmth should have been. His breath hitched. He yanked his hand back on instinct, nearly stumbling in the process. Alicia didn't move. She stood there, watching him with those unreadable, winter-pale eyes. "You're cold," Daniel breathed, rubbing at his wrist as if he could somehow bring back the sensation he'd just lost. Alicia tilted her head slightly, the movement slow and deliberate. "Am I?" Daniel's pulse pounded against his temples. The frost continued to spread. It crept along the wooden walls, curling around the edges of the window, threading its way through the floorboards like skeletal fingers reaching for something unseen. The fire had shrunk to a feeble glow, its embers barely holding on against the growing chill that filled the cabin. Outside, the whispering wind called his name again. Daniel swallowed hard, forcing himself to think.
"This isn't normal,"
he muttered, under his breath. "None of this is normal." He turned away from her, his mind racing for a solution. He needed to get out. He needed to get outside, to clear his head. Two, his eyes landed on the door again, still frozen shut. Thick layers of ice coated the wood. He pressed his palm against it, testing the surface. It was like touching solid steel in the dead of winter, painfully cold, biting into his skin with a sharp, burning numbness. This wasn't just from the storm. The ice was coming from inside. Daniel's throat tightened. He turned toward the fireplace, grabbing the iron poker, leaning against the bricks. His fingers closed around the handle, and he swung hard at the ice-covered door. The metal struck with a dull thud, the impact vibrating up his arms. Nothing. He swung again, harder this time. The poker barely left a scratch against the thick frost. His breath came in quick, shallow gasps. It wasn't working. Alicia's voice came from behind him. "You can't leave." Daniel froze. Slowly he turned to face her. She stood motionless in the center of the room, the dimming firelight casting long, flickering shadows across her figure. The blanket had slipped from her shoulders, pooling at her feet, revealing the thin, silken dress that clung to her frame. The same dress she had been wearing when he found her in the snow. It wasn't damp anymore. It was pristine, untouched, like she had never been out in the storm at all. Daniel's heartbeat pounded against his ribs. "You want to be here," Alicia continued, her voice carrying through the heavy silence. "You asked for this." Daniel shook his head. "No, he stopped, his throat tightening. "I didn't ask for this." Alicia's lips parted slightly, her expression unreadable. "Didn't you?" A sudden pressure settled against his skull, deep and gnawing, like the sharp bite of winter wind against exposed skin. Then a memory dot, not from last night, from long before that. A different winter, a different storm, a woman standing at the edge of a frozen lake. Alicia, no, that wasn't right. The woman in his memory wasn't her, not exactly. Her face was blurred, indistinct, lost to the years between then and now. But she had been there, and so had he. Daniel stumbled back a step, his mind spinning. This wasn't possible. He had never been here before, had he? His breath hitched, his hands trembled at his sides. Alicia watched him with quiet patience, like she was waiting for him to catch up to something he should have already known. Daniel gritted his teeth, shaking his head hard, trying to push the memory away. "I don't." His voice came out hoarse. "I don't know what you're talking about." Alicia stepped forward. Daniel stepped back. "You've forgotten," she said, not unkindly, but the winter hasn't. A sharp gust of wind slammed against the cabin again, rattling the walls with enough force to send a tremor through the floor. The window behind her cracked further, thick lines spiderwebbing outward from the center. The fire in the hearth gave one final, desperate flicker. Then it died. Darkness swallowed the room. Daniel's breath came in ragged bursts, his pulse thundering in his ears. The cold closed in on him from all sides, crawling beneath his skin, wrapping around his bones like unseen hands. The whisper in the wind grew louder. "Come outside." The floor beneath his feet creaked, the walls groaned. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut, gripping his temples as another flash of memory slammed into him with the force of a breaking wave. Alicia, the lake, felt the ice cracking beneath her feet, and then his own voice, "Stay with me." Daniel's blood turned to ice. His eyes snapped open, his breath hitching in his throat. Alicia stood directly in front of him now, close enough to touch. "You remember now," she whispered. Her fingers brushed against his cheek, delicate. The cold from her touch seeped into his skin like frost creeping through glass. Daniel's knees nearly buckled. Beneath him, the whisper in the wind grew into a howl, rattling the cabin, shaking the foundations, threatening to tear the very walls apart. "Come outside." Daniel's breath hitched, and this time, he wasn't sure he wanted to resist. Daniel's body swayed, his vision blurring at the edges as the whispering wind howled through the cracks in the cabin. It curled around him like unseen fingers, cold and insistent, tugging at something deep inside his chest. His knees nearly buckled, his body wanted to go. His mind screamed for him to fight it. Alicia's fingers were still, resting against his cheek. Her touch so light. It wasn't warmth she was offering. It was something else, something deeper, something ancient. Daniel forced himself to take a step back, jerking away from her touch. His breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the frigid air between them. "You need to tell me what's going on," he said, his voice raw, shaking. "What are you? What the hell is happening to me?" Alicia watched him, unblinking. The dim light from the broken window illuminated her pale skin, her dark hair swaying slightly in the icy draft curling through the room. Then, finally, she spoke. "I told you," she murmured. "You brought me here." Daniel shook his head violently. "No, I found you. You were out there dying. You found me because you called me." Her voice was quiet, but there was something behind it, something vast, something that carried the weight of things long forgotten. The air in the room grew heavier. Daniel clenched his fists.
That doesn't make any sense.
Alicia took a slow step forward, It does, if you remember. The whisper outside sharpened. Come outside. Daniel's stomach turned. He was suffocating under the weight of something he couldn't name. Something cold and old and wrong. His thoughts spun wildly, trying to piece things together. To find a logical explanation, he needed to get out of here. His gaze flickered toward the frozen door. The poker hadn't worked, but maybe Alicia's voice stopped him. You won't find what you're looking for in here, she said softly. Daniel's jaw clenched. Then where? Alicia's pale blue eyes gleamed. The town, Daniel hesitated. The town. If you want answers, she said, go back to where it started. A fresh gust of wind slammed against the cabin, shaking the walls so violently that the wooden beams groaned in protest. A long, sharp crack splintered through the ceiling, followed by the soft sound of dust sifting down from the rafters. Daniel swallowed, he didn't know why, but he believed her. He had to get to town, but how the hell was he supposed to do that when the storm outside was still raging, when the door was frozen shut, when the world itself seemed to be conspiring to keep him inside? His gaze flickered back to Alicia. She was watching him with quiet patience, as if she already knew what he would choose. Daniel turned sharply, moving toward the kitchen. His hands fumbled through the drawers, searching for something, anything that could help him break through the ice on the door. His fingers closed around a knife. Its blade dulled from years of use, but it was better than nothing. He gritted his teeth, moving back toward the entrance. The ice covering the door was thick, jagged, creeping outward like frostbitten veins. He drove the knife into it. The blade barely made a dent. Daniel cursed, gripping the handle tighter and hacking at the ice again and again. The metal struck against the frost-covered wood with dull, useless thuds. The ice refused to break. His breathing grew ragged, his muscles trembling with exertion. This wasn't natural. This wasn't a sharp snap rang through the air. Daniel stumbled back, staring at the knife in his hands. The blade had cracked. A long, jagged line ran through the metal, splitting it in two. Impossible, he turned toward Alicia, his breath coming in short, desperate bursts. What is this? Alicia didn't answer. She only tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Then the whisper in the wind changed. It wasn't calling his name anymore. It was laughing. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. He needed to get out now. His gaze darted toward the window. The glass was already broken, splintered by the growing frost. He could break it the rest of the way, climb out, but the moment the thought crossed his mind, the wind howled, rattling the cabin so hard that dust and bits of wood tumbled from the ceiling beams. Daniel clenched his jaw. Forcing himself forward, he reached for the window. The instant his fingers brushed the glass, a vision slammed into him. A frozen lake, a woman standing at the center, her dark hair whipping around her in the wind. The ice beneath her feet, cracking. His own voice, desperate, pleading, please don't go. The woman looking at him through him. You already know how this ends. Daniel ripped his hand away from the window, stumbling back so fast he nearly lost his balance. His chest heaved, his breath fogged thick in the frigid air. The frost on the window pulsed, spreading outward in delicate, curling veins. His vision swam. His body felt unsteady, weak, like the cold had buried itself inside of him. Alicia's voice came from behind him, soft as snowfall. You need to remember. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut. Stop saying that, you can't run from it, she murmured. His hands curled into fists. What is it that I'm supposed to remember? Alicia took a slow step toward him. Her lips parted, a deafening crack split through the cabin. The ceiling beams shuddered. The walls groaned. Daniel whipped around just in time to see the frost-covered door burst open, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. A violent gust of wind tore through the cabin, nearly knocking him off his feet. Beyond the doorway, the storm raged. The snow-covered ground stretched out in endless white. At the edge of the trees, tall, motionless, watching. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The whisper came again, curling through the freezing wind, "Come outside." And this time, Daniel wasn't sure he had a choice. The wind howled through the open doorway, carrying with it a biting cold so sharp it stole the breath from Daniel's lungs. The frost-covered floorboards groaned beneath him as the unnatural chill seeped into the cabin, curling around his ankles, creeping under his skin. Beyond the threshold, the storm raged. Snow swirled in chaotic flurries, the trees bending under the force of the wind, their skeletal branches swaying like reaching fingers. The landscape was an endless, shifting, white, featureless, depthless, stretching far beyond what the eye could see. And then there was the shadow. It stood just at the edge of the tree line, motionless, watching, a tall, elongated figure, its shape barely distinguishable against the shifting storm. It wasn't a person, at least, not in any way Daniel understood. Its presence sent a ripple of unease through his chest, an instinctual kind of dread that clawed at his spine and whispered to him to stay inside. But the whispering wind was stronger. "Come outside." Daniel's breath hitched. The voice in the wind was no longer distant, no longer something separate from him. It was inside his head now, curling around his thoughts, weaving through his memories like tendrils of frost through glass. Elysia stood behind him. She had not moved. She was still, watching him with those pale, endless eyes, her expression unreadable. She did not shiver, did not flinch at the howling cold rushing into the cabin. "You need to go," she murmured. Daniel turned to her sharply. "Why? What's out there?" She tilted her head slightly, her dark hair spilling over her shoulder. "The truth." Daniel clenched his jaw. "I don't understand." "You will," she said, and then softly, barely above the wind, "You already do." A violent shiver ran through Daniel's body. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. He wasn't insane. Wasn't the kind of person to believe in ghosts or premonitions, or whatever the hell this was. But something in him knew. Stepping outside meant something permanent, something final. His fingers flexed at his sides. The air in the cabin was thick, suffocating, the frost pressing in on all sides. He was trapped. The door had opened, but there was nowhere to go. Except forward. Daniel swallowed hard. He turned his gaze back to the threshold. The shadow in the storm had not moved. It was waiting. His limbs felt heavy, sluggish as he took a step forward. Then another. The cold bit into his skin with each movement, his breath thick with frost, his heartbeat pounding against his ribs. The snow crunched beneath his boots as he stepped onto the frozen earth. The whisper curled through the air, "Keep going." Daniel moved forward, his body slow, reluctant, as if every muscle resisted the motion. The cold burrowed deeper into him, filling his lungs, turning his blood to ice. Behind him, the cabin loomed. The fire had died completely now, the frost overtaking every surface, creeping up the windows, curling around the wooden beams like veins of something long buried, clawing their way to the surface. And then the door slammed shut. Daniel flinched. Whipping around, the cabin was still silent. His pulse thundered in his ears. He turned back toward the storm, toward the dark figure waiting at the tree line. His legs felt unsteady beneath him, the wind tearing at his clothes, his breath escaping in thick, shuddering gasps that whirled around him blurred. A sharp crack shattered the air. Daniel froze beneath his feet. The snow had thinned. He looked down and his blood ran cold beneath the powdery surface. The ice was visible now, dark, glassy, stretching outward in every direction. A frozen lake, the very same one from his dreams. His breath hitched in his throat. No, this couldn't be here. The lake was miles from his cabin. He hadn't walked far enough to another crack. Daniel's heart leaped into his throat. The ice beneath him was shifting, slow, subtle, but it was moving. The realization struck him like a physical blow. He knew this place. He had been here before. The memories surged forward, disjointed and broken, half buried beneath years of denial. A night like this one, a woman standing on the ice, her hair whipping in the wind, her voice distant calling his name. Daniel, the same voice, the same whisper. His pulse roared in his ears. His throat felt tight, his fingers numb at his sides. His own voice echoed through his mind, desperate, pleading. Please, don't go. The ice beneath him groaned. A third, violent crack split through the frozen surface. Daniel's body went rigid, a shape beneath the ice dark, writhing. The same shape he had seen in his dreams, moving beneath the surface, shifting, waiting. His breath came in ragged bursts. The shadow in the distance, the one standing at the tree line, began to move. Elongated shape, barely visible through the swirling snow. Daniel's body screamed at him to run, but he couldn't move. His feet were frozen in place, trapped by something unseen, as if the very air around him had thickened, solidified, holding him in place. The whisper curled through his thoughts again, softer now. You already know how this ends. Daniel's stomach twisted. No. There had to be a way out. He just had to think. He had 2/4 cracks split through the ice. The surface beneath his feet gave way. Daniel barely had time to gasp before the ice shattered completely, and the freezing darkness swallowed him whole. The last thing he saw before the water dragged him under was Alicia, standing at the edge of the breaking. Ice stopped watching, stopped waiting, and smiling. The whisper in the wind was the last thing he heard before the cold stole everything away. You don't have to be alone anymore. The cold stole the breath from Daniel's lungs before he could even scream. The instant he hit the water, it was like being swallowed whole. The freezing darkness engulfed him, clamping around his chest like a vice, crushing the air from his body. He sank fast, too fast. The weight of the icy water wrapped around his limbs, pulling him deeper, dragging him away from the light above. He kicked out instinctively, his hands clawing toward the surface, but the water felt thick, as if something unseen coiled around him, dragging him into the abyss below. His lungs burned, panic igniting in his chest like a fire that the cold couldn't smother. Up. He had to get up. Through the frigid haze, Daniel caught a glimpse of the surface above him, the shattered ice, jagged and broken, the swirling storm beyond it. Snowflakes drifted through the opening, disappearing the moment they touched the water, and standing at the edge of the Alicia, her pale, winter-blue eyes stared down at him, unblinking. Her expression was not one of concern, not one of fear. She was calm, patient, waiting. Daniel's chest convulsed as his body screamed for air. He kicked harder, his arms straining against the suffocating weight of the water. Reaching then, something moved beneath him. Daniel's body locked up. The darkness below wasn't empty. A shape shifted in the depths, slow and deliberate. Not too many, long. Slender limbs drifted through the water, curling and unfurling like ink spreading through liquid. He couldn't see where they ended. Couldn't tell if they were arms or tendrils or something else entirely. They were waiting, watching. Daniel's single quotes. Body twisted with renewed panic, his instincts kicking into overdrive. He reached up, stretching toward the surface, his fingers just inches from the jagged edges of the broken ice. Hands shot up from below. They wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, his waist, their grip impossibly cold, so much colder than the water around him. A cold that was alive, that sank into his skin and burrowed deep, spreading through his veins like a sickness. Daniel screamed. The last of his air burst from his lungs in a violent stream of bubbles, rising to the surface, disappearing into the storm above. His vision darkened. No. He couldn't die here. He fought, kicked, thrashed, tore at the hands gripping him. But the harder he fought, the stronger they became. The cold was inside him now, numbing his limbs, slowing his heart, stealing him piece by piece. He saw movement above him. Alicia was stepping onto the ice. No, not onto it. She was walking across it. The lake beneath her feet didn't crack, didn't give. She moved across the frozen surface with impossible grace, her bare feet gliding over the ice as if she were weightless, as if the winter itself obeyed her. Daniel's body jerked as another hand wrapped around his throat. The cold spilled into his mouth, his lungs, his chest, and then Alicia knelt at the edge of the ice, lowering herself toward the water. Her hair spilled over her shoulder, drifting down like black ribbons as she leaned closer, closer until her lips were just above his ear. Already mine, she whispered. Her voice didn't belong in this world. It was inside him now, threading through his thoughts, wrapping around the last shreds of resistance he had left. Then softly she kissed him. Daniel's entire body froze. A wave of absolute, inescapable stillness spread through him. The panic drained from his limbs, the burning pain in his lungs silenced. The world around him faded to nothing. The water, the ice, the storm, all distant, insignificant. There was only her. Alicia's lips were cold. Not just the cold of ice or winter air, but something older, deeper. A cold that did not belong in the world of the living. It seeped into him, filling every corner of his soul, reaching into the hollow spaces he had tried to ignore for so long. And it whispered, "You don't have to be alone anymore." Daniel's eyes fluttered shut. His body stopped struggling. The hands holding him did not pull him deeper this time. Instead, they lifted him. Alicia pulled away from the kiss, her winter blue eyes glowing. Softly in the dark water, her fingers brushed against his cheek, gentle, tender. Then the surface of the lake rushed up to meet him. Daniel burst through the ice, gasping violently, the cold air slicing through his lungs like razors. His body convulsed, his vision blurred. His chest burned, but he was alive. He was lying on the ice. The lake beneath him was perfectly still. The storm had stopped. The air was silent. Daniel sucked in a ragged breath, his body trembling as he forced himself onto his hands and knees. The frozen surface beneath him stretched out in every direction, smooth and unbroken. The hole in the ice, the one he had fallen through, was gone. Had it ever been there at all? He blinked, his breath hitching. His skin was pale, too pale, a sickening cold coiled inside his chest, spreading outward, curling into his limbs like unseen roots. He felt lighter, hollow, like something had been taken from him while he was beneath the water. His breath fogged in the frigid air. Then he noticed the fog dissipated, but his breath didn't come back. Daniel inhaled sharply, then exhaled. Nothing, no warmth, no fog. His breath was gone. Panic clawed up his throat. His hands trembled as he touched his chest, his arms, his face. His skin was cold, not just from the winter air, but from inside, like the cold was now a part of him. Daniel turned wildly, his heart slamming against his ribs. Alicia stood just a few feet away. She was watching him, waiting. The moonlight illuminated her face, her features soft, almost sorrowful. "You're different now," she murmured. Daniel's pulse hammered in his ears. "What did you do to me?" Alicia didn't answer. Instead, she reached out, her fingers grazing his wrist, and for the first time he felt nothing, no warmth, no heat, no sensation, just the hollow cold of winter. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Something inside of him was gone, something that would never come back. The wind whispered through the trees, "You don't have to be alone anymore." And in that moment, Daniel finally understood what she meant. Daniel stared at Alicia, his pulse hammering, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps. There was no breath, no warmth leaving his lips, no fog curling into the night air. He wasn't breathing. But he wasn't dying either. A sickening wave of realization crawled up his spine, slow and icy, spreading through his limbs like a disease. His fingers trembled as he lifted them in front of his face, staring at the pale skin stretched over his knuckles. The color had drained from his hands entirely. The veins beneath his skin were faint now, barely visible beneath the frost-tinged flesh. His heart was still beating, but slower to slow, like it had no reason to rush anymore. The cold inside him wasn't just from the lake. It wasn't from the wind, the snow, or even from Alicia's touch. It was coming from within. Alicia watched him with quiet patience, her winter blue eyes glimmering in the moonlight. She was waiting, not moving, not pushing, just waiting for him to understand. Daniel stumbled backward. His foot skidded across the frozen surface of the lake, his body swaying as he struggled to regain his balance. The cold didn't bite at him anymore, didn't steal the air from his lungs. It welcomed him. His mind rebelled against the thought. No, he wasn't like her. He couldn't be. Daniel turned sharply, his body moving before his mind could catch up. He needed to get away, away from her, away from the lake, away from whatever had just happened to him. He ran. The ice didn't crack beneath his feet. The wind didn't push against him. It felt easy, too easy. The snow-covered landscape stretched out before him, endless and empty, the trees looming in the distance like silent sentinels. The storm had stopped entirely, leaving behind an unnatural stillness that made his skin crawl. There was no sound, no rustling leaves, no crunching footsteps, no breath, just silence. A terrifying thought slithered into his mind. Am I still alive? His legs pumped harder, his body moving as fast as it could, but the air around him remained undisturbed. He wasn't panting, he wasn't sweating, he wasn't tired. Daniel's stomach twisted. This wasn't right. He should have felt the burn in his muscles, the exhaustion setting into his limbs, but there was nothing. His body obeyed, but the sensation of effort, of exertion, was gone. Like he was weightless, like he wasn't entirely real anymore. His chest tightened, panic rising like bile in his throat. He needed to find the road, the path leading back to town. He had to see people, had to hear voices, had to prove to himself that he was still. A shape appeared ahead of him. Daniel skidded to a stop, his boots slipping against the ice. Alicia stood directly in his path, his breath caught in his throat. He had left her at the lake, and yet she was here, standing before him, her expression as calm as ever. The wind lifted the hem of her gown, but the cold did not touch her. You can't run from this, she said softly. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. How did you? You don't belong there anymore. His blood turned to ice. Daniel took a step back, shaking his head violently. No, I do belong there. I am still me. You are not the same. Alicia's voice was gentle, almost sad. Daniel's fingers curled into fists. What did you do to me? She took a slow step toward him. You kissed me, she murmured. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. You kissed me. Alicia's head tilted slightly, the moonlight glinting off her pale irises. And you accepted it. The words hit him like a physical blow. Accepted it. Had there been a moment, even 1 second, where he had stopped fighting? Had there been an instant where his body had surrendered, where he had let the cold sink into his bones, where he had let her in? The memory of the lake rushed through him. The hands in the darkness, the pull beneath the surface, her lips against his heartbeat slowing, his resistance fading. Daniel's breath came in ragged gasps, but there was still no fog, no warmth. Something inside him had left, and something else had taken its place. Alicia's voice was softer now. You don't have to be afraid. Daniel's hands were shaking. His limbs felt weightless, unanchored. The world around him seemed sharper now, the colors more vivid, the night air clearer. He could feel the stillness in a way he never had before, could sense the absence of warmth, the way the cold had settled into him permanently. He clenched his jaw. He wouldn't accept this. He couldn't. "I'm not like you," he ground out. "I won't be like you." Alicia's expression didn't change. "You already are." Daniel turned away, his pulse pounding in his ears. He had to get away. He had to find something real. The town. The thought struck him with a desperate kind of clarity. If he could just get to town, if he could just see people, normal people, he could prove to himself that he was still human, that this was all in his head, that he could fight this. He ran faster this time, faster than he ever had before. The trees blurred past him in streaks of black and white, the wind roaring in his ears, the frozen earth smooth beneath his feet. He felt impossibly light, impossibly fast, as if the cold itself carried him forward. The landscape stretched endlessly before him, the vast emptiness of the winter night swallowing the world in white. Then a flicker of something in the distance, lights dot faint, distant but unmistakable. The town. Daniel's heart leaped into his throat. He surged forward, pushing himself harder, faster. The buildings growing closer, clearer. The warm glow of street lamps, the distant flicker of neon signs. He was almost there then. The first snowflake landed on his hand. Daniel barely noticed. At first dot, then another dot, and another. His legs slowed. The wind around him thickened, and the town it wasn't getting closer. It was fading. The warm lights of the buildings, the glow of the street lamps, the entire world ahead of him. It was slipping away, like it was being buried beneath an avalanche of white. Daniel screamed. He forced his legs to move, pushed forward with everything he had, but the town was already gone. Swallowed by the storm, the snow fell heavier, the world around him dimming. The weight of the cold pressing into his skull, into his chest, till there was nothing. Just whiteness, just silence, just winter. A whisper curled through the air. "You don't belong there anymore." Daniel fell to his knees, and the last fire inside of him finally died. The world had disappeared. Daniel knelt in the endless white, his breath, if he still had one coming, in ragged gasps. The town was gone. The lights, the streets, the buildings. All of it had vanished beneath the suffocating weight of the storm. He had been so close. Just a few more steps. Just a little farther, and then it had dissolved. Swallowed not by distance, not by the snow, by something else, a force beyond his comprehension. A force that had rewritten reality before his very eyes. The town had been real. He knew it had been real, hadn't it? Doubt sank into his chest like a stone plunging into deep water. His limbs trembled, though not from exhaustion. He wasn't sure he could feel exhaustion anymore. His pulse, his breath, his body. Everything felt wrong. He lifted a hand, staring at his fingers, too pale, almost translucent, like the frost-covered branches of dead trees. Daniel clenched his fist. It felt lighter than it should have, like his own skin didn't belong to him anymore. Something was missing, something vital. A rustling sound whispered behind him. Daniel tensed. His body responded before his mind did, his muscles coiling, his instincts sharp and hyper-aware in a way they had never been before. The sound wasn't a threat. He knew it wasn't a threat, just the subtle shift of movement, the soft press of footfalls in the snow, but the reaction had been immediate. He had heard it too clearly, too perfectly, like the sound had traveled directly into his skull, bypassing the wind, the snow, the world itself. He turned. Alicia stood a few feet away, her figure barely distinct against the shifting white of the storm. She wasn't buried under the snow like he was, wasn't trembling, wasn't struggling against the cold. She simply was, a fixed point in an ever-changing landscape. Waiting, Daniel's single quotes S voice came hoarse dry. "Where is it?" Alicia tilted her head slightly. "Where is what?" Daniel forced himself to his feet. "The town. the road, the people. His voice cracked, his throat burning, though not from thirst. Where did they go? Alicia didn't answer, because she didn't need to. Daniel already knew. The truth clawed at the edges of his mind, waiting for him to accept it. He swallowed, his throat tight. You did this. Alicia's expression remained unreadable. I didn't take anything away from you. Then what is this? Daniel gestured wildly to the swirling nothingness around them. The endless expanse of white, the silence that rang louder than any sound. What did you do to me? Alicia's winter-pale eyes locked onto his. You're seeing the world as it is now. Daniel's breath hitched. The world as it is now, not changed, not altered, just revealed. His stomach twisted. No, he whispered. That's not possible. Alicia took a slow step toward him. You left it behind, Daniel. The warmth, the light, the people. You let it go. Daniel shook his head violently. No, you accepted me. Daniel's knees nearly buckled. He stumbled back, his mind screaming at him to run, to fight, to deny, but there was nowhere left to go. There was no town, no road, no home waiting for him beyond the trees. There was only winter, only this. He turned in frantic circles, searching for something, anything, but the snow stretched endlessly in every direction. The wind whispered through the void, its song hollow and distant. You don't belong there anymore. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut. No, this wasn't real. It couldn't be real. He had just been there. He had seen the town, the lights, the streets. Had dawned he hadn't he? A sickening wave of uncertainty coiled through his gut. Memories rose to the surface, thick and jumbled. The past few days, the cabin, the storm, finding Alicia in the snow. But before that, he tried to grasp onto something solid, something undeniable to his house, his car, his life before this. But the images in his mind felt faint, distant, like a dream, like something he had already lost. Daniel's breath came in ragged, shallow bursts, his hands shaking violently. His chest ached, his thoughts fractured. What am I? He rasped. Alicia stepped closer. You're like me now, she murmured. Daniel's entire body locked up. The weight of those words crashed into him like a wave of ice water. His head shook weakly, his mind grasping for denial, for any reason to reject what he already knew. But his body, his new body, told him the truth. The effortless way he moved through the snow, the way he no longer felt tired, no longer felt the bite of the wind, the way the warmth had drained from him, left him, the way he could no longer see the world he had once belonged to. Daniel clenched his jaw, his hands trembling. I didn't ask for this. Alicia's eyes softened. Didn't you? Daniel flinched. Her words struck something deep inside of him, something raw and aching, the loneliness, the nights spent staring into the fire, wondering if he had made the right choices, if leaving everything behind had been worth it. The weight of isolation pressing down on him, suffocating, empty, endless dot he had called out, not with words, but with his soul. And something had answered. Daniel's fingers curled into fists. This isn't what I wanted, he said, his voice shaking. Alicia exhaled softly. Maybe not at first. A heavy silence settled between them, thick as the snow beneath their feet. The wind whispered through the void, carrying no scent, no warmth, just the quiet hush of winter. Stretching infinitely in every direction, Daniel felt the final embers of resistance flickering inside of him, sputtering like a dying flame. There was no going back. Not anymore. Something inside of him had already changed, and he would never be the same again. Alicia stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. But you don't have to be alone anymore. The last of the fire in Daniel's chest flickered. The wind howled around them, a ceaseless chorus of whispers threading through the endless white. The world was still suffocatingly still, but the storm itself was alive. It curled and twisted, moving without direction, without purpose. Its only constant, the quiet voices it carried. You don't have to be alone anymore. Daniel felt it inside him, now the whisper. The pull, it wasn't just a sound in the air. It was something woven into him, a thread of ice wrapped around his soul, tightening with every passing second. The storm wasn't just outside, it was inside him, and the town, the people, the world he had once known, gone or worse it, had never really been there to begin with. Daniel clenched his jaw, forcing himself to move, to think, to fight, but every motion felt hollow, distant. His limbs no longer ached, his lungs no longer burned from the cold, and his breath, it never returned, not once, not even in the deepest, sharpest inhales. Alicia stood before him, watching, waiting. She had never rushed him, never forced him forward. She didn't need to. The truth had been creeping in on its own. Daniel took a step back. The snow didn't shift. Beneath his boots he took another. Nothing. The wind swirled around him, but the world remained still. No footprints. No weight against the frozen ground. He wasn't touching anything anymore. His stomach twisted violently. No, this wasn't real. He had to wake up. This had to be a nightmare. Daniel turned sharply, looking out over the frozen expanse, searching for something, anything that could anchor him. But the trees in the distance looked wrong, stretched, blurry, as if the world itself had been half-formed. An unfinished painting in which the details no longer mattered, and the sky black, not the soft midnight black of a winter evening, not the star-speckled sky he had grown used to seeing from his cabin, just empty, a void stretching infinitely overhead, endless watching. Daniel's breath came in sharp bursts, though still no fog escaped his lips. His hands clenched at his sides, fingers curling into fists, but he barely felt them anymore. "You took everything," he whispered. Alicia's head tilted slightly, her dark hair catching in the wind. "I didn't take anything." Daniel's hands trembled. "Then what is this? What did you do to me?" Alicia stepped closer, slow, careful. "You left it behind," she murmured. Daniel swallowed. His throat felt dry, frozen over, but there was no burn, no ache, no need. The weight of her words pressed against his chest, a terrible, undeniable truth curling around him like a second skin. He had left it behind, the warmth, the world, the town, his life, not because she had stolen it, because he had let it go. A sharp gust of wind rushed past him, howling through the trees like a dying animal. The whispering voices in the storm grew louder, more insistent, threading through his mind like ice-cold fingers trailing down his spine. Daniel, a shiver ran through him, though, not from the cold. The voices weren't calling him anymore. They were welcoming him. Daniel turned sharply, his pulse pounding in his ears. "I never wanted." This Alicia didn't argue. She didn't need to, because they both knew the truth. Maybe he hadn't wanted this, but he had wanted something, and the storm had answered. "You called to us." The whisper curled through his bones, hollow and endless, and we came. Daniel's knees nearly buckled. Beneath him, his vision swam, the empty sky above, tilting, twisting. The world around him stretched and pulled, no longer fixed, no longer real. How long had he been here? Had there ever been a before? The thought struck him hard, nearly knocking the breath from his lungs, except there was no breath left to lose. Alicia was right. He wasn't a part of that world anymore. The frost inside him, the weightlessness in his limbs, it had all been leading to this. The realization hit him like a slow, creeping sickness. He wasn't standing in the storm. He was the storm. The whispering voices, the wind curling through the trees, the silence pressing in on all sides. It had been him. It had always been him. And he had simply forgotten. A sharp gust of wind slammed against him, pushing him forward. Toward her, toward the unknown. toward what he had become. Daniel stumbled, barely catching himself. His fingers dug into the snow, but he felt nothing. No texture, no sensation. His own body no longer belonged to him. It was fading, like the town, like the people, like everything else. Alicia reached for him, her pale fingers curling gently around his wrist. This time, he didn't pull away, because there was no point in pulling away. There was nowhere left to go. Her fingers were freezing, but the cold didn't bite anymore. It simply existed, just like him. "You don't have to fight it," she murmured. Daniel's pulsive. He even had one fluttered weakly in his chest. The wind howled. The voices called his name. And the storm, the final storm, raged around them. Alicia's fingers tightened around his wrist. Daniel closed his eyes. Snow fell in slow, lazy spirals, drifting gently to the frozen ground below. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world cloaked in pure white, untouched and eerily still. The town remained buried beneath the weight of winter, its streets coated in ice, its windows fogged with frost. Street lamps flickered faintly through the cold, their light dim and struggling, like they had been burning for far too long and no longer had the strength to fight against the night. It was Valentine's again, a night meant for warmth, for love, for the kind of fleeting joy that only existed in the brief moments before it faded away. A night that Daniel Carter no longer had any part in. He stood at the edge of town, just beyond the reach of its dim, wavering lights. His body, if it could still be called, that felt lighter than it once had. Hollow. His skin no longer burned from the cold, no longer ached from the bite of the wind, because he was the cold now. He felt it pulsing through him, coiling around his bones like a second skeleton, threading through his limbs, filling the empty spaces where warmth had once been. The last fire inside him had died long ago, buried beneath layers of ice, frozen in a moment that had already been forgotten. He should have been afraid, but fear was something that belonged to the before, and there was no before anymore. Only this, only this, only. Now, Alicia stood beside him, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders in long, windswept strands. She was no longer a mystery to him, no longer the strange, lost woman he had once carried through the snowdot. She was something more, something endless, something like him. Daniel turned toward her, his frost-pale fingers flexing at his sides. "It's starting again." Alicia nodded. "It always does." The wind curled around them, carrying voices from deep within the storm, echoes of things long past, whispers of things yet to come. Daniel could feel the pull of it, the cycle repeating itself, the way the cold crept into the cracks of the world, searching, seeking, waiting for the next soul to call out into the void, the next lonely heart to beg for something more. He had been the first, this time, the first to wander too far, to reach too deep, to let go of too much, but he would not be the last. The town sat before them, small and trembling, its people warm and unaware. He could feel them inside their houses, their fires burning, their voices filling the air with laughter and music and love, not fully, but in brief, flickering pieces. A warm glass of whiskey by the fire, a name spoken in a moment of comfort, a heartbeat against his own, a world that had once belonged to him, but not anymore. The wind carried a sound through the trees' taut footsteps. Daniel turned, his ice-pale eyes catching movement through the falling snow. A man walking alone, bundled in layers, his hands buried deep in his coat pockets, his shoulders hunched against the cold, his breath curled in thick, warm bursts in front of him, fading into the night as he trudged forward. Daniel could feel it. From here, the emptiness inside him, the loneliness pressing against his ribs, wrapping around his heart like a frozen hand. The quiet ache of a life that had not turned out the way it was supposed to. The weight of too many nights spent alone. Daniel had been him once, and soon he would be them. The wind howled softly, the whisper curled through the trees. He's looking for something. Alicia's voice barely broke the hush of the night. Daniel watched the man's slow, tired movements. They always are. The wind rushed forward, carrying the first flurries of the coming storm. The world dimmed, the air thickening with the weight of something unseen, something endless. His breath quickening just slightly. He could feel it. The change in the air, the eyes watching him from the darkness, the quiet, creeping knowledge that he was no longer alone. Daniel stepped forward, his boots making no sound against the snow. His body no longer left footprints, no longer disturbed the world around him. He was part of the winter now, part of the whisper, part of the thing that waited in the cold. Elysia followed. The snow thickened, the wind whispered. The cycle continued. Daniel was no longer afraid, because fear was something that belonged to the before, and there was no before anymore. Only this, only now, only the next lonely soul to follow them into the